Sleepy town settled for the night, where every lawn is tailored just right. And it's about time that the back porch light comes on. At that house down the street, at that house on Magnolia Street.
Hey, witch, hey.
Hey, witch, hey.
What day is it?
I don't know. What planet are we on?
What?
What?
Good morning.
Dude, I'm tired.
Me too.
I'm tired. Well, you had like a whole other leg of the trip.
I had like a side quest.
I at least got to like relax for a couple days. You did have a side quest.
I feel like I'm lagging.
I don't know if you're lagging. It just looks like you're like trying to do other things while having a conversation.
No? Do you want to call me back? This better not be how season 2 fucking starts.
Oh, if we're having lag problems, we might as well just like not even try today.
And the show's done.
All right, that's it, guys. We're packing up. Had a good run.
I think it's better now. You don't see, there was like probably a 4-second lag. I would say something and then you're like, whatever.
Yeah, the same with you. I was like, are you doing something over there? Like, what are you doing over there?
No, not at all. It's just.
All right, it's just lag. Okay, cool.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh my God.
Should we do that again? Hey, witch, hey.
Hey, witch, hey. I'm Kristina.
I'm Justina. Welcome season 2.
Welcome season 2 of Magnolia Street, episode 1.
Yeah, we are
Exhausted.
Yeah, we are exhausted. Today's episode, we're not going to talk about anything in particular as far as practical magic goes, but we do have a big adventure we want to share with you guys, which we've been talking this up like all year long, right?
We have a little practical magic in this.
Oh, yeah, a little sliver of it,
Yay.
right? Yeah, you have to listen to the whole thing to get to that little nugget, but we promise this episode is going to be very eventful because we're going to be recapping our Salem trip and our meetup and all the fun things we did. And Kristina's been there before, so
take your Dramamine because you might get a little dizzy because there's so much that we did.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear this from your perspective because you had never been there before. So I really want to hear what it was like from your eyes, from like a newcomer to Salem. Like I want to hear like what it was like for you to experience all that for the first time.
Dude, I think you and I going back in September when we did our Plaid Dog adventure, we got to go to Salem to take some of our promotional pictures, was such a treat. And it was like a calming thing to have in the back of my mind, knowing that like Salem's not that go, that full of people all the time. And it was such a little spoil, I felt like a VIP. I'm like, I got this whole place to myself. And it was so beautiful that all the flowers were still blooming, but you could kind of feel a little chill in the air. And we had our different outfits we were changing in and out of for a practical magic feel. And I just felt so fucking witchy. So I had that already. So I kind of felt like I had a one up on everybody else who was there. I was like, I've been here before, but I hadn't experienced the circus that is Salem in October. However, like going into it, if I know that's what I need to expect, fine. Just like a hot sauce, right? If you know it's going to be hot, it's a little easier to handle.
I like that analogy. That's perfect. Yeah. Yeah, it is quite the circus. All of the Halloween happenings and all the things that are going on there for October. It does get nuts, but it's not unmanageable if you know how to navigate it, right? And like Avi and I have been there quite a few times, so we kind of know like when the good times to really do certain things are to like avoid the big crowds. So it was kind of nice to like have that leg up and then bring you guys along for that ride so you can have a more pleasant experience and not get overwhelmed with the size of the crowds for your first experience. Because some people go there with this anticipation, like I'm going to do all these things and like I'm just going to be able to walk into any store whenever I want. There's going to be lines.
Yeah, not just the events, not just like the haunted houses or the museums or whatever. Restaurants are going to have a line and storefronts have lines.
Yes.
And just expect to wait. And going with a group was great because one or two of us would wait in line. The other one would go like fuck off and look around a store, and then we'd switch. And I don't think we waited in line more than a half hour for
Right.
anywhere. I know there
Right.
were some places I think we stopped at the burger place, which we'll get to, that had like a 2.5 hour wait. We're like,
Oh,
nah,
geez.
we know
Like,
better than that.
yeah.
No way.
Also, you do have to take into consideration some places in Salem are 100% tourist traps.
Mm,
So we try to avoid those places at all costs.
mhm.
Like that burger place that we were trying to get into, that's a big tourist trap. So we are
Right.
like, we went right across the street and got into O'Neill's a half hour, no problem.
No problem. Yeah.
So like it all depends on like, where you go, what time you go, what day you go.
Yeah.
And trying to strategize your visits so that you're hitting certain things that are going to be super swamped on the weekends. Hit those earlier on in your trip if you're going to be there during the week,
Yeah.
so
Also, that little cafe that we were going to go to right after the Nathaniel Hawthorne house, we were standing in line for a while, and we are like, let's go try that other place, the place right on the water. And it
yeah.
was barely 10-15 minutes, and we were in. It was great.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be willing to kind of adapt, I guess,
Hmm.
to the circumstances. If
Hmm.
one place ain't moving, try another spot. You never know.
And I didn't feel like anybody was mean in line. Like nobody was like trying to cut, or nobody was like, we've been waiting here for,
Yeah.
everybody else knows what they're there for, what to
Right. I mean,
expect.
you do get some of those people. Unfortunately, those people do exist. Like the morning we went to bring you to the rental car, me and Avi went to the Starbucks. One of their espresso machines went down, so they were only working on one espresso machine for like a whole group of
Oh.
people. And there was a guy in front of us, and he was getting annoyed because his thing wasn't coming out. And they were like, "We told you that we had one espresso machine go down. If you wanted anything that involves espresso, unfortunately, you're gonna have to wait, sir. Like, what the fuck? Like, then don't order something with espresso
Oh.
in it, or go down the street to the mom and pop coffee shop.
Yeah.
You know,
Uh-huh.
those
Yeah.
people do exist, unfortunately, but they're few and far between. So just go to Salem in October with the understanding that there's gonna be lines
Hmm.
and there's gonna be inconveniences,
Hmm.
and just be ready to roll with the punches.
Hmm. Right.
Right? Yeah.
And so leading up to that week, watching the weather, there was like a chance of we were going to get rained out that whole weekend. I think Wednesday, Thursday were nice, and then there was a big chance of rain Friday,
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday. And I was like, shit. So I
Yeah.
packed, a poncho and an umbrella, and just be prepared, because New England, if you don't like the weather, right? Wait 5 minutes and it'll change. But
Yeah.
we had the most beautiful autumn weather the entire time.
We really lucked out. We really
How
did.
we be doing that?
The stars are just on our side. I
I
don't
know.
know. But yeah, it was supposed to rain. Like we would have been rained out on that booze cruise if it did rain, because we
Oh
were
my God, could you
that weekend was the
imagine?
booze cruise,
All
right?
those people on that first floor trying to like just hunker in. Oh, that gives me shivers.
Gross.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
Stinky, smelly
Everybody's all
people.
wet and smelly. Yeah, that would have
Hmm.
been disgusting.
Yeah.
If it rained too hard, I think they probably would have canceled it and we would have gotten our ticket money back. But
Could you
yeah.
imagine? And like the water during a storm, like everybody kind of being ill and like drinking at the same time. There was going to be a mess at one point or another in that event.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
would have been gross. I'm glad though it all panned out. It all worked out.
Hmm.
It was beautiful weather, and it was just amazing. And I
It
can't
was.
wait to recount the entire experience. Me and Kristina went through our camera rolls and kind of tried to like
Piece the week back
trip
together. Yeah.
So where should we start? Where do you want to start with this?
I left on Wednesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Flew Charlotte to Boston. You guys picked me up. Boston was way better getting in and out of than fucking Newark. Oh my God. So I just hung out at the airport. I got in early. You guys were driving up from New Jersey.
Yeah.
You snagged me. We got in the car.
Yeah.
And we drove to Salem. And I said, have y'all ever heard the song Hocus Pocus by Focus?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Or
I'm like,
nah.
what? Let's
If you
put
guys
it on
have
right
not
now.
heard this song, go check it out. It really has everything.
All right, that's gonna be on our next WMSR episode.
Lord.
Hocus Pocus by
Yeah,
Focus.
by Focus. So we checked into our hotel.
That wasn't in Salem. That was like a 20-something minute drive out,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
There was a little traffic that day getting into town.
Yeah.
Because I think we're driving in just too late at that point. Because what time did we go into town? Like 3, 4 o'clock? I don't even remember.
Yeah.
It was later on in the day for sure. So we checked into our hotel. We drove into downtown Salem, parked on Washington Street, over by, I guess, the Asian restaurants down, like further down by the Derby a little bit.
Passage to India.
Yeah,
It's
yes.
right there.
Yeah. And then we walked across the street. We walked to the end where Derby meets Washington. So
Hmm.
Kristina, I was just showing her like how peeking down Derby, and like that's where I was talking about that it was kind of like reminds me of a real life Diagon Alley.
And we didn't even end up walking down there until later. Like we
Right.
kind of
Yeah.
just peeked over there,
And
but we were all hungry.
yes, so we walked across the street to the corner. I think that's Essex and Washington, where the Bewitched statue resides. We took a boomerang there,
And
and
listen,
then
y'all,
yeah,
this is Wednesday. There was nobody there. There's
it was a
lines
ghost
out
town.
the ass Friday,
Yeah.
Saturday, and Sunday for that statue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. If you want to experience Salem in October with nobody around, go in the middle of the week.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, we were able to just pop right up, take a few boomerangs, take some pictures with the Bewitched statue, and then we walked down to O'Neill's, which is like a cute little Irish pub, and we got some, what do we get? I got like a bacon wrap and a little crock of some beef stew that
Yeah.
was cooked with beer, and it was really fucking good.
I had the
What'd you get?
chowder and the wrap, and it was like just enough food. I only ate half of it, and I ate the
Yeah.
other half, I think, in the car on the way home that night because I left it in the car. But it was so
Yeah.
quaint and cozy. Like it's a kind of a larger pub, but there's a little fireplace, and the booths are really like
Yeah.
intimate. It's really
It's
nice.
it's low lit, so it definitely has that like cozy like pub kind of vibe.
Mhm.
So it was nice relaxing to have our first meal there. I was done with my my food, and I was like, the waitress comes over and she's like, "You done with that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm done." Because like, I was like, we're on vacation. I don't know. I don't want to be hunkering down on. I don't want to be like piling up on the leftovers because we only had like a small fridge in our hotel
Yeah.
that could only hold so much. By the end of our trip, this fridge was stacked.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
It was stacked. So I was like, "Nah, I'm done." And Christina's like, "Give me that." And she's like, she takes all my like leftovers off my plate. She's like, "You're gonna want this later." Meanwhile, she's eating it on the ride home, on the ride back to the hotel.
Yeah. And like everybody there, so pleasant. Like you'll go into touristy restaurants now and then, and they're just over it because they're just
Mm-hmm.
over the rush, over the people, over the demand. But
Yeah.
everybody at O'Neill's, super nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And mind you, like what we went on the 11th. So this is kind of on the earlier side of October. I'm sure by the end of October, they're just going to be completely over
Oh,
it.
yeah. Yep.
Right? Right? It gets really nuts towards the end of October. But yeah, they were very pleasant. I had my first down east cider with the sugar pumpkin rim of the
A
trip
rim shot.
at this bar. So I was really excited to get my sugar rim there. And then I think we walked down Derby at this point because I
Okay.
wanted to show you like all like the cool shops and stuff. And then we perused some of the shops on Front Street. There was that shop Nocturne that I was telling you about where I got your Death Watch beetle last year.
Mm-hmm. All
And
the shops are
yeah.
so beautiful, but they kind of all started blending together.
Right?
Like I don't
Yeah.
remember any of the names.
Yeah. Yeah.
None of them.
I guess I remember them because like I've been there so many times, so
Hmm.
I know which ones are which, but yeah, they are all kind of like, on a little string along with each other. So yeah, I could see
Hmm.
how that would get confusing.
I love
Um,
perusing though. Couldn't really buy anything, but I did.
right.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
buy all of it. And it was
It's
heartbreaking. I
so
was like,
hard.
can't bring you home. I'm sorry.
It's so hard to like decide what you want to buy because everything is awesome. Remember when we went in that one little shop next to Nocturne and they had like all those little packets of seeds and we were laughing because it was the moonflower or the moonflower seeds and we just did our moonflower episode
Hmm.
right before that, right?
Yeah. But they were selling them for like $8 a
They
pack.
were
And I was like, no, that's a little steep for seeds.
they were expensive for seeds, yeah. But the packaging was really cute,
It
so
was
I'm pretty
very
sure you're
cute.
paying for the artwork on the
Yeah.
packaging. And then remember they had like the wormwood and the mugwort seeds, and we're like, that's not the same thing.
Yeah, because it was listed on the same packet. Like they were
Yeah.
supposed to be the same thing. Do your research. We should have put
Do
our
your
card in
research.
there and be like, listen to episode whatever.
Yeah. So then when we were in Nocturne, we got a very surprising text message from my parents because my parents, they were coming on this trip. I was under the impression that they were going to be there the next day.
Mm-hmm.
I remember my mom, like the week before, she like called me in a tizzy, like some
Hulk
fucking
kerfuffle.
thing. Yeah, something with the hotel. Like she paid for Wednesday to Sunday, but she forgot to change her reservation because she only wanted to go Thursday to Sunday. And then my dad ultimately didn't want to do Wednesday to Sunday. So it was a whole confusing debacle. they weren't gonna go Wednesday, but she would have lost that money. So then I guess they decided on a whim, I guess let's just go. We're gonna be spending the money anyway. Might as well go the extra day.
Yeah, Avi's
So
like, huh, your parents are here.
yeah, I'm like, what? So they were at the hotel though. They did not come into downtown Salem. They were like, "You kids have fun. We're just gonna
Mhm.
go hunker down at the hotel and
It would
just."
have taken them a long time probably to get into town too, because it was a
It was
little later in
late.
the evening.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm glad. I'm glad that we kind of had that night to ourselves without the rest of the family.
Hmm.
Kind of just get acquainted with Salem, show you around a little bit more. So at that point, we were on Front Street. So we walked down a little more past the old burying point, showed you the old cemetery. This is
Hmm.
the oldest cemetery in Salem.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, it was locked. They used to have that cemetery open like all the time, but since they refurbished the grounds, I guess put down fresh sod and made passageways, I guess refaced some of the gravestones and
Hmm. They're trying to protect it a little more.
did yeah, and they just want to preserve it because it's such an old cemetery. And then we walked past that into the stone bench memorial where they pay tribute to all of the fallen victims of the Salem witch trials.
Hmm.
And then we walked back down Derby.
In that memorial where all the benches are, we learned later the back wall that it fell over right at some point. It's a beautiful natural stone wall all the way around, but at the back facing the old burial grounds, a large chunk of the wall had fallen over, and they had since rebuilt that portion of the wall on the opposite side of the sidewalk facing the memorial
Yeah.
benches now, right? So that
Yeah.
what was it? John Hathorne is in the or not John. Yeah, John Hathorne is in the
Yeah.
old bearing point. So his grave can see into those memorial benches now. So he would always have to see,
What he did.
what he did. So I was
Yeah.
like, "Ooh, girl, spiteful."
Yeah. Yeah. And we went on a tour a little bit later on, which we're going to talk about, but our tour guide took us past the Stone Bench Memorial, and he was
Right.
also talking about the trees, right? How every tree that stood in that bench area, I guess, represented one of the judges on the
Right.
trial.
Mm-hmm.
And so they would always have to look at the what they did,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yep.
Really.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
then when did we do? We went back down Derby to the 3D Halloween Museum. That was
Yeah.
trippy as shit.
Wasn't it?
Yeah. It
Yeah.
just sucks because they give you the 3D glasses and everything's painted with black light paint in a certain way that it
Hmm.
just is like kind of dizzying and trippy, but you cannot record it on your
Yeah.
phone because like you need both sides of the eyes, and it's not even
Yeah.
like you can hold your phone up to the glasses to get the effect, which is kind of cool because it's like you have to be there
Yeah.
to experience that weirdness.
It's something that a cell phone cannot capture, so you actually do have to experience that. That's a good
Hmm.
point. I told you, right, the first time we went in that museum, the last time I think we visited Salem, I actually got nauseous going through that.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
don't know if it's because maybe it was too early in the day. I hadn't eaten anything yet. I get so bad like motion sickness. Like even in
Mhm.
the car, if I'm reading and like I hadn't eaten anything yet, I'm like, I need to take a minute. I cannot deal. That's why like when we're supposed to be doing like tasks for Plaid Dog, I told you, right? And
Mhm.
my auto messages somehow got messed up. They couldn't send anything in the Instagram. So Mike was like texting me earlier that morning. He's like, "All right, can you send out these messages manually?" I'm like,
Right.
"I'm gonna be on the road, Mike. I don't know how much I could do." And
Yeah.
I'm trying to do it from the car, and I'm like, I feel like I'm about to throw up because like the car is moving and it's early and I hadn't eaten yet, and I'm like,
Mhm.
I have to get these messages out. But I was getting so nauseous. I was like, I need to like put that down for a second. So yeah, I get very motion sickness. The first time I did the 3D Halloween Museum, I had to take the glasses off and just walk through because I was like, this is making me really want to throw up.
Yeah, it is nice that they don't hook behind your ears. You just have to
Yeah,
hold them up.
yeah,
So yeah, a few times you do have to take your glasses away because it's just
yeah.
the floor is painted in a certain way that the 3Dness is not just when you look down, like it's kind of in the distance.
Everywhere.
So it just is a weird vertigo effect.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So, but it's a cool experience. Definitely go through it. It's a lot of fun. They have a lot of paraphernalia or memorabilia,
Mhm.
old Halloween movies, a lot of Nightmare Before Christmas stuff. They have
Yeah.
a Bora exhibit, which is the face of Salem. If you guys been to Salem, you've heard Bora. Not just seen her, you could hear her from a mile away. She's got a very distinct voice.
They had like Beetlejuice stuff,
Beetlejuice,
a lot of
yeah.
cute little like photo op things of like Halloween front doors and
Yeah, I love the whole boat thing too. They have like
yeah,
that
you're
big
like,
boat.
this is a real boat.
A boat.
On a
There's a
boat.
boat in here. How did they get that in here?
Yeah.
The 3D Halloween museum is really cute. It's fun, especially if you have like little kids. They would love stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, we went into the wand shop, which
Mm-hmm.
is a couple doors down, and this shop is really cool because it's kind of like modeled after like the Harry Potter wand store in
Mm-hmm.
the actual Diagon Alley. Really cool stuff in there. I just want to buy everything.
I do like the aesthetic of all the boxes because it is set up exactly like the Harry Potter thing and like the
Mhm.
scene the he pulls it's so satisfying to watch him like pull a box out from the middle of a stack.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it's the same gig. We didn't buy anything in there, but I'm wondering if you go in and the not concierge, like the storefront guy, like
Yeah.
helps you pick a wand or he picks one for you. But they were
Yeah.
all of them were really beautifully made. And he was saying, I was trying to overhear what he was saying. He said that people who come in, I guess there's natural wood wands and then there's like plasticky wands. And a lot of people can't tell the difference in the weight. They think that one is, the other, depending on the
Mhm.
weight, but they're never right.
I did not overhear that conversation.
Yeah.
You got those spidey sense ears. Just
A Gemini who loves gossip.
Kristina's like, what? What? Give me
What?
the tea. Give me the tea on the wands.
Yeah.
But they're all, yeah, very beautiful stuff in there. Have you ever been to the Harry Potter world in Universal in Orlando?
No, when I went to Universal, I was like 14. This was ages ago, and Harry Potter was
Okay.
not even a thing yet.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, if we ever go to Orlando together, we need to go to Harry Potter World.
Oh,
It's hokey, it's cute, it's like, a little cheese for little kids, but there's stuff there for adults. If you love the Harry Potter series, you're gonna love Harry Potter World. It's just such a magical place. It just gives you all the feels.
I think it's so clever that they have like certain areas where you do something specific with your wand, and
Yes.
then this thing happens. That's so magical for a kid.
Yeah, right? I
Yeah.
wish that something like that existed when I was a kid,
Yeah.
but for sure. This little wand shop in Salem, this Harry Potter wand shop in Salem, is kind of like like a small little version of the Harry Potter world in Orlando. It's
Yeah.
just like a nice little morsel. And that store actually gets a long line in front of it if you go on like a weekend. So we're lucky that we caught it at nighttime in the middle of the week. So it was nice and quiet and we were able to kind of peruse and not really have to like bump into too many people.
Yeah.
So definitely hit that store at night in the middle of the week if you're there because it does get crowded on the weekends.
Then like right next door was the Ouija board museum.
That museum cracks me up because you actually have to walk through a Harry Potter merchandise store all the way to the back of the store to get to that museum.
Right. Yeah. I
Yeah,
forgot
right?
about that.
So weird. The last time me and Avi were there, we wanted to go into that museum, but it was like a $30 ticket. And I think
It's a
it was
little cheaper this
because,
time.
yeah, I think they hiked the prices up because we were there on a weekend. It was on a Sunday we were about to leave and we were trying to like do last minute stuff. And it was like super crowded also to get in there. So I think we opted not to do it. So we're like, we'll do it next time.
Yeah.
But it was nice and quiet this time. We went at night, right?
There
On a
was
Wednesday.
nobody in the museum part while we were in there.
Nobody there. Did you want to go through some of those cool plaques on the wall that we took some of
Yeah.
those pictures
Well,
of?
my first picture in my role was of the Ouija board from Danzig from the Misfits. I was like, oh, I gotta take a picture of this because it's hand numbered and signed. So I was like, fucking dope. So that was my first picture on there. I think William Fuld, Fuld, is the next one I have on there. And it says he was 1870 to 1927. And it says the Fuld name is synonymous with the Ouija board. The Fuld family were responsible for manufacturing the board for over 70 years before eventually selling the rights to Parker Brothers. The name is still occasionally printed on the boards to this day. Get this. This is kind of fucking creepy. You or Avi told me this. The Ouija board told William Fuld to build a new factory for production of this game. He fell from the roof of one of the buildings and later died from his injuries. As he laid on his deathbed, he made his children promise never to sell Ouija.
And what did they fucking do? They fucking sold Ouija.
That is so scary. The board told him to build the new factory and then he jumps off the roof.
Well, he didn't jump, he fell. So it wasn't like he wasn't planning to kill himself, but like I think it was an accident, but still like the board led him to his ultimate fate. Isn't that kind of ironic?
Yeah.
Oh, ironic. Don't you think?
Did the guy who built the Titanic, did he die on the Titanic? Or did he survive?
I don't remember.
Okay. Kind of the same thing?
Yeah, there was some millionaire or billionaire that was actually on the Titanic. I don't remember who it was, though. All right, so the Heard case. So, Kansas City, 1935. The Ouija board told Nellie Heard that her 77-year-old husband, Herbert, was cheating on her with the wife of a neighbor and had buried $15,000 somewhere in the backyard. The ramblings of the Ouija board were too much for Nellie, and soon enough she was under its spell. She believed every word it said. At night, she would sneak in and knock Herbert out by striking him on the head with the butt of a pistol. To get him to confess, she would whip him with a knotted rope and stab him with a knife. Sometimes she even burned his feet with a hot poker. Sadly, the beatings continued for years until one night he managed to free himself from his bonds. He took that pistol, shot his wife 3 times, and made Nellie a spirit herself. The police arrested Herbert in his underwear, and after a few days of sorting out and corroborating Herbert's story, he was released and the murder charges against him were dropped.
Thank goodness.
Right?
Can you imagine if he was like charged, convicted, and thrown into prison?
Oh my goodness.
But firstly, that was that wasn't a one-time thing Nellie was doing, it sounds like.
She was doing this on the regular, like this was part of her daily routine.
That poor man. Oh, that's so sad. And this plaque was underneath like a specific board. I wonder if that's the one that she was using.
Yeah, I guess it was under that one, right?
That looks like a detective or something, like with evidence.
Yeah, so that's the information, and this picture was right above it. So I guess that's the board that was tied to the case.
So crazy,
right? So there's a plaque right under that's titled "Daddy Must Die," and it's in quotation marks, like spelled out, like DADDY, like with the dashes.
Yeah.
So that's clearly what the Ouija board is spelling out. So this is the case of the murder of Ernest Turley. 15-year-old Maddie Turley and her mother Dorothea used the Ouija board one night in 1933. After the board spelled out "Daddy Must Die," Dorothea told her daughter that the board cannot be denied and ordered Maddie to shoot her father with a shotgun. What the fuck? I think crazy people are just using this board as an excuse to kill people.
I feel like there's like an insurance thing happening, or like a life insurance thing, and the mom's like, I know how to get this done.
I know how to. Let's blame it on an inanimate object.
Mm-hmm.
So Dorothea told her daughter that the board can't be denied. So ordered Maddie to shoot her father with a shotgun. He died in the hospital from his wounds. Maddie was sent to reform school until she was 18, but there are no records of her after that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Dorothea was eventually charged with murder, accused of pushing the planchette to spell out the deadly message and coaxing her daughter to kill. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Wow.
The Turley case became known as the first ever murder by Ouija board. This room did give me the heebie-jeebies for sure.
Avi said, he gave us a little trivia, that there is a Ouija board in there, the Stranger Things Ouija board. And it was sent to this museum because of the following. Stranger things have happened. This board was donated. The previous owner of this board had such a bad experience with it that they spent $15 to $20 to mail it away. They did not put a return address on the package, but included a handwritten note inside that read, "If you find this board, please forward it to TBHS." And that's the location that we were at, right?
Yeah.
Trust me, you don't want it. Even though we don't know the exact trouble with the board, we do know that it was, quote, bad, and they were worried about the board finding its way back to them. What makes this donation interesting is some people who watched the Stranger Things show didn't realize that the wall in her house, Winona Ryder's, the mom's house, was actually a talking board. Even though there wasn't a planchette, the light bulbs were working to spell out the message. Another interesting concept is that people's perception about how old something must be in order to be haunted changes. Generally, people believe that something needs to be pretty old in order to be haunted, and maybe not as new as a board made in 2017.
Yeah.
That's supposedly the most haunted board in there.
Right, yeah. So they have the actual Stranger Things Ouija board in there, and it is kind of weird to see something so new, you know, right? Because like it says, we tie haunted things to older things, but I guess anything could be haunted, right?
Yep.
Oh, and here is the actual, if you go to this museum, the actual letter that was sent with the Stranger Things Ouija board is actually in a frame right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're like, trust me, you don't want it. And TBHS stands for the Talking Board Historical Society. So if you guys have a weird Ouija board, a haunted Ouija board, and you want to send it to this museum, I guess you could send that to P.O. Box 2, Pinehurst, MA 01866. That's the address on this letter. So me and Kristina took a couple pictures with the skeleton. They have like this last article is titled Answered a Call to Die. And this is a Bridgeport woman's explanation for suicide. She was a spiritualist, and she said she was wanted, quote, on the other side. So Mrs. Sarah E. Griffin took strychnine, told her husband, and then she died.
Oh.
This was from the Boston Daily Globe, and this was published May 18th, 1900. And this is an article describing the suicide of a Connecticut woman in 1900. This is the earliest account of a suicide believed to be caused by a Ouija board.
Dang.
There's a quote here that says, the Ouija board was one of her favorite companions. She became so absorbed in the mysteries of the occult. So this is from Bridgeport, Connecticut, May 17th. It says, driven to desperation by her inability to fathom the mysteries of the Ouija board, the acknowledged leader of the local community of spiritualists, Mrs. Sarah Elizabeth Griffin, last night absorbed a prodigious quantity of strychnine, and passed into the spirit world. God commanded me to die, she said to her aged husband after she had taken the poison. She had carried the poison to bed with her, and when all was still, swallowed the fatal potion. She was subject to horrible dreams, and when her husband was aroused by her moans, like Jesus, he at first thought nothing of it, as she frequently had the nightmare. Then he heard her voice summoning him. When he reached her side, she extended her hand and said, Papa, forgive me, but it was to be. They came tonight and told me I should not delay. This night they wanted me. I have done it, and will soon be with them. Oh, how glad I am that I have been called. They kept calling and calling, saying, tonight, tonight. They were relentless and said it was decreed that I should leave at once, so I have merely obeyed the summons. But you will not be alone long, dear, for I shall come for you soon. Yes, sooner than you realize. That is so fucking eerie. So these were her last words. Before a physician arrived, the woman was dead. Until recently, Mrs. Griffin was a prominent Methodist church worker, but of late has given all her time to the study of spiritualism. The Ouija board was one of her favorite companions. She became so absorbed in the mysteries of the cult that her brain weakened, and on Tuesday night it completely collapsed. The imaginary summons entered her head, and she brooded on it until it taunted her into obeying it. Her ancestors were of old revolutionary stock and at one time occupied a high position in this state. There was a little bit about the movie Witchboard. Did you ever see that movie?
I haven't. There were a lot of movies. They had like a glass case of DVDs, old movies that had to do with Ouija boards.
I don't know if any of this is spooky, but there's a plaque on the wall, a Lifetime Achievement Award presented to Kevin Tenney, the writer and director of the film Witchboard. I guess the end of this says Kevin, the writer and director of who this was presented to. It says, Kevin, for creating the world of Witchboard, codifying the rules by which we play Ouija, inspiring collectors and historians, and frightening decades of sleepovers, we present you with this Lifetime Achievement Award. Without Witchboard, the Talking Board Historical Society would not exist.
Really?
So I guess he's the one for this film who kind of like
put it back in the mainstream.
And also, I guess, made the rules like of how we usually play at sleepovers today.
Weird.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Or like how we did as kids. Yeah, this was presented to him at the Michigan Paracon in 2021. So I guess that's like a paranormal convention.
That's so funny.
Yeah. And then after that museum, we went into Crowhaven Corner because this is, I think, the most visited witch shop in Salem. And this is at the very end of Derby Street.
Yeah, you guys were like, if we're going to go, we need to go now because there's no line.
Yeah, because usually on the weekends there's a long line to get in there. So we went in there, and this cute little witchy girl with orange hair.
We walked we were walking down the street and we passed a little alleyway,
That's right.
all purple and little neon lights and lasers and smoke and like the quintessential Halloween alley. So we stood there and like took a couple pictures.
I'm
And
pretty sure we even whispered to each other. We're like, I want to go in there. I want
yeah,
to
but
go
it
in
was
there.
locked. It had like an old wrought iron gate. And
Yeah.
above it, it said the Crowhaven Corner, magical
Yeah.
gifts in the garden. We were like, we'll just stop in the store. We'll see what's going
Yeah.
on. And the woman in the store right away was like, hey, do you want to do the witch walk? Right?
Yeah, the witch walk tour. Yeah, we're like, okay, so what does that entail? She's like, well, before you go on a tour through the streets of Salem, you guys are gonna do a little group ritual in our magical garden right next
Mhm.
door. And me and Kristina just looked at each other and we're like, sold.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's do
We
it.
get to do witchcraft together. And I think we texted or before this trip even happened. I was like, wouldn't it be cool if we've never done magic together besides our Beltane
Yeah.
spell, but we've never
Yeah.
done anything together in
In
person.
person.
And I was like,
Yeah.
it's
Let's do
on.
it.
We're doing this.
Salem,
We looked
October.
at each other like, yes.
Absolutely. So we signed up, and that's another case. Like, if you ask the universe for something, you shall receive. Because literally, like 2 minutes before we walked into that store, we're like, I want to go down that alley. What's down there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And we just walked in there. And she was like, yeah, you get to do a group ritual in our little magical garden.
And it was like
And
right now.
yeah,
Right. It was
yeah,
like now. And I think the next one was at 9 or something. This was at
yeah,
7 o'clock.
right.
So
Yeah, we jumped on that tour.
yeah, right away.
We perused the shop a little bit, and then we went outside, I guess, to wait for our tour to meet up. And then our tour guide was a very interesting character.
Flea
Flea. Christina's calling him Flea.
from
Red Hot
Red
Chili
Hot Chili
Peppers.
Peppers.
Yeah, he did look like Flea a little bit.
He had
Um,
endless dad jokes.
his dad jokes were he was just spitfiring them.
Oh my
So
God.
funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he was our tour guide for
Mhm.
this tour, as well as, I guess, the conductor of this ritual. He brought us into the garden next to Crowhaven Corner. I've never been down that alleyway, so it was really cool to finally go down there.
Mhm.
So we go down the alleyway. You have to walk under all these arches of like these beautiful flowers and these, like, I guess, these night blooming flowers and plants. And along the wall of the Crowhaven Corner, I guess the siding of the house, there's like not taxidermy, but like, like
Stuffed
dragon heads,
Yeah.
and stuff. So those were really fun to look at. Did those
Mhm.
blow smoke? I don't remember if those had smoke coming out of them.
I don't know if it came out of their mouths, but that definitely smoke machines were on a high
Yeah,
down there.
This
But it was
alley
all
was
purple, and then it was kind of a big group. And
Yeah.
the little alley led back to kind of a more open space, and he instructed us to go back there. There was a table with candles on it, and that was going to be our ritual table, and everybody was supposed to gather around the table.
Mhm.
And we waited there, and he started explaining. I really enjoyed this event was more for people who had never been in like a ritual before or didn't really know what witches were, what pagans were, and he really did a good job explaining a more realistic history of what it was, how it started, what it is now, for those
Right.
people who were kind of a little skeptical. And you could see like a couple of the dudes that had come with their girlfriends kind of like, I don't know about this.
Yeah, yeah.
But the cutest little freaking thing was this little tiny girl. She was probably 4
Yeah, something
4 or
like
5
Yeah,
in
I'd
this
say.
ritual space with her mom and dad. And she was so stinking cute. So everybody was gathered around, and he began by telling us a little bit of the history and explaining how to safely conduct a ritual. And the first thing was to invite the elements in and call the corners. And so we did north, south, east, and west. And this little tiny little girl, she had her hands up calling in
So
earth, air,
cute.
water, and fire. It was so sweet. So we called it in. And then what was the first thing we did?
I don't
Was it the
remember
bay
like
leaf
the
thing?
order. I don't remember the order of what we did, but we also did a bay leaf ritual where he like passed the bay leaf around to everybody, kind
Mhm.
of explained a little bit more about like what the bay leaf is good for, what it's, repelling negative energies.
You
And
and I looked at each other like, this is going to be a big fire.
I know, because
Things go
right,
up.
we've talked about this before, how me and Avi have almost set our house on fire doing a bay leaf burning ritual inside. So what he had us do was he passed these bay leaves around, and I don't remember if we didn't write anything on them. I think we just whispered our
We
intentions
whispered.
into the bay leaf,
Yeah,
right?
first we like not turned them on, like ignited them with our breath.
Yeah.
We blew into
Oh,
them like a
that's
balloon. He's like, blow these
right.
up like a balloon. Get your energy in there.
Yeah.
And then he said, this is your secret wish. This is your secret manifestation. It's kind of like a birthday candle. You don't tell anybody your wish. And so Justina and I are looking at each other and we're whispering away. And he's like, what are you guys doing over there? Writing a novel? Bullshit like that. And then he gathered them all and lit them on fire.
Yeah, he put them in like a little, I guess, a fireproof mortar
Mm-hmm.
pestle. What's the bowl, the vessel? It's the mortar, right?
Mortar. Yeah.
The mortar.
I
The
think
pestil's
pestle, like the penis.
pestle. Okay, got it. All right. So yeah, he put them in a little bowl and he lit that bitch on fire. And I guess sent all of our wishes and dreams out into the ether for the universe to do its thing and start manifesting all those beautiful wishes and dreams. And then he passed around a bowl of, or like a little basket
Mojo
full
bags.
of sachets filled with, I guess, a crystal. And he said that, I forget her name. Is it Lorelei, the Love Witch, who owns Crowhaven Corner now? He said they were all blessed by her, and she like put a little extra magic into them, just for that little ritual that we were doing that night. And so we all, picked up a little sachet bag. I accidentally picked up two, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna put one back."
Yeah, you were like, "Oops, I accidentally grabbed two." He was like, "No, no, no.
Yeah,
that was meant to happen. That was for somebody who couldn't be here tonight."
Right, yeah. So actually still I have that little sachet ready to give to my friend Sabrina who couldn't be there, and he was like, "Oh, how fitting that her name is Sabrina too."
Yeah, yep. And then at the very end we were invited to grab another crystal from like a communal bowl. And the ones we picked out, like you couldn't really see what you were picking.
It was dark.
I'm so in love with the ones that I got. I have to look up what they are. Also, I don't have them because I got so many souvenirs. A, they wouldn't fit my bag, and B, there was stuff over 3 ounces, so I shipped them home.
Oh, okay.
Like 2 days ago from UPS, and the UPS. This is a whole different story.
Oh, geez.
Crazy trying to find a UPS in Western Mass.
Oh, geez.
But they're on the way. They're coming Friday. Okay. Oh, but they're beautiful. I really love mine, so I got to figure out what they are.
Yeah, I don't know what mine are either. Did you open the ones in the sachet bags?
I did. Yep.
Yeah. I think mine might be like some kind of smoky quartz, but it also has the like little sheen that like a moonstone kind of has too.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. I'll have to also try to identify those. And then we raised some energy, right? We banged on some drums and some tambourines
and shakers. That was cool. I love raising energy because you feel so like it's like a visceral,
a tingly
feeling.
thing.
You've been there before. You can feel it in your bones. You're just tapping back into the ancient passion, I guess.
It's a primal, right?
Primal. Like, perfect word.
Primal feeling. And the little girl was so cute because she went right for the tambourine.
Yeah, and he kept going like, "We're gonna do it. I promise. I know it's exciting."
And then he said something about Stevie Nicks. He's like, "All right, everybody ready to channel our inner Stevie Nicks or something like that," because like everybody was banging on the tambourines. And then just like we opened the circle, we closed the circle, right? We went in the opposite direction now to close the circle, paying tribute to all the elements once again.
Yes.
And then we closed the circle. And then
we weren't done.
Yeah, we weren't done. After this, we walked out of the alleyway back out into the main street on Derby. And now he was going to take us on the witch walk, which was going to, I guess, certain spots around this Derby Square that had some kind of tie to the Salem witch trials. And
I feel like we went all over the place.
We walked a lot, and he talked a lot.
Yeah. We stopped at what they thought was Bridget Bishop's apple orchard.
Yeah.
They think. We also stopped back at the memorial benches. Where else did we go?
Stopped at the Bewitched statue because remember he was telling us that story about how when he first came to Salem, he like wasn't really into the whole, he's like, why is the Bewitched statue here? She's not a real witch or whatever. Like, but then he kind of told the story of like how the TV show Bewitched, I guess, made it okay for real witches to start
being out in the open a little more,
walking there. Yeah. And then Lori Cabot was the first witch of Salem, I believe. What, maybe the 60s or the 70s? I forget. I videotaped all of his spiel, so I can go back and listen to it.
Patreon.
Because like, we could put these over on Patreon, but like You take in so much information on these tours, and like
Mm-hmm.
there's so much energy going on around you, like you don't get to take it all in.
Yeah.
I feel like until you look back on it in retrospect, kind of like we're doing now.
Yeah.
So, I forget a lot of the little details, but I
It is a
remember
lot.
him kind of saying like the Bewitched statue, initially he wasn't like really a fan of why the statue was there, but then ultimately he realized that because of the show Bewitched, and I guess the producers of that show looking for somewhere to film, that kind of made it okay for witches to start to make this their town again
Yeah.
because of the horrific past
Mm-hmm.
of Salem due to the witch trials, because it was just a dark time,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I guess that just turned things around for the city, and now look at it. It's Witch City. It literally is Witch City.
Yes. Yeah, it's
So
amazing.
yeah, so his tour was great. Lots of great information. He was hysterical. Look him up on Instagram. He goes by the name The Green Man of Salem. But yeah, very informative. He had a lot of great dad jokes, and his
Tell
tour was
him,
just
tell everybody the go-to dad joke that he had about the pirates that you
oh
just kept regurgitating all fucking week.
yeah. So he said, what's a pirate's favorite letter?" And naturally, you want to say R, right? He's
Mm-hmm.
like, "No, it's the C," or something like that, right?
Yeah, you think it's the R, but you know it's the C.
Yeah. And then he's like, "What's a pirate's favorite letter?" And you're like, "C." And he's like, "It's not C. It's actually, I don't remember. Was it
X marks
I?
the spot.
X marks the spot, right?" Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And he was spitfiring those dad jokes.
Yeah. He went through like the
So,
whole alphabet. He was unstoppable.
yeah.
Flea. I think we were tired, but it was
Mhm.
about 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock.
Yeah, but we definitely wanted to get our drink on. So we closed the night out at the Derby at the end of
That's
Washington
right.
Street. Yeah,
Yeah.
I had me a nice little butter beer.
Hmm.
What did you guys have? Do you remember what you had that night? Did you and Avi get the
I
same thing?
had a bourbon mixed
That's right.
drink of some kind.
Right.
It was good.
Yeah. And then also, I got some deviled eggs.
You did.
I know that's so random to get at a sports
Deviled
bar,
eggs. I
but
love me some deviled eggs. Actually, I
yeah.
think I might make some today. That'd be really
Ooh,
tasty.
so devilish.
Yeah.
There was trivia. Remember there was trivia going on
Yeah.
while we
I
were
don't think we
there?
got any of them
We
right.
didn't get any of them right.
Actually, the
Hematosis?
hematologist,
Yeah, hematology. Yeah,
hematology. That was the only one
yeah.
I got right.
There was another one about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We both were like Stevie Nicks, and it was actually Madonna, right?
Yeah, it was like who was twice inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame,
Something.
female artist for best rock and roll. I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't think
I don't
Madonna was
remember the
rock, but
question.
maybe.
I don't remember the question, but we were both like Stevie, and it was we were so wrong.
I think that would have been too easy.
I know.
Yeah.
So that was fun. So we closed out the night there, went back to the hotel, went to sleep
We started
Thursday.
bright and early the next day. I
Yeah.
think that day was a little slower getting out just because, like, one bathroom, first of
Yeah.
all, between three
Yes.
people. Not everybody's belly is ready to go in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And we were all just trying to make sure we didn't have to go when we were in town.
Yeah.
Also, your parents were going to go with us that day. They were going to follow us in. So we were trying to make sure that they were on kind of a schedule with us too
Yeah.
and ready to go when we were ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was probably the most frustrating thing for me,
Yeah.
trying to wrangle family. And also, I had additional family coming in later that night.
Mm-hmm.
So, just trying to kind of make sure everybody knows where they're going,
Mm-hmm.
knows where they're going. So it was just a little frustrating for me at some points during this trip, trying to just make sure everybody's on the same page and
Yes.
everybody knows what the fuck they're doing, knows where to go, everything.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually, yes, we met my parents at their hotel because their hotel was only like a 6-minute drive from ours, and theirs was closer on the way to Salem. So it actually kind of worked out that we were able to get them on the way and then
Mm-hmm.
go into town. I think that day we both took our separate cars,
Right.
did we? I
Yeah,
don't
parked
remember.
next to each other.
Yeah. This was Thursday and Friday were the longest days ever,
They were long.
right?
They were
They were
long.
very long.
We started almost every day off with a little Starbucks,
Yeah, we parked in
little
the Starbucks
breakfast.
parking lot. Got a
We
nice
wanted something we could walk with. We didn't
hmm
need a sit down thing. Started at
something
the
there.
Starbucks and walked over to the mall because we all
We
had to go to the bathroom again.
oh,
Because we
that's
went and
right.
used the bathroom. And I left some of our business cards in there, and you were like, in the women's bathroom? I was like, yeah, it's marketing. And
Which, by the way, before you go on, I have to say that this is ironic that I was yelling at you for putting cards in a women's bathroom because later on, at
comes full circle.
it comes full circle, and we will get to that because that just still blows my mind how that
Yeah.
all went down.
Yeah. So got to the bathroom, went walking through one of the shops in the mall. Really cool. It was lined with tarot card prints, like a big, like poster size, all the tarot
Yeah.
cards up one side and down the other. Did a little looking, little shopping. And then right next door was the Monster Museum.
Yeah, so we went to I think it's called the International Monster Museum, and again, we talk about them all the time in this podcast. Grim Life Collective was there. They did a whole video inside this museum, and that's where I actually learned about this because we've been to Salem before, but this is a relatively new attraction, only within the past like I guess year or so. Last year was the first time we went to it. And when we went the first time, we actually met the owner and he actually he's met the Grim Life. He was there when the Grim Life visited. So we got to talk to him a little bit last year, which was really cool.
So you basically met Grim Life Collective.
Basically. I actually met them twice through somebody else. So
1 degree of separation.
1 degree of separation, that's right. Yeah, so we went through this monster museum. That was a lot of fun. We kind of dragged my dad through it because it just seemed like he didn't want to do any of this stuff.
Yeah. I love your dad.
But like, awesome. I feel like once Mark got there and like
he perked up.
Yeah, he definitely perked up. Like I said, did I tell you that what happened?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we did the Monster Museum, which was really cool. It had like the animatronic. They weren't all. Most of them were like statuary things, like or models. Life size, quote unquote, cryptids, old Hollywood monsters. But every now and then there was an animatronic one that would pop off all of a sudden, and I think one got me for sure. Yeah. One got your mom.
Yeah.
And Avi, it's in one of your videos, but the one that's like shaking and Avi's just standing there, like looking up at it, and it's like touching his head.
It's like smacked him in the face like twice, and he's just standing like, oh, okay, I guess this is happening.
Yeah, he's such a good sport.
Yeah, he is. We took a picture with the big tall Jack Skellington in the lobby there with all of our lanterns. Spooky picture up on my Instagram. We walked around Derby, did a little more shopping because, mind you, this is Thursday. This is still a work day for most people. So, a lot of people who I guess are locals to Salem or can't get there on a work day usually go on the weekends. So it's nice and light on a Thursday morning. So we did most of our shopping so we didn't have to wait as long in lines to get into a lot of the stores. And one of the stores that usually always has a really long line in front of it is that Coven's Cottage on Derby. And that's the Viking kind of shop. The Norse mythology shop.
Yeah, you can't take photos in that shop.
They don't let you have your phones out. Didn't you say Avi got yelled at for having his phone out in there?
He was just texting somebody and they were like, no cameras out or no phones out and
not at all.
The shop, so he put it away.
You can't even text somebody in there. You got to put your phone all the way away or they will yell at you.
Yeah, they want to keep the mystique.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What did you buy there?
I actually bought a wooden... It looked like a stool, so you can actually have it propped up. Or I didn't know this, but when I went to go cash out, the clerk took the legs off for me. He's like, you can actually take the legs off of this if you want to pack it flat. I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I could even put a little sawtooth thing on the back and hang it up on my wall if I want to. But it's a wooden wheel. It's the wheel of the year, and it's got all of the sabbats on there. And I've always wanted one of those, and I've just been looking for the right one. And I saw it, and I was like, it was $70, so it was not cheap. But
it's beautiful.
I was like, I'm here. I need to get this now, or I'm not gonna get it. Because it's one of those things you want to grab it when you see it. You know.
I didn't see any others. I didn't see any other Wheel of the Year plaques like that.
Right.
On our trip, and the legs, they're only like 4 inches high, so it gave it a little lift. So if you wanted on your altar to have a little elevation and be able to put stuff under it, you could. But to have it be able to put it on your wall and like turn it so the proper sabbat is at the top is kind of cool.
Yeah, I love that. And I've been wanting one of those for the longest time, and I was like, this is my chance. I'm in Salem. What better place to get it than here? So I got it. And it's a small business. Like, you're helping out the small businesses there.
But we had a goal. We need to get to one specific store because We were going the next day to an Alice Hoffman quote unquote book signing. She jumped
Right.
on Hillary Burton's book tour. Anyway,
Yeah.
I brought my old book that I had since that was my very first copy I ever bought. But I had
Right.
always wanted a new copy, and Justina wanted a copy. So we headed
Well,
over to the Wicked Good Books.
I was gonna pack my copy. I have
Mhm.
a copy, and then I forgot because I was trying to pack so many other things. And on the drive up, I was like, fuck, I did not pack my book to get signed.
Mhm.
So I was like, all right, well, let's just go to Wicked Go Books. I know they have Alice's books because I saw them all there last year. Because she did a signing last year that I missed by like a day.
Mhm.
Missed that. So I was like, all right, well, Wicked Go Books must have more of those, more of the books. So we go to Wicked Go Books. We're looking all over the store for them. Couldn't find anything. And then I think you spotted there were only 3 copies left of Practical Magic,
Right. Mhm.
right?
Yep.
Yeah. And these were already signed because I guess these were the leftover ones from last year because she had
Mhm.
pre-signed all of them. There were only 3 left, so I grabbed one, you grabbed one, and then the last one on the shelf, I stuck one of our business cards in, so whoever found it would, get our business card.
Yeah.
And then my mom was like, I need one too, because she didn't have a book to get signed, so she actually picked up the one that I put our business card in for somebody else to
Yeah.
find. So we all got the Practical Magic book. It was already signed by Alice,
Mhm.
but I figured it'd be cool to get it personalized when we meet her
Yeah,
later.
of course. Yeah. I knew I wanted an extra one because I had the old one, I had one on my Kindle, and I could swear I bought a normal hard softback copy. Can't find it anywhere. So I know I
Yeah.
wanted one to be able to read and like write in because my old one is so sentimental now that it is falling apart.
Yeah.
So I can't even
Had it in like a
read it.
Ziploc bag.
Yeah, it
You
is
just keep it. You just frame it and put it in a glass case at this point.
I think what I want to do is get a shadow box, like a big
Oh
one that our season 1 shirt will fit in. I'll put the book in there. Any little knickknacks from our trip, I'll put in there.
I love
And I'll
that.
just keep filling it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
preserve that thing before it turns to dust.
It's going to be maybe money someday. And then what did we do? We went to the tea shop.
Yes. Deal Marcus and Company tea merchants, which I've seen this on the Instagram, but like I never knew this where this shop was.
Hmm.
And
Those
then we
girls in
just
there were
like,
so nice.
oh, they were very, very helpful. Like you can tell when somebody literally like or legitimately loves their job.
Yeah. This place was so beautiful. And like it
Yes.
had like a nautical kind of aesthetic to it because the tea trade, and
Yeah.
ships and all that stuff. So they
Yeah.
sold lots of tea stuff. They had a big wall behind the cash register that had canisters, like probably over 100 or more canisters of different teas.
Yes.
And they were really welcoming and say, hey, if you want to smell any of them, let us know. And they would give you a little sample to smell in a little baggie, and then you got to keep it,
Yeah.
which was really nice. So you
Yeah, I
could really
gotta.
go in there and be like, I want to smell this one, and this one, and they give it to you for free. And it probably makes 2 cups, the amount that they give you in that little baggie.
Yeah.
Um, I got Egyptian mint. Do you remember
Ooh.
what ones you got?
I was really drawn to the butterscotch.
Ooh, yeah.
So they let me smell the butterscotch. And when she was pouring it into the bag, the little sample, she was like, this actually has bits of butterscotch in it. Like
Oh,
like little butterscotch chunks or
crumblies.
morsels, crumblies. Yeah. So I
Nice.
was like, sold. Just so I ended up getting the sample. And then when we went back, like the last day, because remember we were like, let's come back. We'll just kind of like scope out what we kind of want. And then when
Hmm.
we get our souvenirs on the last day, we'll come back and
Yeah.
scoop everything up. So I actually ended up getting a whole little pouch of the butterscotch tea.
Oh my
And
God.
Avi had his eye set on that bohemian candle.
Yeah. I had
That
my eye set
smells
on the candles too. They had
amazing.
wax melts also. So I
Hmm.
got the wax melt instead because it was a little smaller, easier to pack, a
Yeah.
little cheaper
Uh,
too.
Yeah, yeah, for
But
sure. And
your dad,
he's so funny. He's like such like a history buff. Like
uh-huh.
he just likes historical treasures, I
Mhm,
guess. Like
mhm,
so there's a town called Clinton in New Jersey that we often frequent and they have a tea shop, or not a tea shop, but they have like like a little houseware shop that we go into sometimes when we're there. And they have old teas, and one of the teas that he bought from there was the tea from the Boston Tea Party,
mm,
like a loose tea.
mhm.
So when we went to this mercantile tea shop in Salem, they actually make the Boston tea by the brick.
Mm-hmm.
So he saw that and he was like, should I get it? Should I not get it? Like,
And there were
is
two
that
different
weird?
sizes.
Yeah,
You
so
got the big one.
he ended up getting a big brick of Boston tea, and this tea, which one of the merchants told him when, the girl at the counter told him when they dumped the tea into the harbor during the Boston Tea Party, they actually threw in bricks of tea. It wasn't
Not
loose
loose
tea.
leaf. That
It
I did
was
not know that.
I didn't know that either. They bricks of tea. So my dad was like, "Okay, I gotta get one now."
That's
So
awesome.
he got a huge ass brick of the Boston Tea Party
Did you
tea.
give it was in your car when I last saw you. Did you give it to him?
I actually have their stuff here because they left a couple things in our car. So next time I haven't seen them since we got back from the
Oh,
trip.
okay.
I'll give it to them the next time. They also have some t-shirts here that I gotta
Yeah.
give them.
Your mom got something too. I don't know what she got, but she paid in cash. And because she got paid in cash, they had an
Got
old
to ring the bell.
cash register, I thought, and she got to hit the button to pop the
Uh,
cash register out and it hit like a bell or something like that. And she was loving
yeah,
it. And then they also showed her like a secret little door. It used to be a bank or
a
something.
bank. Yeah, can we like talk about the banks for a second?
Why are there so many banks in Salem?
I've never noticed this before, but like, yeah, I guess Salem had used to have a lot of banks, and a lot of these old banks have since closed down, and now they have been repurposed into stores, like
Mm-hmm.
just random stores.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Their
So,
vault, though, their little vault was set up. They opened the door so we could all see, and there was like a pirate skeleton in there, and there was jewels and booty
yeah,
everywhere, and it was really cute,
it
really
was
kitschy.
cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we took some pictures of the little pirate skeleton inside the vault door. And yeah, we got our samples. My dad got his brick of tea.
Mm-hmm.
Avi was like, I'm coming back for that candle.
Mm-hmm.
So, we had it set in our minds that we were going to come back at some point
Yes.
to do a little more shopping there because it was just it was a really cool store.
This next place that we went to was my favorite store.
Really?
Yeah. So cool. And we had to stand in line a little bit for this one
Yeah,
because
it
they were
wasn't
still
long.
trying to keep to their maximum occupancy. Nobody was really wearing masks or anything. I don't think that was the issue, but they could easily be overcrowded and then people are knocking into each other, knocking into
Yes.
their stuff. So
Yeah.
we waited in line for a little bit and this was called Emporium 32.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every time we go to Salem, I try to get like they have little I guess those little pewter pins
Pewter pins or
or
like
like
enamel pins.
yeah, like
Yeah.
enamel pins. So every time I go there, I try to get a pin from there because the pins here are very unique and
They're
I just
so cool.
I love them. So we spent a little time in here, and a lot of the artwork in there is really awesome too. Avi got an absinthe poster.
Yeah, I got one too.
You got the same one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. And then I got a little plague doctor enamel pin.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if my parents got anything from there. Maybe some postcards or something. I don't remember. But I
Yeah.
remember they had the whole wall of Dapper Dan stuff.
Dapper Dan. Yeah, I
I'm
took some
Dapper
pictures
Dan,
of that.
man.
They had a little section of vintage glassware. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. These like martini
Yeah.
glasses and highball glasses. And then did you see all the absinthe
Yes.
canisters up top that, with the
Yeah.
drippers? But then they had a little corner of like men's skincare
Hats.
stuff, like
Oh, right.
beard and mustache wax and the Dapper Dan hair stuff and toothpaste and safety razors. It was really, really cool, vintagey
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. They also had another corner had all like the men's hats.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had women's hats too, but there were like vests, brooches. There were a lot of botanical prints, like scientific botanical prints for about $8. And I was gonna get two of
Yeah.
them, but ultimately decided I wasn't going to because I didn't know how I was gonna get them home.
Right.
But yeah, I think they were about 8. And when I was with my mom on this side quest, we stopped in another store, saw the same prints for $6, and I was like,
Oh, shit.
well, shit.
Did you get one?
I did not get one. No,
Oh.
didn't spend any money on that side quest. Thank God. I'm going to be in debt from Salem. I can't. With all
I
the
was
money we
looking at
spent.
my credit card statement. I like to pay cash when I can on
Mm-hmm.
like most purchases, but I knew I was gonna need cash for like, eating and
Mm-hmm.
going to the
Tips.
bars for drinks. And
Yeah.
like I was trying to save my cash for that stuff. So like I was racking up quite a little bill on my credit card for like souvenirs and purchases, like,
Yeah.
stuff for me
I
and
didn't even want to
souvenirs
look.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I looked at my credit card statement. I had only actually spent $279 in
That's not
like,
bad at all.
which is not bad. I thought for sure I racked up like a $700. No, it really wasn't that bad.
I'm hoping it's the same for me. I know that I did use cash. I used my card a couple times, but most of the time I was just Venmoing you or Avi. I was like, yep, take
Right.
care of it. Let me know the bill.
Yeah, a lot of like the restaurants and the drinks and stuff, I was also like, Venmos were flying back and forth all weekend.
So convenient.
It was,
I didn't want to
isn't
deal
it?
with any cash.
The best thing ever.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I had cash on hand in case I needed stuff.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
so
But
that was
those
employee
absinthe
32.
posters, when Avi and I went up to pay for our individual ones, the guy behind the counter was like, we just got these back
Oh,
in.
that's right.
And Avi looks at me all weekend. He was like, how you be doing that? Because it was a weekend of like really amazing synchronicities, a lot of firsts that you guys
Uh-huh.
hadn't been able to do before, or we just kind
Yeah.
of lucked out on. It was
Yeah. It was the same type deal like when we went to Salem the first time for our photo shoot and to record. Like we had a lot of weird synchronistic stuff happen on that trip as well. So I don't know if it's just like our energy in the Salem area energy. It's just like the universe has conspired to give us like the best luck
yeah.
that
I don't think
possibly
it's
happen.
just Salem. I think you and I make magic together.
I-
And then when we're physically together,
It's
it's
just
just
like
amplified. And we
it's
see it more because we're working with each other's energy. Yeah.
yeah, it's an explosion of rocket sauce
Rocket
for
sauce. And we'll
sure.
talk about our energies shortly, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I completely forgot about. I don't even know. Did I put that on here? The House Witch store? I don't know if I
I
put
don't
that
know
on here.
what day that was. Your
I don't
parents
even
were
remember.
there.
Yeah, I think
It
it was on
might have been
Friday.
this day because I don't think your aunt and uncle were there yet.
Oh, it might have been Friday. I think you might be right because remember we went back. Me and Avi actually went back on the Sunday because we had an appointment.
Right. So it could have been this day. 'Cause
I
I
think
really
it
don't think your aunt
was.
and uncle were there yet.
Yeah, I don't think they were. I think we were still waiting for them.
Yeah. So I'm not
Mm.
sure where we want to add this in, but ended up walking down Essex at some point, right?
Yeah, because we went to the Black Craft Cult store, and again another old bank.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this is the store with the big witch on the ceiling, and they have those beautiful black and white checkered floors, and they have Edgar Allan Poe statues and the huge mirror you can get like a
Mm-hmm.
nice little photo op in. And I don't remember this from last time, but they had a lot of baby wear there because you were shopping for a baby gift, right?
I did. I didn't end up buying anything. I was trying to call my cousin to see it. Like, is this okay? Because the one I had like the upside down pentagram with the goat head in it. And I was like,
Yeah.
this might be too much, but underneath it said like stay true to yourself or something like that. So I had
Yeah.
like two baby things in my hand, but he wasn't picking up. I was like, I don't want to buy this and waste the money. I'll try to find
Yeah.
something else. But yeah, they had like a baby section and they had a pet section.
I didn't see the pet
It was
section.
right in the middle. They had little pet outfits.
Oh, that's
It
so
was so
cute.
adorable.
I was gonna ask, is your cousin, are they like into the witchy kind of stuff, or would they
Yeah,
have been weirded out if you gave that to them?
no, I don't think they'd freak out. I think they want, because when we had last talked, he said, I can't wait for baby to have like the band onesies, like the cool black and the AC/DC Led Zeppelin onesies. I was
Uh-huh.
like, I got you. I got you.
Okay.
This guy's gonna be baby's gonna be awesome.
Okay.
But there, you push that line of Satan. you,
Yeah.
want- I don't want to freak out the family.
Right, right, right.
But I loved, I don't know, maybe I'm just like scooting the line. I loved all the Satan stuff. I
Yeah.
got one or two patches. I wanted to get this little enamel pin. I just thought it was so freaking cool. I'm kind of like leaning that way a little bit.
Kristina is a
Salem changed me.
self-proclaimed Satanist.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then we headed to the witch house, which we had driven past a couple times. Even in September, we passed it.
Yeah.
The big black house where everybody takes pictures. Not a lot of people were in front this time, were they?
No, because it was a Thursday
Mm-hmm.
afternoon, so it was still a work day at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I kind of wanted to do all this stuff. Then on the weekend, it's swamped.
Yes.
And like you saw, when we rolled into town on like Friday, Saturday morning, there was already a line down the block to take a
Yeah.
picture at these places.
Mm-hmm. Same with the Robes Mansion.
Yes. So if you want to get a picture in front of any of these places, you got to kind of do that on a weekday, on an off peak time.
And you said for both Witch House and Robes Mansion, you can get in tours within the building, right?
Witch House, I believe so, but they were already sold out with tours by the time we even got there. And we were trying to look online for tours to go through there, and like their website honestly sucks. They need somebody else running their website because it's just
impossible to get
it's impossible to get tickets. I don't know how they were sold out because they don't freaking sell tickets online.
Yeah, I don't know.
And if they could, I couldn't find them.
It's all about who you know.
I guess so. Yeah, we did go into Witch House. I think the very first year me and Avi went, we managed to get in there for like a spooky ghost tales by the candlelight kind of tour.
I love that.
It was very,
was
very
it real
spooky.
candles?
I don't remember. It was
seems like a hazard.
Glowing lanterns or something. Like it was low lit, but I don't remember if they were actually candles lit in there. But it was really cool in there, very spooky, old house. And that was the last time we were ever in there.
Yeah.
And I don't know how we got tickets because can't now.
And you said the Witch House is the last remaining structure directly linked with the 1692.
Yeah, that was the home of Judge Jonathan Corwin, and I believe that he was getting testimonies from the accused, quote, which is I don't know if they were doing the testimonies in that house, but that's where he resided.
The house that is right next to the memorial benches.
Yeah.
Do you remember what that is called?
The ones right next door to the memorial benches. I don't remember what that one is called. It is now Old Burying Point Welcoming Center. But the house next to that, I took some pictures because when we went in that Welcome Center, I took pictures of what those other buildings were called.
Avi and I were standing outside it, and he had used his phone to scan and listen to an audio like tour thing. And it was saying that the foundation of that house is also directly linked to that year. The structure has since been redone, refurbished, but the stone support underneath is original, which is cool. And he and I were like peeking through this glass. We were trying to like look inside, like what the hell's in there, because we didn't know if you had to like pay, and we were just kind of like peeking in. And then we walked around and it was wide open. You could just walk right in.
I guess that's the Welcome Center. I don't know if is that the Pickman house?
Oh, it might be. We
talk about this a little later on because we actually went into that Welcome Center, I think, when Mark and Gina were with us. I think that was the next day. So yeah, we got some photos in front of the witch house, and then we walked down to Rope's mansion, which is Allison's house in Hocus Pocus. And I think they only used the exterior shot of that house in the movie. I don't think anything was filmed inside that house, and I've actually never even been inside the Ropes mansion. I don't know if they do tours inside there. I know sometimes it's lit up really cool, like red lights and stuff from the inside, so it looks cool when you're looking at it from the street, but I don't know if they do tours inside the house. But you can walk behind the house and tour the very beautiful gardens there, which is
I think when we were taking pictures out front, there were people walking out.
Were there?
Yeah, I think one or two people had been like, oh, excuse me, coming out.
Okay.
I think so. But yeah, the gardens behind the house are so pretty.
Yeah, so we took some photos of the gardens, which were beautiful, and everything was still in bloom, which was lovely. So get some beautiful floral shots. I think that house is linked with the Peabody Essex Museum. So if there are tours inside that house, you might have to purchase them from the Peabody Essex, I guess, the website. But I've never been in that house. But there's stories about that house. Do you remember when we went to the Gallows Hill stage, that like really creepy show inside the Gallows Hill stage show, the one where I hurt my eye?
Yeah. What? I don't know the story though.
They were telling a story about a little girl that used to live there, and she was like, one day she was playing too close to the fire and it caught her dress on fire, and like or at least her dress like went up in flames, and
and nobody hurt her.
And she's supposedly like a ghost that now I guess haunts those halls.
That's so sad.
Yeah. Oh. And there were a couple more, I guess, spooky stories about that house, but I don't remember. So after we took some photos in front of the Ropes mansion, we walked back down Derby toward the Hawthorne Hotel, because right next to that is the Italian restaurant Bella Verona, which we had reservations at for 4 p.m. And that does sound like an early dinner, because 4 o'clock for dinner is pretty early, but we had to be somewhere.
Yeah. Right? And we were waiting a little bit for the rest of your family to to
Oh,
kind of show up.
that's
And
right.
we had a little wine and they give us some bread. And by, I don't know, 4:45, we were like, we might want to put our order in because we had to get out of there
Yeah.
by 5:45, six
Yeah,
o'clock.
yes. We had about a 45-minute drive to Somerville, which is where the armory, I think it's called Arts at the Armory. That's where we were headed because we had tickets to see Alice Hoffman and Hilary Burton speak on their panel. And I really had no idea how this event was going to be set up, but I was under the impression that it was going to be like an actual book signing. Like I knew they were going to talk about their book, and then I thought that they were going to like have a meet and greet after where
Same.
anybody who purchased the tickets can get their book signed and get to chat with Alice a little bit, but it was no such thing of the
That was not
sort.
how it was.
That was not how it worked
Okay,
at
but
all.
before we even get there, like, okay, so your mom went with us. Your
Yeah.
mom drove graciously. I'm in the back trying to navigate for you guys. She's not looking at the GPS
Oh my
because it
God.
was not set in the perspective. It was set in the bird's eye view.
Hmm.
That's kind of confusing to some
It
people
was
to
hard to read.
follow.
Yeah.
And Massachusetts, your streets are fucked up. like, like it says go left, but the left isn't really a left. It's kind of like a diagonal between two other streets. And like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I was like, I'm just
Oh,
gonna sit back here. Like at one point, I whipped off my seatbelt and I was like, Dee, look, go here. And she's like, you guys were like, calm down. I just sat back there and I shut the fuck up. And she's like, okay, where do I go now? I'm like, I'm not, I quit.
no,
Like, how do you quit now?
you got really pissed after you told us to go straight through like a weird turn and there was a cop right next to us and we're like, we're
So
not gonna get a ticket out of state.
that lane like merged up into the right. So that's
Yeah.
why I was like, never mind. Because it wasn't, you weren't going like where the cop was going. It kind of went to the right a little bit. And I could see on my phone, but your GPS in front of you was not, it was
Oh,
not in an orientation that was helpful. That's for
it
sure.
sucked. It
Yeah.
was
I
it
was
was
like,
really hard to read.
nobody's listening to me. I'm going to shut up.
I'm like, we
I was
just don't want to
mad.
get a ticket out of state because
Yeah.
that friggin' sucks. So we just
Yeah.
turned into like, I don't know, like a Walgreens or CVS parking lot and just did like a loop around and then went out the street that way. But
But we got
it,
there. Well,
yeah,
we were trying to park at the armory,
no
but there was no
spots.
parking. And there was a sign like go park on Second and Green or some
That
shit
was
like that.
far. That was
And yeah,
fucking far.
we're doing that. So we found a parking lot across from a Dunkin' Donuts. And Dee's like, I swear to God, if I get towed or if we get closed in here, I'm gonna be so pissed. But we
Yeah,
didn't. It was fine. We had
it was
2
fine.
blocks to walk or something like that. But
Yeah,
like we didn't know what this neighborhood was like
right,
walking at night. So
right. We
we
don't
got
want to
there, we got
park too
in.
far.
It
They didn't
was
even check my ticket.
yeah, yeah. They asked what your name was though, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, my name was on the list,
Mm-hmm.
so I had our, our 3 tickets there. So, and then remember when we walked inside, he tried giving us Hillary's book, and I was like, "Oh no, we're here for Alice."
And he's like,
And
oh, I don't see that.
he's like, "I don't think so." And I was like, "No, that I think so. I definitely purchased Alice tickets." But like, it didn't matter because it was the same panel anyway. It just depending on who you signed up for, that's whose books you got. And
Right.
we could have signed up for both, but I remember like when we were having this discussion back when we purchased the tickets, we were like, okay, well, we really don't have the money for to see both of them because I was under the impression that it was going to be an Alice panel and then she was going to go off stage and then it was going to be a Hillary panel.
Yes.
And like I thought we were just purchasing tickets to see one of them.
But it was the price was for the book.
The price was for the book. Yeah. So we saw both, they both did a panel on stage. It was really cool because they interviewed each other kind of about their own books.
So we walk in and it's a large space. It had all seating. And then when you walked in, the stage was on the right with 2 chairs. But there was also like a balcony area, which we ended up walking up and sitting in. And we got actually really good seats. We walked to the far end and we sat along the wall and we had a straight shot right to the stage. So we were upstairs and then sat there for a little bit. I think it recorded some of the interviews, so I can also put that on Patreon. So we sat there and Hillary is super nice. She's very down to earth. It's kind of cool to know that there are witches in Hollywood. Like even if it's not like a ritualistic witch, it's somebody who is cognizant of the energies that are tied to tradition or the earth or, her book is called Grimoire Girl, and it's
Yeah.
not really a novel. It's things that have happened in her life or how she tailors her life and chronicles her the little synchronicities or the special things she does.
Yeah, and she was telling some spooky stories about like some of the old houses that she lived in, and also like flea market finds, and how her and Alice collect old pictures of random people that they don't know, because like it's sad that the people dispose of those things of their like supposed loved ones or ancestors, and those things just find a way back out into the public forum, or I guess the collective. Yeah.
Which is weird because you do that same thing. And we talked about that on our exorcisms episode, but also Hillary and Alice had never met in person.
Yeah. That's why I was nudging you. I was like, oh my God, it's the same relationship.
It's the same thing. They had never met. They were internet buddies.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so Hillary did a lot of the talking. Alice seemed to be a little not shy, but more reserved. It was Hillary's book tour, and Alice kind of hopped on board, but they were just talking how magic influenced their life and the big deal that practical magic has become. And somewhere along the way, I don't know if it was like the the man who introduced everything said that they had pre-signed the books. And that's when I was like, I'm not sure if they're going to be sticking around after, if that's the case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they did not.
I
was super disappointed.
At the very end, they said, if anybody has questions, you can come forward. And of course, Justina and I, we're both shy. Like I don't like people looking at me when I'm asking questions.
Oh, I don't like public speaking at all.
Not at all. So there were quite a few girls in line. And then the guy was like, okay, we're going to stop the line there. And by that point, I was like, all right, dang, I should have hopped in line and just asked, taken off, because I had my Magnolia Street shirt on. I had a shirt underneath. I was like, I should take my shirt off and go up and ask her, how does she feel about there being a podcast based on practical magic?
Yeah.
Of course, it's like hindsight, like woulda, shoulda, coulda. Didn't do it. So all the questions get asked. By the last question, I kind of nudged you. I was like, hey, let's go downstairs before everybody starts funneling out. Maybe we can catch them. Maybe they'll stick around, give hugs, whatever. They didn't do that. They fucked off. They left so fast.
Yeah.
There was a big line for people to buy additional books if they wanted to. And I took some of the business cards. I was like, I'm going to put these cards right by the books. And you said some people took them,
Some
right?
people, yeah. Yeah, okay, so Kristina means our business cards, okay? Not their business cards. We had our business cards, our podcast business cards with us. And Kristina put a few by the book table, where they were selling additional books. And you walked away. And I was still standing by the table because I was like, I kind of want Hillary's book. I really wanted her book. I had every intention of buying her book when I went there. I just wasn't sure if they were like allowing you to buy the other book if you didn't purchase it when you got the ticket. So I was like, am I allowed to get the other book? Am I not? But like, yeah, they had plenty of books for everybody to buy if they didn't initially buy it with the ticket. So I actually got Hillary's book. I can't wait to read it. They were all pre-signed, so we got their pre-signed books. I'm just really salty that we didn't get to fucking meet them.
I know.
So yeah, I'm standing by the table, and a couple girls see the business cards and like, ooh, what's this? And I was like, oh, it's a podcast. And their eyes like lit up. They're like, oh my God, I love podcasts. And I was like, it's a practical magic podcast. And they were like, oh my God, thank you so much. And
that's so funny.
They left. So like, I don't know if if they're listening. Hey guys, it was cool to see you at the not signing at the panel. So yeah, so then I got back in line, and then I bought Hillary's book.
I was trying to like skirt around and see who was holding Alice's book, and I tried going up to a couple people, and some people look at you real weird when you're handing them a business card. That's a fact. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I just know that you're a practical magic or Alice Hoffman fan. You might be interested in this. I'm not trying to sell you anything, but some of the people I went up to just gave me the fucking weirdest look, because they were obviously there for Hillary.
Yeah.
And you and I talked about, you can tell who loves practical magic, because if you go up and ask somebody, hey, do you like practical magic? And they say, I think I've seen that. Yeah. They're not for you.
Nope.
But if you go up and they're like, I love that movie, it's my favorite. And that's your person. Right?
Yep. You either love it or you don't. There's no in between. There's no, I've seen it once and I kind of like it. No. Yeah. If that's the type of person you are, you need to sit down, actually watch the goddamn movie, and then we'll talk. So yeah, we were kind of using that method, like going up to people who had the Alice book in their hand, because, Alice was promoting The Invisible Hour, which is her new book. She also had copies of Practical Magic for sale there. The new one that came out, like the gold and black cover edition. Beautiful, beautiful cover of that edition. We were kind of like, I was kind of scoping out like who had the Alice books, who had the Hillary books. I know, like you said, a lot of the people were there for Hillary because it was her book tour. And I know a lot of her fans, most of that audience was probably her fans. Just going up to some of the people that also had Alice's book in their hands and just trying to kind of figure out who was like the real Practical Magic fans and just giving those people the card. Remember that one group we went up to and we're like, hey, you guys like Practical Magic? And the one girl was like, I didn't read it yet. And I was like, oh, okay, thank you for your time. And I turned around.
Yeah. There was one girl when you were standing in line. I was trying to shuffle out of one of the aisles and I noticed one of the girls in front of me had Alice's book. I was like, do you like Practical Magic? And she did say, yes, I actually really love that movie. I was like, do I have a podcast for you? But there was one or two young ladies that were really accepting. So that was nice. Right. But everybody else was kind of like, ugh.
Yeah, kind of lame.
So you guys got your books. Did your mom buy one too?
No, I think I was like, I'll let you read mine when I'm done if you want to. She's like, all right. But all three of our tickets came with Alice's Invisible Hour book. So she got that one.
But it was 45 minutes away, which was like kind of a bummer to not even get to be like, you have a whole podcast neighborhood who loves you. You know, not even give her a card, not even get anything signed. Just nothing. It was kind of sad. But what you said, it's not the right time. We're not supposed to meet her yet.
Yeah, we'll have our time. Just wait.
So then we were getting ready to go. We kind of saw some people hanging outside by the side door and we were like, is she coming out? Is this her car? We stood there for a minute, talked to one girl who had Alice's book, gave her a card, and then went back to Salem. Right?
Yeah.
That was it.
Well, we weren't just giving our business cards. We had the little flyers for our meet and greet event on Friday night. So we were also trying to give those to some people, and some people were like, oh, this sounds really cool. And like, we were like, where are you guys from? Some people were like, oh, we're from Salem. So they lived in Salem. So the probability of them popping in, maybe they looking for something to do on a Friday night. Right. Maybe they want to pop in for a drink. Cool. So we just, gave people our event card and our business card, just trying to get the word out to whoever wants to join our friggin' neighborhood. And if you do, you're awesome. If not, sorry, you missed the boat. You missed the boat, but maybe you'll come around one day.
Yeah, so then we drove back and met the family at the Derby.
Yep, closed night 2 out at the Derby again, right?
Yeah, everybody's you had a salad and getting some snacks. I was like, it's so late. Like,
it was late.
My body clock was all messed up. I was like, I can't eat this late, but I had a drink. I was like, yeah, I'll have a drink. I'm sad.
I prefer
this with a drink.
It was very sad. We came back from that event kind of disappointed because, like, deflated. You go with the intention of like meeting somebody you really admire, and then like they're kind of like, all right, thanks for coming by, and then they just leave. It was kind of sad. Yeah, but yeah, we'll meet her eventually one day. Yeah, maybe that just wasn't our time, and that's fine.
Yeah. But we were kind of feeling like kind of ick. Like our stomachs were full of so much, I think, and we're kind of tired. So by the time we went back to the hotel, Justina and I turned into straight up old ladies. Right?
Yeah, you made us some tea and we got our cozy socks on, and I tried going to the bathroom because I think all weekend all of us were kind of having stomach issues. I guess just
it's like the travel belly.
The travel belly, exactly. That's why, like, when we went back to the Derby that night, I was like, I need a salad. I need to get some greens in me because I am not regular right now, and I need to be, because it's not going to be pretty in a couple days if like 2 days pass and
you're gonna be miserable.
So I had a big old grilled chicken salad when we went back to the Derby before we went back to the hotel. And then we had our tea. I tried going to the bathroom and then laid in bed and started thumbing through some of Hillary's book.
Well, we were having a little bit of our tea, and it was like 2 queens or 2 double beds or something. And Justina's on the side next to the night table, and then I'm directly on the side in the next bed. And we're sitting there up to our little waists in our blankets and having our tea. I was like, I feel like this is how Anjette and Aunt Franny end their nights, just in their separate beds with tea, reading. And it was like a nice, happy thought.
Is that how they ended their night when they went to the Holiday Inn, when they split town after after the shit hit the fan?
The Hyatt House.
The Hyatt House, after they left the girls to clean up their own mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went to some Holiday Inn and did exactly that.
Yeah. But this was the NyQuil night, wasn't it?
Oh my God, that's right. We drugged ourselves to get a little shut-eye.
It's a little treat.
I think when we were sitting at the Derby, right, when I was like eating my grilled chicken salad, I was like, I think I want to go to that Walgreens next to our hotel tonight to get some NyQuil because I couldn't sleep the night before.
You said some kind of sleep aid like melatonin or something. I was like, I got NyQuil.
I wanted something because I was like, the night before I couldn't friggin' sleep. I think I woke up at 3 a.m.
Mhm.
and then I was up until 5 a.m. tossing and turning. It was, again, so friggin' hot in there. I don't know who's
It
turning the
was
thermostat up.
67 degrees.
It was hot when I woke up, and I wasn't even bundled up like I was the last time. So I was like, I need to drug myself to sleep because I remember this happened the last time too. When me and Avi rolled into Salem the night before we checked into our hotel, and I was just like buzzing.
Yeah.
You know, it's just
the
so much
energy, the colors,
energy.
the stuff. It's your brain is loaded up.
Overloaded. Yeah. So I was like, by the time we got back to the hotel, even though we had like a busy ass day of travel that first night, I was just like, I couldn't sleep. So this night, when we got back to the hotel, I was like, all right, give me that NyQuil because,
Yeah.
and I slept like a dead person. It was great.
That's awesome.
Thank
But
you
in
for
the
that.
morning though, we were both kind of a little
Groggy. Yeah.
because we went to bed kind of late, you know,
Did
and
you
that
take
stuff
both of the
lingers.
NyQuils? Did you take
Oh
both of them?
yeah, we didn't take both of the NyQuils.
I'm glad I'm a lightweight girl. I'm glad I only took one. If I took two, I would have been sleeping until 2 o'clock the next day. Because I was so groggy when I woke up that next morning.
You're not a big person.
No. And then once we got to Starbucks the next morning, that Friday morning, I got a bagel. And I usually don't eat in the morning, but I was like, if I don't get something in my stomach, I'm going to be sick on this NyQuil.
Oh, yeah.
And then like once I had some, carbs in my system, I perked up a lot more.
Yeah.
And I woke up. So
yeah. All right. I think at this time we're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're going to dive into the rest of the weekend. Buckle up. We'll be right back.
Hey, little witches! The Stinas here. If you've been listening to our podcast for a while, you would know how much we love using the Practical Magic Inner Witch Oracle deck by Grounded by the Moon.
And now we want to share the magic of Grounded by the Moon with you, our listeners. Joseph Benitez Egerton, the creator behind Grounded by the Moon, would like to offer this very special 10% off discount to all who wish to experience the magic of his Practical Magic themed tarot and oracle decks.
But that's not all. He also creates other divination tools like tarot workbooks, deck bags and altar cloths, pendulum kits, oil blends, cleansing sprays, smoke wands, teas, and ritual kits.
And let's not forget about his custom handcrafted all-natural soy candles, where every candle is hand-poured and personally infused and charged under the light of the moon. They even come with a crystal.
And did we mention all of the ingredients in the candles are ethically sourced?
All of Joseph's offerings are just so magical. So go visit groundedbythemoon.com and use the coupon code Magnolia Magic for 10% off your entire order at checkout.
That's MAGNOLIA MAGIC. So get your discount today. You're listening to Magnolia Street Podcast.
Yeah, so that Friday, the next day, we picked your parents up. They drove with us that day because parking one car, finding one parking space was for sure easier than finding two.
Yeah.
Got more Starbucks. And then the first thing we had reservations. You didn't have to pay for Old Burying Point, right? But you had to reserve your spot because I think they only let so many people in at once.
Yep.
Because you said that it used to be kind of muddy and dirty and people could just walk wherever they want around the headstones, but now there's specific gravel trails that you have to keep to.
Yes. Yeah, they have the grass now strung off, so like you can't walk to a grave that's kind of like out of reach from the path. You kind of got to just kind of look at it from a distance, but luckily all I guess the main player characters that are buried there, they're kind of like along the path, so you can get pictures of those gravestones a little easier. Like John Hathorne, he's like right on the edge of the pathway, so you can get a picture of his grave a little easier. You can tell how tall I guess a person is by the foot markers, and I never knew, like they used back in the day, not only did you have a headstone, you also had a footstone.
Which Avi pointed out because we were looking at his headstone. His name is written on one side, so you think that's where his head would be. But it wasn't until the end, because then there was a John Hathorne little footstone. And we were looking, and definitely some are smaller, shorter than other people. It was cool to see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of like laying in bed in the ground. Like it's like a
Mhm.
headboard and a footboard of a bed,
Yes,
right?
exactly. Yep.
Very weird. But yeah, so that's how they used to bury people back in the day. And then me and my mom were looking for Captain Turner, who was the guy, the family that built the House of Seven Gables, where I
Oh,
guess Nathaniel Hawthorne wrote his book about. I
okay.
don't think Nathaniel Hawthorne ever lived in that House of Seven Gables. I think he just wrote about it. The Turner family is the one that built that house, and that Captain Turner is actually buried in that
Did you
old
find
Burial
him?
cemetery. Yeah. So when we were looking at the map at the front of the cemetery, it tells you where all the people of historical importance were buried.
Mm-hmm.
So me and my mom were trying to find it based on what that map told us.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking and we're looking, we're not finding anything. Finally,
We're
the guy
looking and looking.
looking. Finally, the guy comes over, I guess the guy who works at the cemetery, and he's like, it looks like you guys are looking for someone specific. Can I help you find somebody? And we're like, actually, yeah, a Captain Turner. Where is he buried? Because we can't find him. We looked through this whole aisle, and he's like, are you guys trying to follow the map at the entrance? And we're like, yeah. He's like, yeah, that map's a hot mess. It hasn't been updated for 100 years.
Oh no.
So he's like, actually, Captain Turner is not even over here. He's on the other side, and he doesn't have a headstone because he's built in the crypt, the raised mausoleum, and the whole family is in the one tomb.
Okay. I
So
was going to the bathroom at that point. I had
yeah.
dismissed myself. I was
Oh
like, I gotta
yeah.
go to the bathroom.
You completely disappeared at that point, and I didn't even notice because me and my mom were still like lollygagging, looking for people, and
Mhm.
like I didn't even notice that my cousins had arrived at that point. So yeah, we finished up there. We went out back out front to meet up with you guys. Then my cousins wanted Starbucks where we just came from, so everybody ended up backtracking to where we started.
Yeah, this was
And
kind of a kerfuffle because it's
this
like
was a
your dad and me and your
clusterfuck.
yeah, we were like, okay, we'll kind of show them where it is, and then you guys went another direction. I was like, all right, now I'll go find you. But you were like right across the street, so we took a beat, gathered ourselves again, and then I think the three of us, you, Avi, and myself, went to the Pirate Museum.
Yes.
I love the nautical history. I wanted to go to all the pirate museums, and then we didn't even get to go to the nautical museum, like the
Right.
way, but this fucking pirate museum was weird as shit.
It's so weird.
It was weird as shit. And they're employing children. That boy,
He
Ethan,
was like 16,
he was a boy.
probably.
Yeah, yeah, wearing his New Balances. So we got to tour with the wax figures and hear some of the tales.
Didn't he say like one of the pirates got hung or he got executed because he was a shit pirate or he was just like a bad pirate?
Oh
Bad
yeah,
excuse of a pirate.
poor excuse of a pirate. He didn't do
Yeah.
any really piracy, but he talked his name up at some point and then
Yeah.
they hung him.
There was a lot of funny stories in that
Yeah.
museum.
And then you were buying something for someone
Yeah.
and Avi had either walked out or he was looking for you. And there was some dude, some older man waiting for his tour who just had the gift of gab that day. He was trying to tell Avi about like, that's how women are. You look for them and they're never where you think. I don't know what the fuck he said.
Because I was looking for Avi and I was like, should I get this for my friend Vin, the one that donated to our campaign? Because
Yeah.
he had actually when I told him we were going to Salem, he was like, get me something really cool and witchy, I'll pay you for it.
Yeah.
So I was like looking for something for him and he's like all about the pirates. He loves his pirate stuff. So I was like, I came across this cool oil painting with a pirate ship and a little pumpkin on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, oh, that's cute. So I was like, should we get this for Vin? And Avi was like, yeah, sure, that's fine, whatever. So then the guy, that nosy ass guy, he was like, that's husband speak for I really don't care. And I was
Yeah.
like, okay, I didn't ask you,
You want to
sir.
mind your own business?
Mind your own damn business.
Stay in your lane, old man.
Yeah. So then I paid, I checked out, I got my purchase, and then Avi came back in or something. I don't remember what he said the next time, but basically he chimed in again and he was like, that's husband speak for I'm leaving or like I'm like whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, you have a nice day. Goodbye. He's just like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Thank you. Goodbye.
So yeah, we met back up with your family outside that museum and we walked back down to the haunted house alley on Derby Street, showed them the benches, the memorial benches. They
Yeah.
did the whole walk. They walked around it.
Yeah, and at one point it was really funny. So I was walking with my cousin Gina And, I was telling her a little bit about the bench memorial, and she was like, yeah, I heard like some guy got stoned or something. I was like, yeah, Giles Corey, I'll show you where his bench is. So I walked her all the way back to the Giles Corey's bench, and we're, talking, and I'm like telling them the story, and I'm like, yeah. And then he wouldn't tell them, so he just kept asking for more weight, and he's the only person in the witch trials that got stoned to death. And like, I'm telling her the whole story of Giles Corey, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's this man standing right next to us, and he was kind of tall. He had the golf cap on,
Mm-hmm.
and pair of like sunglasses. The whole time I'm thinking this is Mark, my cousin Gina's husband, and I'm telling them both the story, and the guy turns around and he's like, I know the story, but I'd love to hear it again. And I'm like, that's not Mark.
So cute. That's nice
And
of
me,
him.
me and Gina just like looked at each other, and we were cracking up. We're like, oh my God, we thought you were her husband.
That's so
Where the
funny.
fuck is Mark? And Mark is on like the other side of the stone bench memorial, and I'm like, Mark, get your ass away.
I gotta tell the story again.
And like, once Mark came over, the two of them were standing next to each other. I'm like, you guys could be freaking twins.
That's so cute.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
really
I was like,
funny.
y'all have a nice day now. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like,
Yeah.
good thing, Gina, good thing you didn't like pinch his ass or something.
Right. Or like put your arm around him or whatever. Yeah. That
You're
was the time that Bobby
dying.
and I were looking at the foundation of the house. And then we all went
Mm.
inside and looked around a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was so freaking funny. I'm like, oh my God. I was so embarrassed. I was mortified. I was like, I am so sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
If I can later on at the very end tell you about my side quest, there are so many women in Stockbridge that look like my mom. I'll just leave that there.
Oh my God.
Anyway, yeah. So then we went back to the Charter Street Cemetery.
Yeah, we went into the welcome center, and we were looking at all the stuff, and like I had every intention of going back to that welcome center because they had some stuff in the gift shop there that was really cool. They had like the stone markers, like the
Mhm.
head pieces of a gravestone. And they had a whole book about those head markers, which
Mhm.
I kind of wanted to get that book. And then we ended up not going back at any point, and I totally forgot, but
Oh,
we'll get it next
sorry.
time.
Yeah, you could
We'll
find
be
them
back.
online too.
We'll be back. They also had like a lot of like prints and postcards and stuff, and I was like, oh, I want to get some of these and just like
Yeah, they
hang
were
them up around
cool.
the house.
I was trying to take shots of all the stuff. I was like, I want to buy that. I want to buy that. Can't buy that. I will make that. Like all the
Yeah.
stuff. I was like, I could probably make that.
Yeah.
So, but beautiful art, like really cool block prints, just really
Hmm.
cool stuff.
So then we had to rush out of there because we had actually tickets to go to the Count Orlok's Nightmare Gallery, which is a really cool monster museum. If you guys are into, I guess, like old Hollywood monsters and like movie monsters and, just scary movies in general, they
Yeah.
had a lot of cool memorabilia there and wax figures.
It was really neat. There was a big werewolf. It was the American Werewolf in London werewolf. And we found Griffin Dunn there. There was a little plaque with his little face on it, all about the American Werewolf in London.
Yeah.
But they were saying that a few little spaces in there, specifically like the second vault or something like that, there has been a woman seen, a little apparition, right?
Yeah, that's what the guy was saying. The guy, we were waiting in line. The guy was funny because there were like 9 of us, right? And he kept like counting, and then he made us move. And then we had a little chat with him at the front when we were about to go in. And me and Ami were asking him why don't they do the haunted house anymore? Because initially Count Orlok's used to be over by the Pirate Museum, like on the main street, and then they moved it over to Derby. And I think he said once they moved it, they wanted to keep things more manageable, and the haunted house was just too much to have a haunted house running on top of, I guess, a museum. So they opted to, I guess, get rid of that. But their haunted house, when we went a few years back, so cool. So cool.
He was like the owner, basically, right?
Yeah,
I was like, oh, he's
think
the
so.
bouncer or whatever that let people in at a certain rate.
The bouncer.
But no,
Yeah.
like his picture, he is pictured with a few of the movie monsters, like
Yeah.
on set or something.
Yeah. So he had a lot of like photographs of like, I guess just like, actors in Hollywood that are in all these cool monster films, and he had a lot of their autographs on all these photos. I'm kind of bummed that like they don't let you take pictures of anything, but I completely get, like, they want that element of mystique. They want people to visit and not see pictures floating around online.
But they also had like newer monsters, like the Stranger Things monster.
Demogorgon, yeah.
Yeah. And like Alien and, some of those newer ones.
Yeah, yeah. I think my dad and Mark really enjoyed that museum because they're both movie buffs, and my dad really loves like those old black and white films.
That's cool. Yeah. And they
Yeah.
did a little shopping there. I saw them carrying around t-shirts or something they wanted
Yeah,
to buy.
they all got the Ouija board t-shirts to piss off my Aunt Fifi, because if you guys have
Their Thanksgiving ensemble.
they want to wear that to Thanksgiving to piss my aunt off. If you guys listen to our I don't remember what episode it was, we were talking about how my aunt threw my Ouija board over the fence.
Over the fence.
So it's a laughing, it's a joke to this day.
And then everybody needed to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, so like right in that little like courtyard right next to the Count Orlocks, that's where the town hall is, where they shot Hocus Pocus, the party scene where the parents go to that costume party. So we actually had tickets to go see Bridget Bishop's
Cry of Innocence or something.
Yeah, Cry Innocent, the trial of Bridget Bishop. It's like kind of like a reenactment, and it's like audience participation. The audience and the crowd gets to decide whether Bridget Bishop is guilty or innocent of witchcraft. So that was a lot of fun. Before we went in there, me and Kristina kind of were waiting for people to go to the people were going to the porter potties, right?
Mm-hmm.
And me and you like saw this little tattoo shop out of the side of our eye, and we're like, what's up there?
Yeah, but it was like the second time we saw it, and I kind of like looked. I was like, it looked private, like very private, because you walk in and there's immediately a set of stairs.
Yes.
And upstairs you could kind of see beautiful big windows, and we didn't go in that time, but this time you were like, we saw people come out. I was like, let's go check that out.
Yeah.
Private bathroom up there.
Yeah.
Amazing. But we wanted to stop in because like the whole weekend we were kind of toying with getting tattoos, and your mom, every time she saw a shop, she's like, are we getting tattoos? And we did not, but we went into, it's called Acorn Tattoo, and really beautiful space up there. So we used the bathroom, took some pictures on the stairwell, and then went to our Bridget Bishop.
Yep. And then we headed out to Bridget Bishop. Really weird how that whole thing went down. So we were like the first ones in line, but then we got bum rushed by a tour that came out of freaking nowhere, and everybody cut us in line.
So apparently we thought we were on time. We were at the back of the building, I guess. Well, we thought where it was going to start. And then apparently it had started on the other side. The whole group was on the other side. And they came around the back of the building, and we were like, oh shit, we missed like 5 minutes of whatever happened. And then we were ushered inside and up the stairs.
Because Avi was checking in. He was like making sure that the lady, because there was a lady with like in a little cart right outside, I guess, doing the check-ins. So we were checking in. She's like, oh, you guys here to check in? We're like, yeah. So we're checking in, and then we get bum rushed by this tour. So now like we're all split up, and she's giving us, I guess, like this little like sachet bag of something, which was like our quote admission to the trial or whatever.
Yeah, that was weird.
So,
like no sooner was I handed one that they were like, okay, put it in this basket. Okay.
Right. So they gave us these little sachets, then we were to put it in a basket as we're walking into the building, up these stairs, and ushered into this like group, I guess like courtroom drama or whatever. So we get seats out all the way at the back. I think my parents were like sitting off to the side. Me and you were like sitting next to each other with Gina and the girls in the back. And then Mark and Avi were right in front of us. The whole time, like, we're trying to figure out if this lady, Bridget Bishop, if she's guilty or innocent based
but there were
on
three actors.
Oh yeah.
All doing different parts. They would all just change a little piece of their outfit to portray somebody else.
It took me half of that whole performance to figure out that that's what was happening. I was like, wait a minute, is that guy just playing 3 different people? And you're like, Gina was like, you just noticed that?
But it was zoning out. We were all we sat there for a while. What do you think, like an hour? That whole thing?
You think it was a whole
45 minutes?
Maybe like 30-40 minutes, yeah.
But it was nice and warm inside, and everybody was sitting down, and I know I was not the only one getting sleepy up there. I was nice and comfy.
So sleepy. Yeah.
So sleepy.
Yeah, my eyes were definitely drifting off. This show relies heavily on audience participation. So I guess the judge or whoever is, doing this whole court procession asks the people in the audience like what they think of certain things, and like people in the audience can stand up and question the validation, I guess, of the evidence brought forth, and is it can they validate it, or is there something else going on? I guess that makes it not as viable. Or some people stood up and asked questions, and like I kind of had a question on the tip of my tongue the whole time, but then I was like, ugh. Like back to the whole Alice Hoffman thing. I don't want to get up in front of people and
Right.
you know, ask a question.
Yeah.
So I kind of held it in, but the whole time I was thinking, like one of the excuses that they used, because they were talking about a little boy that was, I guess, possessed, or he was, how he had to give consent to let the devil inside him.
Yes. Yeah.
So
All about consent, I guess.
all about consent, and how the little boy had to give the devil consent to, I guess, let him take over his body. But then I was thinking, like, remember the night before we went on that other tour and the dude was telling us how there were animals put to death as a result of being bewitched or something during the witch trials? So I'm thinking, like, if a little boy had to give consent, why doesn't an animal have to give consent to be taken over by the devil?
I feel like they would have been like, Satan can speak every language. He can interact with every species. So
they would have had some backup answer, I guess, on reserve for anybody maybe who asked that. But that was the question that I had in mind. And then ultimately they take a vote of hands at the end to see if Bridget Bishop is guilty or not.
And they said, if you believe this woman to be guilty, raise your hand. And
yeah.
Mark's hand in front of us shoots up. And Avi looks over at him. And then he looks back at us like, I see you, motherfucker.
Yeah. I'm like, you do know you're outnumbered right now, right? You're in which
and Mark
city?
is like, the evidence is there. What can I say?
And it's funny because Mark is a detective in real life. He's a detective. So he's like, the evidence proved to be, I guess,
so funny.
It was sufficient enough for him to vote Bridget Bishop guilty. I don't remember if our story ended with her being guilty in that courtroom.
No, she was innocent.
She was innocent? Okay.
Majority.
Yeah. And I'm kind of disappointed. This time, I don't remember them saying the outcome of Bridget Bishop in real life. Did they say the outcome of her?
I think they did.
Did they? Okay. Maybe I was just, again, I was drifting. I was going. I had the sleepies in that whole courtroom. Oh yeah, everybody was hungry. So we headed back to Washington Street for some food. That's when we hit up the Salem Burger Company, which was like a 2.5 hour wait.
Yeah, fuck that.
We were like, no. So we went back across the street, went to O'Neill's, got right in there. Like it was like what, 20-30 minute wait to get into O'Neill's?
Yeah, we sat separately. They couldn't do a 9 top.
Yeah, so me and Kristina split a burger, which was plenty, right? I'm glad we split that. That was so much food. Got some more drinks. Did you get another chowder there? I don't remember.
I did get another
chowder. Yeah.
I think I had mentioned it because I don't think I ordered. I think you ordered, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, I kind of went, I was like, maybe I don't need a chowder in my mind.
Yeah.
But I think you ordered and you were like, and she'll have a chowder. I was like, okay.
I don't remember. I think you put out more flyers in that bathroom too, I think, right?
I did. Yes, I did. Your mom had some kind of tropical drink that was warm, kind of, but so she requested ice. Yeah. It was like the drink that never ended. Because she would keep adding the ice, and
that's right.
She's like, I'm feeling really good right now.
Yeah, I think really it was cute. Like, was it tropical or was like that milky, like a liqueur kind of deal? And I think my dad had that punch with like everything in it, right? It had like rum in it.
Yeah. It was a sangria of some kind.
Taylor cherries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, well, bye.
Good night.
Good night. Yeah. I think
was this Friday?
This was Friday.
I mean,
it was a long day.
This was a long day. This was only lunchtime.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were not done.
We did a lot before lunchtime. Yep. So we finished eating at O'Neill's, and then we walked back to the corner of Washington and Essex Street so my cousins could get the pictures with the Bewitched statue. And then we saw this like weird inflatable, like red, it looked like it was supposed to be a balloon animal. I couldn't tell what the hell it was. It was weird.
And out like classic balloon animal dogs.
Yeah.
This person had a huge inflatable costume. It was red and shiny. I don't know how those work. Is there like a fan inside that keeps it puffed up?
I guess it would have to. Otherwise, they'd probably suffocate in there. I don't know. I don't know how those costumes work, but I couldn't even imagine just like walking around in that thing, as awkward and big and bulky as it is, across a very crowded intersection and all through Derby Street. Like, imagine just like trying to maneuver.
And they had to hold somebody's hand. I wonder if they could even see in there.
Did you see that other person? They were dressed like sriracha. No. It was like
I gotta go watch your video.
It was a sriracha bottle and a balloon animal, and it was the most random pairing I've ever seen in my life. It was amazing.
And when your cousins got the picture in front of the statue, there was one other person, but there was not really a line. There was like a tour group, right, waiting.
Yeah.
But they were able to get photos together pretty easily.
Yeah,
Do you remember if there was a
we
line?
found a little opening, I guess. Like, there was a lull in the crowd, so they were able to hop in there real quick and get their picture.
Yeah. Few and far between, though. It was
Yeah,
busy.
the night before, I think they already got a picture with that statue the night before when we were at the Alice signing because Avi had taken them around to tour downtown Salem
Mhm.
while we were out.
Mark was like, I saw this whole fucking city. I saw this whole city in one evening.
Yeah. Yeah.
So much walking.
It's actually smaller than people might think, right? It's a lot.
Yeah, I was trying to tell my neighbors that too. Like, they were like, well, how far did you go? And they were trying to compare it to other towns. I was like, no, it's small. You can walk from one end to the
Yeah.
other of like the main stuff in no
Yeah,
time.
yeah, like 20 times over in one day. We're walking from end to end, right? From Derby.
Zigzags back and forth.
Zigzag.
2 weeks.
Exactly.
2 weeks straight.
So from the Derby at the end of Washington Street all the way back to the Pickering Wharf.
It looks big though on a
It
map.
does look big. We walked to Lynn Street, which was where the Gallows Hill Museum and Theater was, because we had tickets to do the main show as well as the basement museum. Avi and I do this show every single year. We did it the first year that we went, and I'm like, I know it's super cheesy, and it's a short, it's a little 20-minute stage presentation kind of show, but it's really, really creepy. And the first year we went, I don't know if I told you this, the first year we went, Salem wasn't as busy as it is now. Like when we went the first year, I don't remember if it was like on a Friday night. I don't remember when we rolled into town, but that night that we rolled into town, we went to this show. It was a late night show. It was like a 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night showing. And it was like a beer and show combo. So we were able to like have a little beer or like a wine sample beforehand. And that came with our ticket. So it was really creepy just to like be there that late at night and like nobody else was around. And like we didn't really know Salem that much then. So I was like, is this a safe area? Like it was just like, there was like nobody around. It was just a really creepy vibe. I was like, ugh, I freaking love this show. It was so awesome. And that year, do you remember in the show when that thing with the red eyes, the thing that you said looks like the thing from what movie?
The Village.
The Village, yeah, the M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah.
That thing was actually creeping around in the audience before the show even started, just hovering over people. And I was like, I cannot. It was freaking me out. I was like, Avi, you get the outside.
That thing was the coolest costume by far. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So this was my first time there. You said it is a pretty short show, but this one for you was a little different. I'm sure it felt like a decade-long show for you, but we'll get there in a second. And the stage is kind of laid out like the outside of a hut. Or the inside of a hut looking, out into the wilderness.
Yeah.
And they have different special effects that happen, but also people in costume, also like a narrator. But everybody kept trying to get me to sit in the middle. And I was like, nah, I know better. Because I'm like, I don't know why, if it was the haunted houses or what. I was like, always look up. Like there's always gonna be something above you. But your dad sat in the middle. Yeah. And part of the stage, like permeated the audience, so it was like a runway almost into the audience that it split the audience in half so the actors could basically run at you. And your dad was right in the bullseye of all the action.
Yeah, no fear even in
the haunted
houses. He's like, I'll go first.
Give a shit.
I'm like, where
was the honey badger?
Like, where did he grow these balls all of a sudden?
He was the silent warrior of our group.
Yeah.
And it was like a retelling of like folklore in the area plus the Salem witch trial information.
Yeah, it was a mixture of the two, and a couple jump scares here and there.
Oh yeah, no. We first went in, we're sitting down, we're getting ready, and Justina's on my right and Avi's on my left, and I lean over to her. I'm like, as long as it doesn't just go pitch black. All of a sudden, I'll be fine. And what the fuck happens in the next second? Boom! All the lights are out. And it's like the blackness that you can't see your hand in front of your face, kind of black. And I grabbed Justina's arm. I was like, oh, damn it! I'm like, why? At least they got that out of the way at the beginning. I was like, the rest of the time, your eyes kind of adjust to the dimness. But it was really cool. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. You grabbed onto my arm. I was like, calm down. Because like, I mean, I've been there like tons of times, so I knew like, I was aware of what was coming up next, so I knew nothing like, bad was gonna happen. So I'm just like, it's all right. It's gonna be good. It's fine. But then after that pitch black, like after they just like take away all your senses completely, then like a spotlight goes on and these bubbles start coming down from the ceiling.
And everybody's like, oh, it's like a false sense of security
Yeah.
they're giving you.
Yeah.
It was very pretty. However, your instinct is to look up. You want to look up into the bubbles.
Yeah.
Which a lot of us
So
did.
that's what I did. And one of them got me right in the fucking eye.
It popped before and like splattered into your eye, right?
It popped in my eye.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So
bubble to the eye.
painful. And you know what's really funny? Like right before that whole performance, they're like, attention, audience. None of the special effects in this show are harmful. They're completely non-toxic, and none of them will harm you. And literally, that the rest of that entire weekend, my eye was fucked because of that one soap sud from that show that got in my eye. So if you go to that show, just don't look up. Wear some glasses during that scene. I don't know, but I was like, the rest of that whole weekend was just, I just was looking out of it from one eye.
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah, and they weren't gonna let you use the bathroom to wash your eye out. You sat through the rest of the thing, which is amazing.
Well, after the show, I had asked to use the bathroom. I didn't say it was to wash out my eye initially. I just said, "Can I use your bathroom?" And they're like, "Oh, our bathrooms aren't open to the public, but there's a QR code on the door right there. You can scan that and it'll show you all the bathrooms available to use in Salem." I was like, "Actually, one of your soap suds busted me in the eye, and I really need to wash that out."
Busted me.
I don't think I said that, but like, I kind of made her feel bad because like, it was your show that fucked up my eye, so I need to go wash this shit out ASAP.
Yes.
So I went in there, I washed it out, but of course I used the opportunity to actually use the bathroom too because I had to pee.
Atta girl.
So,
yeah.
Get two birds with one stone and wash.
They should have comped you a ticket.
I know.
Like they should have next one's on us.
Right. I was so fucking pissed, and everybody was like, "It's fine. It's just soap. It'll go away." But it didn't for the rest of the weekend. My eye was fucked for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah. We wanted to get you an eye patch like a pirate, but we didn't find. I did see a guy walking around with a patch on.
Luckily, Mark had eye drops. My mom had eye drops. Mm-hmm. Luckily, everybody in my family needs eye drops because they all hooked me up because I needed the eye drops. So my mom actually gave me the rest of that bottle to just use for the rest of the weekend. Thank God, because if I didn't keep I guess lubricating my eyeball, it
probably the astringent just dries your eye out on top of that. That sucks.
It just felt like something was in my eye permanently, like sand or glass. It just felt like razor blades in my eye. It was horrible. Yeah, so guys, if you're gonna go to that show, just be careful of the soap suds. Don't look at them. They will attack you. Don't look at them. They'll turn you to stone.
The most dangerous thing at that show.
Like Medusa. Yeah. Love that show. It's still one of my favorite shows there. Next time I'll be a little more careful when the soap suds come out. We had to go back outside and get back in line because we also had tickets to the museum show or the museum walkthrough tour.
So it's like one building, two events.
Yeah.
Kind of. They let you in one side and you go see this show, and then they let you out the back. So you have to go back around the front. You go in through a separate door for this basement thing.
Yeah.
What was our tour guide's name? Fucking Ethan? Amazing.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about this basement thing.
Yeah. So we go, they kind of huddle you into this hallway that's an offshoot of the main Gallows Hill Theater building. And he's like, all right, everybody go stand in this hallway. Don't go past the plant. Don't go past the plant.
The second plant. Don't go past the second plant.
And of course, my dad, what does he do? He goes past
He's moonwalking his way over there.
He's like, what'll happen if I just, go past? He's such a rebel. He just rules to him made to be broken.
Dude, I love his mischievous nature. That comes back around later at the Hawthorne house. So Ethan comes out. He's like, hey guys, I'll be right with you. He's like, I'm your guy. We're gonna go in the basement. And I don't even remember the storyline of this basement extravaganza, but we go in and he leads us into this one room with an all-seeing eye. Mm-hmm. I don't even know if the old man in the picture was supposed to be a real person or not.
He was moving. It was an animated picture, right? He was moving around, and I think the whole storyline was this archaeologist or curator of all these ancient artifacts. He collected them all and he put them all in this basement, but some of them are haunted, and now we have to get out of the basement, and now we have to find the secret passage to get out of this little room.
It's almost like an escape room. Almost.
Kind of, yeah. Except we have the tour guide Ethan through the whole thing, kind of trying. He's fake panicking, he doesn't know what's going on. He does.
Guys, come on, let's go! Don't touch that. Oh, try this. Let's pull this.
Yeah. And it was very, very Legends of the Hidden Temple. Remember that show?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So every time we would touch something, a door would open, or weird special effects would happen, or spiders would come down from the ceiling.
Yeah.
And remember the one room that we were sitting in where like it was like a huge Ouija board on the wall.
Okay, wait. We're not
Oh,
there yet
okay.
though. We all funnel into one room at the beginning and he's telling us all this stuff, the pictures move in, and like he's like, you have to pull something to get out of here. So we pull and there's like another door that opens. And then there was this like a little hallway that we had to go through, and then there was a plant room.
Yes.
All the like there was a huge Venus flytrap.
Huge Audrey too.
Yeah, Audrey too. And like noises are going off, birds are squeaking, cats are mewing, and he's looking through this fake book.
Oh yeah.
Justina leans over later, so Ethan's looking through this book and he's like, it says we have to do this, this, and this. And Justina's like, that's not what it says. I don't think he can read.
My dad pointed that out. He's like, that's not what that book says.
But at the very end, the Audrey 2 bursts into life and like lunges at you and like tries to wrap its little tentacles. And I think it got Mia. Did it get Mia?
Mia. She was in the middle of a room.
And then we got funneled into the Ouija board room.
Yeah.
And we're invited to sit along the wall on this bench.
Yeah.
And there's a big Ouija board in front and there's little candles. And then
the lights again, out, right?
The lights go out.
Yeah.
But there was something about this room you could still kind of see. And you see this white shape come through the opposite doorway. And I'm like, what's that? I'm grabbing on you. I was like, no.
Yeah, that was creepy.
It was so
and then
scary.
when the lights go back on, it like lunges at you and then it runs out the door. Right?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
It was very scary.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was really funny. So then we're supposed to follow it basically, and nobody is like, no, we're not going. And we all wanted Mark to go first, but Mark is at the back the whole time. He's like, I just knew that crazy white lady was going to come running back at us.
So funny. Yeah.
Yeah, so then we went into some kind of like big turbine room with the steam, and Mia's cranking on the spinny wheel to try to get something to open back up.
Yeah.
You know what? Crazy creepy white lady came running out from behind everybody, and like we're all pushing each other trying to get out of the way, but Mark was back there. He was protecting us.
He's Mr. Detective, bringing up the rear, he said.
Yep.
Yeah, and my dad he was full steam ahead. He was like, we need to get through this thing.
There was like this big like a stone face, and it was very Indiana Jones, where you have to put you gotta put the stones, the eyes, the glowing eyes, and the nose. I think we're putting the stones in, and then Ethan was like, "Oh, it must need one more thing. Maybe you should check in its mouth." And your dad puts his full-on whole arm in his mouth, and he does the fake Indiana Jones, like, it's getting my arm, but door opens, and your dad saved us.
Yeah. He loves Indiana Jones. Like, I grew up on Indiana Jones. That's my dad's jam. So for him to be in that like Indiana Jones type of situation, I'm sure he was like living his kiddie dreams.
Oh,
yeah,
that's awesome.
He loves that movie. Yeah, that's why I think he would love, was it like Universal Studios or Disney World, like all that kind of like cheesy kind of stuff. I think he would love all that. It's just like getting him out of the house. You saw how it went this past weekend. Like, it was a pain to get him out, but like I'm sure he had so much fun. I know he did.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. It felt so short though. I wish that activity was longer, because that was really fun.
Yeah, that's the thing with like a lot of those haunted houses. Like, a lot of them are so short. Mm-hmm. But I understand it's a very busy time of the year. They got to funnel a lot of people through. We were actually really lucky because we got that like private basement tour to ourselves. Usually you get funneled in with like at least like 20 people.
Oh my gosh.
So we really lucked out. Wow. We were able to go in just our private small little group. So I'm glad we got to like experience that just us.
Yeah, cool. That's great.
Yeah, the first time we went, me and Avi went to the museum tour, because that's a relatively newer attraction. The very first year we did Gallows Hill, that didn't exist yet. That was more like year 3 that we went, I want to say. Okay. But I love it. But the first year we did that, it was we were like squished in with a group of like 20, 30 people. One poor girl was like hyperventilating because like there was like no room in there, and it was dark, and like, she's having an anxiety attack because like I know I don't like haunted houses as it is, so I'm sure that kind of played into her fears a little bit. But I was like, this poor girl.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I'm glad it was like us, and there was like enough room in there, we could breathe, and enough space.
Yeah. There was another haunted house we went into where it wasn't this one, where we were pushed into one room and it was all dark, and we were told to stand in the middle, and we're all hugging each other.
Yeah, that was the one over on Pickering Wharf. I think
was it?
Yeah. The one we did with Joyce and Kylie.
That is right. Okay, wait. Okay, we're not
there yet.
Okay, but yeah. So after this, we had a little emergency. We needed to go back to the regatta. We had to go to the bathroom. So we go back to the regatta, just you and me. We were like hoofing it.
Yeah.
I don't know where everybody else went, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I honestly didn't give a shit because I was having a feminine emergency. I was like, I need to get to a bathroom now.
Yeah. And I can't remember if anybody was coming out when we were going in,
Mhm.
but you were in the stall. I was washing my hands doing something, and I had left one of our event cards on each of the three faucets.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, this is a ladies' bathroom. The event is here. It's tonight. Some lady's going to see this and be like, this margarita sounds good. But who knew that about 30 seconds later, this woman comes in, I think just looking for her jacket or something. I see her washing her hands. I'm at the one end, she's at the other end, and I'm kind of shy. I'm like, maybe I'll just pretend that it's not mine,
Yeah.
just in case she's like, oh,
Yeah.
like just snots at it. But she, her daughter came in and she leans up, she like picked up the card. She was like, "What is this? I can't really see it." And I was like, "Oh, that's a practical magic event we're holding tonight. It's like because we're a practical magic fandom podcast." And both of their faces lit up. They were like, "Oh, that's our favorite movie." And the mom's name is Joyce and the daughter's name is Kylie.
Yeah.
And Joyce was like pointing at Kylie like this, she could name every line in this movie. She lives, enjoys this movie to the max.
Yeah.
And I was like, really? So we got to talking. Justina's still in the bathroom. I was like, my partner and I, Justina, are just having this meet and greet. If you want to come have a drink with us, this is our first year doing the podcast, so we wanted to have a little something. They were like, absolutely, we were looking for something to do tonight. I gave them our business card. We were so excited to meet them. I was like, oh my
I
god,
was in the
we
bathroom.
friends.
I hear you like talking up a storm, and I'm like, "Hey, witch, hey!" from inside the stall, and the whole time I didn't even know what they looked like. I didn't even meet them because they had left before I even got out of the stall. So I was like, "All right, cool. I hope they come later." I don't even know what they look like. I didn't meet them in there, so I just let you do your thing, and I was like, "Cool, awesome. I hope they come through." So then we left the bathroom, right?
I think we made our way to the Gedney house. It was getting kind of dark. It was
Yes.
like twilight. It was twilight out.
Yeah.
So the Gedney house was probably one of the oldest buildings I've been in.
Yeah, it's circa
Really cool.
1665, which predates the Salem witch trials by quite a few years. Before we went to the Gedney house, we stopped at the car because I wanted to change my sweatshirt because I actually bought a sweatshirt at that event last year because Avi and I did the Gedney house Poe because they do like an Edgar Allan Poe reading there. So we did that last year, and I bought that sweatshirt there last year, so I wanted to wear it for this. So I was like, I have to change my sweatshirt.
Oh yeah, and we were on our way there, and you were like, "I'm gonna grab my sweatshirt." Avi's like, "There's no time. We have to go. We have to
Yeah.
go." And we were literally passing the car,
Yeah.
and you were like, "I know exactly where it is," and we grabbed it and we kept going. It was like, boom. We didn't even have. We still had to wait for the crosswalk.
Yeah.
Like it's not like we could have rushed across the street
I know
anymore.
he just likes to rush me sometimes, but I was like, I'm getting my fucking sweatshirt. I know I did not bring it all the way here to not wear it because that was my plan. So I wore my sweatshirt, and the guy that plays Edgar Allan Poe, I guess he runs the theater company. Same guy from last year. He saw my sweatshirt and he was like, "Welcome back." I was like, "You know it."
Okay, wait. The house, really quick, is so cool. It's very beautiful. It's yellow, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like a yellow color.
Yeah.
There's nothing inside. But this man's, I don't even know his name, but he stood out to me a mile away. I was like, you have like an old Hollywood like vibe to you.
Yeah.
But he was in like the quintessential actor's black turtleneck, long sleeve, black slacks,
Yep.
black shoes.
Yep.
But he had this like way of speaking. I was like, I am captivated with you right now. And he wasn't even doing his Poe thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, you keep talking, honey.
Yeah, he's great. Last year, they actually had these creepy people in the bird mask, like the raven masks, come out with
Ooh,
candlelight, with like those like fake candles, and they were just standing like stationary on the stoop to like go into the house. So like you would
Oh
have
my
to pass
God.
them to get into the house. They didn't have that this year, which I was super disappointed about. Because
Aw.
I thought that was super creepy, and they were actually going up to people like in their faces. So I was
Oh my
like,
God.
where's the creepy ravens this year? I was a
Oh.
little disappointed that they weren't there. But it's a small theater company. So this year was actually pay what you want. Last year, I'm pretty sure it was like a solid ticket price. I think it was like $35 a ticket last year. Between me and
Wow.
Avi, we paid like 70 something dollars to go see this thing. But this year, it was like a pay what you want donation. I don't know if maybe they didn't get a lot of ticket sales last year because it was kind of pricey.
Yeah.
So maybe they just started doing the whole donate what you want kind of deal.
I wish I had had cash. I didn't even get to leave anything.
Yeah. We didn't have to pay anything to see it. They did have like a $0 admission,
Mhm.
but I was like, they're a small theater company. I want to throw them something. So
Sure.
I paid for I ended up paying for the tickets. Yeah, I really wish those creepy Raven people were there this year.
But on the inside, they have you come in and they kind of dim the lights. And there was like an interpretive dancer. I don't remember what the first poem was that they did. I know they did Annabelle Lee
Mhm.
and he did the Raven at the end, but the first room he did a poem and then we went through into the adjoining room and he started reading another poem. And I didn't notice this right away, but like the interpretive dancers were just in all black facing the wall, like straight up American Horror
Yeah.
Story. And I was like, whoa. And I look over at your dad and I was like, look over there. He's like, what the fuck? Like it was so creepy because they weren't part of his act until moments later. And they did like a dance along with it, but it was just startling because she was like standing right next to me.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice her.
Yeah. They actually did that dance last year. There were a
Mhm.
couple things that they didn't do this year that they did last year. Like, that little hallway you have to walk through to get to the other side where the dancers were? Like the little brick passage through. Last year there was a girl there. She did like a thing in that little and hallway and like fall leaves like falling on her. It was really cool. They
Ooh.
didn't do that this year. But this year what they didn't do last year was during or was it that Rise of the Fall of Usher? What's the name of that?
Fall of the
The
House of
Fall of the
Usher.
House of Usher. During that, they didn't do that poem last year. I'm pretty sure that they did that this year because of the Netflix thing and its popularity probably at this point.
Yeah.
So that's probably why
Yeah.
they did that whole thing, which was really long, by the way.
It was very
Very
long.
long.
Yeah. If they had had the dancers like more in it, I think I would have had it would have had my attention longer, but they had set up almost like a continuous slideshow of like artistic representation of the
Yeah.
story. And I do want to really watch that show, but it was kind of like I was like, I'm a little tired and
Yeah.
the story is really long.
I think it was lulling all of us to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. And you and your uncle, not uncle, you and Mark and Mia were texting.
Yeah.
What happened? Because like in a very serious moment, all I hear is Mia laughing over there.
Oh, because I was Mark was like, I'm gonna fall asleep, and Mia, he was like, how much longer is this? And Mia actually looked up the PDF to see how long it was. She was like, oh, they're only like right here. They had like two like whole more pages or something to read. And Mark was like, oh my god, I'm losing my mind. So I was like, this guy looks like Enrique Iglesias. And I
Yeah.
guess that made me laugh. So
And then she laughed and then she was like, I'm sorry.
and then at that point, there were like those two girls, those two dancers with the candlelight were like creeping like really slow behind Mark and Mia. And I was like looking at them. I was like, look behind you. Look behind you.
Yeah.
And Mark looked behind him. He was just like, what the hell? Yeah. So it was
Yeah.
fun to see them get creeped out a little bit.
Yeah. And then at the very end, Enrique did
Enrique.
the Raven
Yeah.
in full, and I'd never heard it. I don't think I've ever heard it read
That well.
outside a middle school classroom.
Yeah, no,
it was
he was
great.
great at like how like emotive he is. And, like
Yes.
how he kind of like has that like manic pacing back and forth.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. The descent into madness.
Yeah. Awesome.
It was really awesome. He did a great job. Great job. You're so handsome. Keep it up. Very talented.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So real quick. So Gedney House is actually that used to be a shipmaster's house. It had nothing to do with the witch trials.
But it's so cool. It's very beautiful. There's nothing inside, but they've made it safe, I think, for these shows.
Safe enough. Yeah, they put the plastic around like that like big drop to the next floor. The first year me and Avi went, like the very first year, we did Gedney House, but it wasn't the Poe exhibit. It was just a tour through the house, and I think our tour guide, it was just by flashlight. There was no electricity in the house at all.
Wow.
So, like, you know how like the dancers were kind of like twisting the light bulbs to get them to turn on and off? Like those lights weren't even there when the first year we went. Like it was very bare bones, no electricity. We had to walk through by flashlight, and we had to be very, very careful because I don't even think those plastic barriers were put in at that point yet. It was very, very dangerous. So I'm surprised they even did it because of all the liability.
It's very bare bones. Like you gotta definitely watch your step. Definitely don't lean against any walls because there were nails and stuff. The set of stairs we went down too was the coolest texture of like the old turquoise paint peeling off. And all you want to do is touch it. But there's probably like lead in that paint somewhere.
Yeah, if you even look at that paint the wrong way, it's just gonna dust to the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, and dress warm if you're gonna go to this because there's no heating in this house. So dress very warm.
We were trying to figure out if we wanted to try and fit in one more thing before our midnight margarita event at 9. It wasn't quite time yet, but everybody had to go to the bathroom anyway. We were like, all right, we're going back to the regatta. We'll just hang out. We'll sit down. Because we saw Rob earlier that day. We stopped in, said, hey. And he was like, I have your table already reserved. It had a little taggy on it. After the Gedney house used the bathroom, we were like, we'll just get started. We started up nice and easy. But I know that he had said they had been kind of slammed all day. Our event wasn't supposed to start till 9. I think we were there about 8:15.
Yeah, by the time we were done with Gedney, everybody was cold, everybody was hungry, everybody had to pee, everybody was just ready to drink. We just wanted to get somewhere stationary and just stay there for the rest of the night. And I think it was just like the perfect opportunity to go set up camp. It was fine. It gave us some time to get a little food, get a little something before all those drinks because we had quite a few margaritas that night.
Yeah, and we were like filling out some name tags and putting little flyers on tables, and there was a man playing music there. He was playing, and I think as soon as we got settled in, he started playing Fleetwood Mac. I'm like, are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, he did.
Amazing.
I don't remember which song. Do you remember what song he was playing?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and then I'm pretty sure we were like, do you know Lime in the Coconut? He's like, I actually don't, but I should learn that.
Yeah.
Next time.
Yeah. Everybody got, the rules were, your parents played along. Everybody else was like, or so, like your cousins were like, we just really want to eat. I don't think they wanted to do the name tag thing, but we did it anyway.
Yeah, we went there with a plan and we needed to follow that plan. So basically, I stole this game from Renaissance Fair because they do a pub crawl there every year. And the pub crawl, everybody who goes on the pub crawl, they all get a name tag, and it says something kind of random or maybe borderline offensive. And before you go on the pub crawl, everybody kind of introduces themselves, kind of like an AA meeting.
Yeah.
So you have to stand up and you say, hello, my name is whatever it says on the name tag. It's kind of a nice way to break the ice.
And everybody replies, hi, whatever your name is.
Right. And it's a nice way to break the ice and get a little silly before the actual event starts. So that was the aim here. And all the names on our name tags were references to the podcast and the show. So a lot of them were very random. And if, my cousins don't listen to our show, which I don't expect them to, but like they had no idea what the hell these name tags even meant. Like my cousin, she was like, Henry Ville's stanky ass leg.
Henry Ville's.
And we're like, hello, Henry VIII, stinky ass leg. She's like, oh, it's the 8th? Because I guess my Roman numeral writing is not very clear. So I don't think she knew what we were even talking about. It's so funny.
Your dad got Jimmy's stupid ass face.
Jimmy's stupid ass face. I forget what my mom's was.
I don't remember. I'm going to look at some pictures to see if I can see any name tags.
All right. So then that was my whole spiel. But then Kristina added the whole rule where for every margarita that you have that night, you add a name tag to your shirt.
Yeah.
So you can kind of keep count of like how many you're drinking and like, we're kind of making a competition who can drink each other under the table, I guess.
Yeah. Your mom had apple throat punch.
Apple throat punch.
And she got Let's Clean House.
Let's Clean House. Okay. So I think she didn't want apple throat punch. She was like, she thinks everything is bad. Like,
yeah. I was like, no, it's fine. She's like, I don't want this one. It's fine.
It's fine. I don't remember which ones I got. Did I have commoner?
Oh, I think you did have commoner. Mugwort spice.
Of course I did. Mugwort spice. Did we both end the night with 3 tags each?
I had 5.
You had 5.
Yeah.
And wait, you got an extra one because you did that shot, right? Because we put 2 tags in the bag with stars on them. One was Harry Nilsson, and the other one was Diablo de los Flores.
Ah, see.
And whoever got either one of those tags had to do a shot of tequila, and Kristina got the Harry Nilsson.
On my, second drink.
On your second drink, so you had to do a shot of tequila. So you got an extra tag for that.
I had Zestobium roifoliosum.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Freaking Louis L'Amour. Then I had Harry Nielsen, Daddy Satan, and Stevie McFudgeon Nicks.
Oh my damn. You
Oh
had a
my
lot.
damn.
You win. You win that evening.
But we were also keeping tally on our shirts.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we had everybody sign our shirt. Are you gonna
Yeah,
frame it?
Avi called me Tina Tequila at
Tina
some point,
Tequila.
so I wrote it on my shirt.
Oh my God. We were doing this game and we were about to start a round of practical magic like trivia,
Mm-hmm.
right? With
Mm-hmm.
everybody at our table. But then, oh, lo and behold, guess who friggin' walks into the party?
Like,
Fucking,
ah,
fucking Joyce and Kylie.
Joyce and Kylie. And of all Kylie,
Yeah,
like what the hell?
right.
Amazing. So they came and sat with us. They had some drinks with us. We got to get to know them, and it was so nice. I was really
Yeah.
excited that they showed up.
We closed out the bar with them.
At one point, we were like, "Do you want to go somewhere else and keep drinking?" And I don't know what happened. We just stayed and kept drinking.
We stayed there, yeah. Well, those margaritas were so easy to throw back because Rob did an amazing job. They were delicious.
So easy.
Even remember like how did he make these? Do you remember what he put in them?
It was like a butterfly weed liqueur that was
Uh-huh.
purple.
Uh-huh.
But
Oh,
kind of
right,
like a
right.
standard margarita, I think the rest of the way. But listen, not everybody liked them because
That's right.
I was like, I should go around because other people at the bar who were not part of our group were ordering these drinks.
Yeah.
And the one woman I walked up to, because I was like, I want to go see, just start a conversation, maybe see how they like it. Walked up to her, I was like, hey, just wanted to ask, like, do you like that drink? It's part of our like little event. And she was like, I don't really like it. I'm like, that's fine. You know, I don't know if you've seen Practical Magic. We're hosting an event. And she's like, I was like, bye. Like,
Have a nice day,
whatever.
man.
But
Yeah.
she was sitting at a table with like 6 other women. So I
Yeah.
was like, maybe this is
One
like
of
a
them.
girls' weekend. And I don't know.
Maybe one of them would have liked Practical Magic, but nobody else really spoke up. Maybe she's the spokesperson for the group.
Maybe. She's like, it's really florally. I'm like, it's a margarita. And she
Maybe
was like, it
she's
tastes like a margarita. I'm like, I
It is a
know.
margarita. Maybe she's the Regina George of the
Oh
group.
my
Maybe nobody
God.
else is allowed to talk in her presence.
Oh my God. So not everybody enjoyed it, but that's
Yeah.
fine. I like them.
We enjoy them. We were throwing them back. And Gina, my cousin, she was a little tipsy. I think she maybe had like one or two of them. And she was already like, woo woo. My cousins were laughing because she was saying 1 tequila, 2 tequila, floor. She was going right to floor. Like, no 3, like just to the floor. And my cousin actually got, like, she videotaped her saying this.
Yeah.
It was just lit like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, they were very easy. And thank you again to Rob. If you're ever listening to this, we appreciate you.
Yeah, hopefully we can do this again next year.
But it was late. It was pretty late. Your Mark and Gina left, and then your parents left. And then we shut that motherfucker down.
We shut the place down with Joyce and Kylie.
Yeah, they were rock stars. They stayed the whole time.
So
well, they were
cool
staying at the regatta, so that helped.
Yeah. And it was just fun to like throw around quotes from the movie and
oh my God.
Right?
Yeah. The place also, regatta was full, and Justina and Kylie and Joyce and I are just like he's from North Dakota, you asshole, like at the top of our lungs.
Yeah.
There was something else we said, but I can't remember what it was.
You were getting some stares from the back of the room.
It was
specifically
great.
From the girl who didn't like our margaritas.
She could suck my dick. They were great.
She had it out for us. But then there was something we were talking about. We were talking about a sauna.
Right? Bob's sauna.
Bob's sauna?
I had it written on my hand for the rest of the weekend. I was like, Bob's sauna?
I don't even remember what that meant. I was a little in the bag that night, so I don't remember what that was a reference to. But I remember talking to Kylie and be like, yeah, we're going to put that in. We're going to put that in the next podcast. She's like, do it. I don't remember what that was in reference to. I just remember either Bob sauna or Kylie sauna.
I don't know. I have no idea. I think it's at Joyce's house, like her beach house. I think there's a sauna there, but she doesn't use it. Bob uses it. I think it's Bob's now. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Sauna. So Joyce and Kylie, if you're listening, thank you so much for making our event that much better. It was awesome getting to meet you, and welcome to Magnolia Street. This one's for you guys.
Magnolia Street. Yeah, we hope to have more midnight margaritas with you guys in the future. That was a lot of fun.
So then we made our way back to the hotel. We snuggled up for the night. It was late. I don't know if it was 3 o'clock late, but it was freaking late.
It was late. I remember laying down, my head was on the pillow, and it was like 3 a.m. Because, you get back from a full day in Salem plus an event like that. I was just buzzing. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I could not even fall asleep if I wanted to. I don't know if I don't think I took another NyQuil that night. I think I might have just fallen asleep, but I just remember just like I couldn't fall asleep right away. And by the time I was finally ready, it was like 3 a.m.
And then we
And then
woke up at 8.
yeah, we had to get up and go again.
Yeah, this is only like day 2 of 5, so we got to get up and do it all over again. But I think we're going to take a little break. And when we come back, we'll finish out the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and all of our shenanigans we got into. So stick around. We'll be right back. Hey, we're the Stinas, and you're listening to the Magnolia Street Podcast. So we met up on Saturday, the 14th at Pickering Wharf. We picked your parents up.
Yeah.
And we met your cousins over there. And
Yes.
we walked through a little doggy costume contest over on the wharf. It was so cute.
That's right. Yeah. And there was that's where we took our photos. So wasn't it interesting to see like that entire like grassy knoll just filled with people?
Because there was nobody there when we
There was
went.
nobody there when we went. And could you imagine trying to get those pictures that we took like during October?
No.
It would have been impossible.
Yeah.
So glad
Impossible.
we got those when we did. So yeah, there was a dog costume contest going on. We were like, what the hell's going on? Why is everybody here with their dogs? And then I start seeing dogs in costume. And there was one guy that was there with his cat in a crab costume. And I was like, that is my favorite costume here, the guy with the cat.
That little baby was being so good.
So
For all
precious.
those dogs being around, that little baby kitty was just on his little shoulder, trying to
Mhm.
hold it together in its little crab helmet that it was wearing.
I was like, can I take a picture? This is my
Yeah.
favorite costume here. He's like, sure.
Oh.
So I got a little picture of the kitty cat in the crab costume. There was also a little chihuahua that was dressed like a Barbie.
There was a little one that had like a lion's mane. That was my favorite
Mhm.
one. He was so
Yeah,
sweet. My
that one
poor
was
kitty.
cute.
I was missing my dog that whole week. He would have not done well at all if he came with us, but I was just missing him. There's so many. Salem is such a dog friendly place. It's really nice. The dogs there were very, very cute, very well behaved. And we kind of just walked through. We were on our way to Nathaniel Hawthorne's house.
Yeah, we were going to House of Seven Gables because since before Salem, years ago, me and Avi got my mom a puzzle of the House of the Seven Gables as a souvenir. And then I don't even think she read the book until recently. And then we watched the movie like the night before you came to Jersey in September. Me, my mom and dad watched the old black and white film with Vincent Price just to get through it quicker because the book is
Yeah.
very long and a little boring if I might say so
That's
myself.
what your mom was saying too.
Yeah, so it's kind of putting us to sleep, but we wanted to brush up on that because I knew that she wanted to visit the House of the Seven Gables when we went. Definitely had to make a point to get over there and see it. And I think initially she wanted to do a house tour, but the house tours were kind of expensive. And then by the time we actually got there, the house tours for the day were already sold out.
Well, yeah.
So,
We walked by it, went to like the side of the house,
yeah.
which there's like at the very end of the road, it's a dead end with water, the ocean, you can look out. So we were just sitting and taking in the sun, kind of taking pictures from that angle of the house.
Kristina friggin' breaks through the fucking side hatch to get pictures of the inside. She's like, here, Dee, if you want pictures, here's some pictures so you don't have to go on the tour.
There was like a nice long picket fence, and I was like, there's hinges right there. I wonder if that gate opens. No lock on it. I was like, I'm just gonna skirt
Yeah.
inside here and take a peek.
Yeah.
So I looked around, took some pictures of the gardens, the front of the house, because I didn't know at that point you guys hadn't decided if you were going to do the grounds tour yet.
Right.
I was
Yeah.
like, maybe you guys can come this way. Avi was like, I tried to follow you, but I couldn't fit through there.
I don't know how you
Sorry,
fit
dude.
through there.
But come to find, so I wasn't in there very long, less
Yeah.
than 5 minutes. I went
Yeah.
back out, and then we all made our way out front, and you guys decided you wanted to do the grounds tour, and they give you a different sticker with a different letter on it depending on what you're doing.
Got it.
So, and they're pretty up on it. I'm glad I didn't stay in there by myself very long because I didn't have a sticker.
Yeah.
They're keen eyes looking out for those stickers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So me and my mom actually opted to do the grounds tour, which was just like I guess the gardens in the back of the house. And then also with the grounds tour, you can actually tour Nathaniel Hawthorne's birthplace house, which is right off of the main house. It's a little red, I guess like a red house.
Cool.
And you can walk in there, and it's 2 floors. There's like a whole kitchen area where you can see like the hearth, which is really cool. I took a picture. There's like a broomstick standing by the wall and like some cauldrons, which are really witchy. And then there was a wall like fake herbs. They were like plastic, like rosemary and lavender, but I was that looks so cool. So I took a picture of like all the hearth, and the kitchen was just beautiful. And then upstairs there was a room. I don't think it was a bedroom or anything. It was just like it had glass cases where you can kind of see like some of like the old, I guess, artwork and poetry Nathaniel and his sisters did.
Wow.
They illustrated a poem about Pandora, like Pandora's box, and there were like illustrations of that his sisters, I guess, did. And then on the wall there was, I guess, 2 framed prints of, I don't remember if they were fairies or what. One said hope, one said faith. And I was like, oh, that makes sense because that's what was found at the bottom of Pandora's box in the
Oh,
Greek myth.
yeah, yeah.
There were a few different rooms upstairs, and like a lot of old journals and glass cases, like some of Nathaniel's old journals. And it was just cool to kind of like see all that stuff. I took pictures of all of it so I can go back and read like the descriptions later because, like, sometimes people are up your ass while you're on a tour, and like,
Absolutely.
you kind of just want to get through so you don't crowd I guess the descriptive plaque and like stand there reading it for 20 freaking minutes. So I just took pictures of like all of them quickly, and like I'll go back and read them when, like, I have the time.
Yeah, I'd love
So
to see those.
yeah.
Share
Yeah,
those.
but the gardens are beautiful. The outside of the house is beautiful. One of the
Yeah.
first year, I think it was like the second or third year me and Avi went, we went on a night tour, and they were doing ghost stories inside.
Oh, I love that.
And it was really creepy because we walk in and we were the only 2 people on the tour. It was like the last tour of the night, and it was just us 2.
Oh my God.
Sometimes you get lucky, like you just get like a private tour sometimes
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So it was just us 2. It was a very rainy night. It was thunderstorming.
Oh my
So
God.
we walk into the tour, and the very first room we walk into, we're like, okay, where's the actor? The door slams behind us, and there's a guy in chains like a ghost, right? And his face is just like white. Like he looks like he's supposed to be the ghost of like Christmas past or whatever. I don't fucking know. But like the door slams behind us, and as soon as he slams the door and we see him, there was like a clap of thunder and the lightning in like the window, and it looked like he couldn't have planned it any more perfect. Like Mother Nature was just like on cue, and it looked like he was trying not to break character. Like he was trying not to laugh because it couldn't have been more perfect. Me and Avi just look at each other and we're like, what the hell?
You're like, oh, this is good.
This is so creepy. Yeah, and we were able to tour the entire house. We went up in that creepy attic, which is like the smallest little attic, like brick attic space. And then after, we toured the grounds at night, which was like in the rain during a thunderstorm. Like there was just like this mist on the water, and it was so quiet because nobody else was around, and it was the most eerie thing I had ever experienced. Just like that, like mist, that ghostly mist on the bay.
I
Like,
love
oh my
that.
God, chills.
Oh.
So I mean, we had it on a beautiful, sunny, clear, crystal blue day.
It was very pretty out.
It
Perfect
was
weather.
very beautiful. So
Yeah.
I'm glad my mom got to see her house of 7 Gables.
I was hanging out in the lobby with your dad and Avi. We were just sitting on the benches, and I overheard somebody walk up to the desk and say, I just would like to go see the gift shop. And they were like, okay. And they gave him a sticker. I was like,
Yeah.
do you guys want to go to the gift shop and just walk around in the gardens? And they were like, yeah.
Yeah.
So they gave us some stickers that said, I think like MS or something like that.
Yeah.
Main shop or something. I don't know. It has specific color letter.
Got
We
it.
go, we walk around. Avi bought some pins, I think, and I bought something too.
Yeah.
And then we kind of just meandered through the gardens, and we ran into you guys, and you were like, what the fuck are you doing here?
We were like, how did you get in here? Yeah. I was like, how the hell did that even happen? Yeah, you guys disappeared when me and my mom went into the birthplace, the red house, because we went through that whole house. And then
We
I
were
guess
sitting at a cute little bistro table by the water, just enjoying
Yeah.
the sunshine. We were watching this like tiki hut boat just cruise through the bay, and I'm like, I really, really hope that's not our booze cruise boat.
Oh
Cause
shit.
like everybody was sitting on one side.
Yeah.
So that one side, their asses were basically in the water. I was like,
Oh my God.
Christ.
Oh my God. Me and my mom kind of were perusing the bookshop, kind of taking our time in the gift shop, like afterward. There were these really cool, like the headstone, like the things that I wanted to buy at that the cemetery visitor center. It kind of had the same kind of like head gravestones, and on the back it kind of like tells you what real life historical figure the gravestone or the headstone is from.
That's cool.
They were cool, but they were like $15-$20 a pop. I would have bought them, but I was like, ooh, these are kind of expensive. And then I was just taking pictures of like nautical, there were like a bunch of nautical history books. And I was like, I need to send these to Kristina. So I was just taking the pictures of the books for you just so you could like
and
go
the one
buy
you
them.
sent me, I had actually picked up when I was in there. I was like, this looks really good. So thank you for
Yeah.
sending. You took about 3. And
Yeah,
so
there was some
they're on
cool
my
stuff in
list.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then after that, I think we are getting a little hungry, so we wanted to go to this little bistro around the corner. I don't remember the name of it, but it was still on Pickering
It's
Wharf.
like
There was like,
Marie's Bistro or something
was it?
like that.
There was a long line to get into
It was
that.
a really long line. And but
Yeah.
we waited. But on the way there, real quick, I took a picture of this storefront because at the top it said Joe's Fresh Fish Prints and Tomo's Tackle. My grandpa, who just passed away, his name was Joe, and his brother,
Oh,
who he dedicated his biography to, was named Tomo, which is
what?
like Joe and Tomo. You don't, who's Tomo these days?
That
So
is
I was like,
weird.
I had to take a picture of it. It's like, I see you.
Not only Joe, but Tomo, and those two names together,
On
very
one
strange.
sign. Like, how
Very
about that?
strange. They were saying hi. They were
I
there.
know. That
They
was
were
cool.
there.
That was cool.
That is very cool.
I don't remember the little bistro's name, cafe's name.
Yeah.
But it was
Yeah,
cute. It had like morning glories growing all over it, little fence stuff. But man, we waited in line long enough for you, me, and your mom to go across the street, peruse a gift shop, come back. We waited a
I
little
felt
longer.
like we were in that gift shop for a good 20 minutes. And when we got back, the line had not even moved up like an inch. I was like, let's go somewhere else, guys. This is crazy. And Mark and Gina and the girls were at like they were at the regatta at that point, waiting for us. They were going on a bathroom break. I think Mark was just like having a beer waiting for us to get our shit together. They were going to walk over and meet us at that bistro, but I was like, I called them and I was like, don't even bother. Line's really long. I think we're going to try somewhere else on the wharf.
Mm-hmm.
So we went to that sea oyster level bar.
Yep, sea level.
We got in there like what, not even 20 minutes. We were in that door like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, almost immediately. And before, I don't know if it was the day before, but Avi had said like every time we've come, this place has been closed. Either it's
Yeah.
like that you guys have been wanting to go there, either they're doing renovations, they're just not the right hours, or they say they're open, but they're not open. And this time they were. And we got to go in there.
Yeah. I guess it was freshly renovated. It looked like a new spot. I mean, I'd never been in there before, so I don't know what it looked like before, but last year they were closed for renovations, so I guess they renovated the whole inside.
But I'm telling you, we make shit happen when we're together. And
I
it was
know.
like every time something like that would happen, the how you be doing that thing, I would just look at Avi and it was almost like the zoom in on his face, like, how you be doing that?
You'd be doing that. We got in there like no problem. And then they were gonna make us wait like a whole extra like half an hour, but we were like, is there room at the bar?
Right.
And they were like, actually, yeah, there's I think there were like 9 of us. There's 9 seats at the bar, go for it. So we huddled over
Boom,
to the
boom,
bar.
boom. Ooh,
And
and then we had the seafood platter. We also had tacos,
yeah.
and we had calamari and popcorn shrimp
And pizza.
and pizza. Oh my God.
We just ordered it all.
What were we thinking?
We ordered it all. Yeah, we were starving by that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then after we finished there, we went over to, we went to put the food back in the car. And then as we were walking back, we are like, oh, we should do this haunted house since we're still on Pickering Wharf. We were going to do it the night before, right before our meetup, but it got late. Everybody just wanted to go to the regatta and just hunker down. So we ended up not doing that haunted house. So we ended up doing it this afternoon instead. And then Kylie, our new friend that we met the night before, called. And because they said they were going to call the night before when we were talking to them at the meetup, right?
But like the plans you make while you're drinking
exactly
almost never work out. But she called. It was perfect timing because we were just sitting and waiting to go do this thing. And she's like, hey, what are y'all doing? We're like right behind you over at this haunted house. Do you want to go with us? She said, yeah, we're actually going to try to do one more thing before we go. They got their pictures taken at Witch Picks.
Yeah.
And so they look so cute. They looked so beautiful and their
makeup,
pictures turned out great.
Their pictures came out awesome. And that's such like a cute mother-daughter thing to have, like that little like as a memento.
They're just so photogenic and like Joyce is just like beaming radiance, and on all of these and to have it be like both of them together. They did separate ones and then they did some together.
One thing that I do want to mention that I completely forgot to mention, because like, you have a conversation, like you said, when you're drunk and you forget a lot of the things that you talk about. But like, I do have certain fragments that like are still like, oh yeah, that's what we talked about. Joyce kind of talked about her whole spiritual awakening to us that whole night. So it was really cool to kind of see her witchy pictures.
Yeah.
And like her full on witch getup.
Yeah, that was her I'm a witch, like jumping off the roof moment.
Exactly. So it was so cool to see her owning her inner witch in those photos. And also her and Kylie's relationship, I think, is really beautiful and really special one. And Kylie loves practical magic, as we've learned, but Joyce was just saying how, like, she doesn't know she's a witch yet, but she knows she is, and like Kylie hasn't realized those parts of herself yet. It was really special to see them doing those photos together.
I agree. Yeah, and we really appreciate you guys coming out and doing the haunted house with us, because that haunted house
was so fun.
Was actually kind of scary.
It was, yeah, because they huddled us in there. First of all, it was like, what, 12 of us, 12, 9, 10 or 11 of us at that point?
Yeah, 11, yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, we usually don't let 11 people in, but we'll squish you guys in. And I could see why, because there's no room in there.
Small rooms.
Small. Was that one called the Chamber of Terror or something like that?
Something like that. Yeah. In the first room, they're like, be in the middle under that lamp. And like, we were hugging each other, group hugging each other to be close. I was in you, like not in you. Yeah. I was like huddled against you or Kylie. I can't remember, but I was grabbing Kylie that whole time. The rest of the zigzag maze we went through.
Yeah.
It was so scary because I think they were touching us. Like,
I think so.
They weren't popping out all the time and scaring us around corners, but every now and then, like, something would graze by you. And it was just
I think there was stuff hanging from the ceiling because it was like brushing my head, like little strings or something like that. Like, I'm like, ugh. But that very first room we went in, we were kind of like all huddled into the center of the room, and I was in the middle of like the entire circle. So I was like, haha, nobody can get me. I'm impenetrable.
Yeah. I must have been with you then, because I was like, this is the safest place I'm gonna be.
Yeah. But then the creepy guy came walking in with the lantern, and he's like, are you guys ready to go through like the Chamber of Terror or whatever? And I'm like, oh my god, okay. And then he like led us through this like really like thin passageway or whatever. And then I just remember getting to this like wall, and then in front of us there was like a casket or like a coffin or something. Remember that? And like the thing opened and the guy like popped up.
Oh yeah. They were like, does anybody want to see him a little closer? And we were like, no,
thank you. Fuck no. That was creepy.
We kind of ran through that one, and then our groups kind of got broken up a little bit. I think your mom, or what was it? There was one haunted house. Their group was behind us. Oh, we didn't do that one. I get so confused. Remember, there was 2 separate groups, but your parents caught up to us eventually at the end?
That was the next haunted house. All right. This haunted house, we were together the entire time, and it was so pitch black. I remember at one point during this haunted house, the person with the lantern was like, all right, you guys got to go on your own now from here in the dark. I'm like, oh, no. Like, I don't do pitch black very well. Like, I don't like haunted houses as it is, but pitch black don't sit well with me. I need to at least see something. Like, I need to see what's coming at me so I can assess the situation.
Yeah. Fight or flight.
Don't put me in complete darkness, please and thank you. Yeah. The whole time, I'm just like, I'm huddled. My face is buried in Avi's back as he's leading through this dark tunnel, and I think you're attached to my back, and I'm like, oh.
I was, dude, and most of the time I went through with my eyes closed.
Me too.
Like, if it's dark, I might as well just close my eyes and give myself some semblance of safety.
And I think my mom was having an anxiety attack too, because she doesn't like, she also gets very claustrophobic, and there's this thing called the touch tunnel at this there's a museum by our house called the Liberty Science Center, and there's this thing called a touch tunnel, and you have to just like go in and feel your way complete darkness.
I don't like that.
It's so fucked. I will never do it. But I think she did that once with my brother when like we were kids, and she was like, nope. And I think this kind of like gave her PTSD from that.
Oh no, D. Yeah,
so I don't tell she was getting a little like anxiety ridden, and I'm glad it didn't last too long, because like once it spit us out into like the light again, it just spit us back out into like the parking lot or something, right? Like it was weird how that one ended, but I'm like, oh, glad that didn't last that long.
But that was really fun. I'm glad Joyce and Kylie came along, and then they had to go. They peaced out after that. They were going home.
Yeah, so we hugged them goodbye. It was like we knew them forever, right?
Yeah.
It's like weird.
Yep. So like comfy with them.
instant friends.
Yeah.
So that was really awesome. I'm glad we met them. I'm glad I had my little accident. So then we had to go to the regatta bathroom. So then we had to meet them. It's just really weird how like the universe conspired to get us to meet.
How we be doing that?
How we be doing that? No, we're magic.
Yeah. Yeah, Jack. Yeah.
Yeah,
And after
Jack.
that, we went to Die With Your Boots On.
Yes.
But there's two.
Yeah, there's a smaller store on Pickering Wharf. I think it's called the Ossuary or something like that. The Ossuary of Salem. Yeah. So it is affiliated with Die With Your Boots On. I think it's a sister store, but it's a lot smaller. And in this store, I think my cousin Mia got some things. I think she might have gotten a t-shirt and some earrings, or I don't remember what she bought. But I saw this book that I was like, ooh, that looks really cool. I only read one chapter so far. One Night in Salem, a Fun Dead Publications anthology. So it's not, I think it's like many different authors. I don't know if it's like one author or not. It's like a compilation of stories. But I actually saw this there and I was like, oh, that's really cool. But I didn't buy it there. So I was like, if I come back around it, if I still want it, maybe I'll get it then.
Nice.
So
yeah, so you got it.
So I got it later on when we went to the actual Die With Your Boots On.
Yeah.
And then after the ossuary, I think we headed back.
We did a big old loop-de-loop because finding the wharf entrance for this booze cruise was like a dog's age. Remember how we just kept passing? Like we went one direction and it was so hard because it was starting to get pretty busy in Salem. There's a lot of people, and like once half of our group started walking, the other group didn't know where they were going, and we're like, let's just go that way. So like coordinating our little walk over to the booze cruise was like,
yeah.
Ugh.
But we didn't do the booze cruise right away. Didn't we do 2 haunted houses before the booze cruise? And then after the cruise, we did the last wax museum.
Oh yeah, I didn't take pictures of any of the stuff between Nathaniel Hawthorne House and Booze Cruise, so that whole thing is a blur to me.
We went back after we did the ossuary with the Die With Your Boots On. We went back to Derby in that haunted house alleyway, and we bought combo tickets for the 2 haunted houses, which I think was Frankenstein's Castle and the other witch haunted house.
Yes.
So we did those 2 haunted houses first. And the first one, the Frankenstein's Castle, was hysterical. That was the one they split us up. They were like, "Oh, you can't go," because there were like 9 of us. They're like, "You can only go like 4. You can split 4 and 5." Yeah. So I think it was like us 2 and Avi and my 2 cousins, and then the adults went in their separate thing. Us 2 and my cousins and Avi went in first. We're kind of like trying to like take our time and like be slow and like
because nobody was in there.
Right, yeah, we were waiting for
Avi was like, hello?
Yeah, we were waiting for
what was happening.
The creepies to come to us, but nobody was jumping out. And I was like really confused. I was like, is this a haunted house? What's going on? But then my parents and my cousins, Mark and Gina, they caught up to us.
Yeah, I was like, right? Oh, thank God.
You know why? Because my dad was like rushing to get through those things. They caught up to us. And then now we're all together in one group. Now like the people start coming out and like the creepy people start jumping out at us. And Samantha, my goddaughter, she's filming the entire thing, the entire walk through this thing, and every scream, every scare. At one point, this person in a white mask just steps out of the darkness, fucking scares the shit out of us, and she's filming this whole thing. She has this whole thing on tape. I think right after that was like the end of the haunted house, but this clown comes out with a friggin' meat carver, like a turkey carver, like a chainsaw. It wasn't even a chainsaw. It was like a turkey carver or something. And Avi's standing there and he's looking at the turkey carver and he's looking at the clown. And then he looks at the camera that Samantha
turns around.
He turns around. Samantha's filming the whole thing and he looks at the camera and Samantha just like zooms in on his face and he's just like, ah!
He just lets out the biggest scream queen scream you can imagine.
Best scream ever.
It was so perfectly timed.
Yeah. And the clown is just like looking at him and he looks at the camera. He's looking at us and he's like, did that just come from this man?
We scared him.
We scared him. Avi scared him.
That is so funny. Oh, I watched it over and over. I watched that video about a dozen times.
Right. That clip is just amazing. And we're trying to like walk past this guy and he's got the turkey carver at like our legs, like trying to get you as you're walking past. That was just so fucking funny, that one. And then the second one we went in right after that was, I think, the witch haunted house, the witch dungeon haunted house or something like that. There were strobes. As soon as you walk in, there was just like strobes going off. And I'm like, oh my God, my eyes are going crazy.
I was walking through like this because I was like, I hate strobes.
I hate the strobes. Like as soon as the guy opened the door, he was letting the two people in front of us, and my dad just like walks through. I'm like, "You, hello, Rosario, you need to give him your tickets."
Come back.
Just ready to beeline through the freaking thing. But we finally
And then when it was our turn, he was out of there. He was like, boom. And you were like, slow down. We have
like,
to use our
yeah,
money wisely. Like, we paid money to be in here.
we paid $30 for these combo tickets. Slow your roll, Rosario.
So fun.
So we're just like trying to slow him down. Like, calm down. We'll get through the haunted house. And then I don't remember much about that one.
It was like brighter. It was like
A
you
lot
could
of
see
strobes.
everything. Yeah, a lot of strobes. What was the third haunted house on our ticket?
There wasn't. It was the wax museum that we went back to after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that combo ticket came with 2 haunted houses and the wax museum.
Okay.
And they're all in that little alleyway, that haunted house alleyway on Derby. Yeah. So we finished the 2 haunted houses and then we had to get back to the marina to go on the booze cruise. So we walked back to Pickering Wharf and headed toward the marina. But remember, like, didn't we stop at the regatta one more time to go to the bathroom or something like that?
It was right behind the regatta. So we were like, everybody go now. Because, I mean, we figured there would be a bathroom on a booze cruise, but who knows? Who knows? And we were kind of like hoping nobody got seasick. Just go to the bathroom now. So we did that. And then your mom really wanted to get a seat, adamant about getting a seat. So she got in line. And then we were ushered on. It was like a 2-story kind of boat with lights. It was very pretty.
It was cute. It was very cute. Avi walked us around the entire perimeter of that block to get to the front. We could have just cut through the little alleyway. Like we were there. We didn't have to go around the entire.
No, we didn't.
That was funny. When we all realized where we were before and where we ended up.
God damn it.
We just walked around that entire block for nothing. But I guess on the phone GPS, the walking GPS, I guess it walked them around the entire thing.
Yeah, it probably doesn't show that little alley.
Right. Yeah, I thought that was funny that we walked more than we had to get there.
So we walked onto the boat and there's complimentary tarot readings and face painting for the kiddos, and there's a bar upstairs. So all of us kind of went upstairs, found our seats, and we got some hot cider, spice cider.
Wrong.
I was like, this is
wrong ciders.
Yeah. And I don't remember the woman's name.
I don't remember her name either, but she was so funny. Storyteller.
She was killing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had some spooky stories and she was flirting with Avi, with all in good fun. And he was playing into it. And
you went downstairs at some point. We got seats upstairs because we were sipping on the cider.
Yeah. And then I was like, I want to go see if there's a line or a waiting list for this tarot thing. So I went downstairs.
Yeah. So you disappear for a while. I was just chilling, sipping my cider. I was so comfy in that chair. I had on all my layers. I was nice and toasty.
And then I texted you.
And then you texted me. You're like, come downstairs, get a tarot reading. Oh no, you were at the front of the boat.
I said, get down here now.
Yeah. I was like, hold on. This old lady's telling a spicy story.
Yeah.
I was like, I need to hear this spicy story. Dude, she was a spitfire. She was telling some like kinky ass shit. And there's families and kids on this boat. And I'm like, these stories are getting me a little hot and bothered. Like, you need to slow your roll here.
Slow down, Carol. I wanted you to come downstairs because at the front of the boat, there was nobody, but there was these 2 like pirate zombie statues. I was like, we have to do the Titanic thing up here.
Yeah.
So you did come down eventually with Avi. We took some pictures and then we kind of sat next to, there were 2 tarot tables, readers. And we were like, there's no line. There's no like sign your name to join the wait list. And the person next to me was like, yeah. She was like, I'm just sitting here until something opens up and I just jump in. We were like, all right. So then you were going to ask the gentleman, because there was a guy and a girl. The guy opened up and you wanted to ask him if he would do a dual reading for us.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He sounded a little annoyed at me, honestly. He was like, well, first of all, this guy had on antlers. And I was like, if I'm going to get my tarot read on a boat in Salem, it's got to be from the dude with the antlers.
Right.
So I don't know. I just felt drawn to him as a reader.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, I'll go to him, see if he'll do, because I wanted us to have like a business partnership reading, especially, for the podcast and stuff. And he was like, oh, I can't do that. I have to protect my energy, and I have 2 more cruises after this, and I really have to protect my energy. And he was just like going on about his energy, and I'm like, I completely understand. Like, it's fine. I completely get it. You don't have to, he's being a little annoyed. He sounded annoyed about it. So I was like, it's fine, whatever. So I just did it on my own. I was like, all right, well then can I just do one on my own then? He's like, yeah, sure. So he's like, what question do you have today? So I basically asked him the same thing that I would have asked him, or we would have asked him if we did the reading together. I would like a reading about, success, career, business partnership.
Mm-hmm.
I would like a reading about that.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, okay. So he starts like, shuffling the cards. He throws some cards down on I don't even remember what cards he pulled,
I don't
honestly.
either, because he talked so fast and so
Yeah.
low, and I don't know if it was a lazy eye or I don't know if it was his glasses.
Yeah.
Did you see me multiple times? Like, he wasn't looking at me, he was looking where my like sunglasses were hanging. He kept
Interesting.
like looking down at this, so I went like this a few times, like, what is
Yeah.
there something on me? Like, what the fuck, I
Weird.
can't hear you.
Yeah, yeah. But it was very strange because like he like spitfired this reading so fast. But the one thing that I remember him telling me was like first he was like, I think he asked me when my birthday was. And I told him when my birthday was. I don't know what that had to do with anything because he didn't even talk to me about like my zodiac sign or
Right,
my
maybe
horoscope
he
or
is
anything like that.
knowledgeable about zodiac signs, so he can kind of twist and
Maybe.
tailor it to
Yeah.
match up with what your Sagittarius personality is.
But I think it's bullshit because of what you told me after the fact. So let me just tell you what he told me first. So he was like, "Yeah, yeah, I could see you need to get out of your own way. I'm sensing some father issues." And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
Not really." He was like, "Well, I'm sensing some father issues. Maybe some of the reason why you have some like relationship kind of issues with your father is why you're not succeeding in like what you want to do with your life." And then he brought it back around to like, "Oh, and this card. I don't even remember what card he pulled, but he was like, "See this card right here? These are the mother issues. Like you have some issues with your mother too, and your stubbornness, that's from your mother." And I
But
was like,
which is it?
yeah, I'm like, "Do I have daddy issues or mommy issues? Make up your goddamn mind." He's like, "No, parental issues in general." And I'm like, "Okay, um, wasn't hitting the mark for me."
Yeah.
I'm like, "All right, thanks for the reading." I tipped him $1 and I was like, "All right, thanks for the reading." And then you were up after me,
Yeah.
right? And
And
then what
I
did he tell you?
I asked basically the same thing. He's like, "What do you?" He asked my birthday. What do I want to know about? And I said, "Passion project, career, business." And he was like, basically like, "Oh, like that's kind of a lot to work with. I only asked for like one thing."
I
Like
asked him the
not
same
so many
things.
words. Yeah. So he again was like laying cards down really fast and then kind of like folded his hands like, "I'm all done." And then I was like, "Can I ask something else?" Like, and then I was asking like about boundaries and like, I can't even remember. But long story short, I too have daddy issues apparently. And I was like, well, that is accurate. Like, that's why I'm in therapy. But he didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Right.
And so he spewed out some more cards and was like basically telling me to heal my inner little girl. And like everybody had daddy issues on that boat.
Well, and also, after you were finished with your reading, my goddaughter Samantha was right behind you. And I did not stay down there for her reading. I went back upstairs. And when you guys came back upstairs, and my goddaughter came back up with my cousin Gina, who's Samantha's mother, I was like, what did he tell you, Samantha? He was like, "Well, he basically told me that I need to like be my own person and do what I want and not listen to my mother so much, and that all the stuff that I'm running into is because of my mother." And like, so basically, he told Samantha that she had mommy issues. I'm like, what is going on? Why does
Yeah.
everybody have parental issues? Is that like your go-to thing?
It's
Like
like a canned response.
to tell everybody? Like, yeah. I'm like, all in all, my reading was only like 5 minutes long, if that.
It was barely that.
My reading was so quick. And like I was hearing that the lady on the other side that was doing readings, apparently the girl that was in her seat, she was in her seat before the girl before I even went.
Yeah, she was getting
So
a
she
nice
was getting
long reading.
a nice in-depth reading, and this guy's just giving canned fucking responses and just
Yeah.
telling everybody they had to have mommy daddy issues. And I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was kind of a
Whatever.
bummer.
It was definitely a bummer. But I mean, what do you want for, a free reading?
For a free boat reading from
Free boat
Antler
reading.
Guy. But
Exactly.
we finished out with some more drinks, which is
Oh,
great.
and upstairs. Oh yeah, what did you get after the cider? You got another like a tonic. You got a gin and tonic,
I got a
right?
gin and tonic, but I
Yeah.
didn't know this was kind of toward the end of the boat tour, and you can't
Yes.
take those drinks off that boat.
Gotta chug that shit.
So I had to chug that shit really
Yeah.
hard.
Oh, real quick, before we talk about the rest of this boat ride, I do want to mention when we were down in the cabin waiting for our tarot readings, the lady that was doing the storytelling up on deck, she was in another costume. She had changed costume 3 times over the course of this whole boat ride. And the second time was when you disappeared. You went downstairs. I was still upstairs sipping on my apple cider. She came out in like a second costume and she came over to me and she's very interactive. She's like touching the legs of all the patrons and like all the people she's telling the stories to. She had like a toy pirate sword and she like touched my leg with the sword. And I look at her, I was like, ooh, costume change. She was like, you know it. You gotta do the real deal. And I was laughing at her costume change. So when I saw her third costume change when we were waiting for the tarot readings down in the cabin, I was like, oh my God, another costume change. She was like, this is the last one. I can't do any more costume changes. She's like, my costume changing closet is over there behind a curtain, and some people look over there in the window, and I'm like, don't look, this is my changing room. And she's like going on about her costumes and her changing room. She was so cute.
She was very, very
She was
cute.
adorable, and her storytelling was just like amazing.
Yeah, she was sweet.
Yeah,
She's
so
a school teacher.
yeah, that's right. She was a school teacher. Her last costume was hysterical because she had on this like bloodied white robe, right?
Yeah,
And
with
like this
chains.
crazy Cruella DeVille wig. It was like going in all different directions. And I was like, I like that last costume. And so she told the last story, which was about the first settler of Salem, which there's a statue of him. His name is Roger Conant. And there's a statue of him in Washington Square right outside of the Witch Museum right before you go into Salem Commons. I had never noticed this before. I don't know if she made this story up. And even after we went back to go look to see if it was there, I didn't notice this. Did you?
No, and I think it's just the placement of his
Hand?
statued hand under
Okay,
his robes, right?
got it. Yeah. So she kind of like twisted this whole story about Sir Roger Conant's, I guess, his boner or something.
His some shrinkage.
Shrinkage. Yeah,
Yeah,
and she's
yeah.
trying to reword all of the inappropriate wording to kind of get around telling this in front of all of these families of kids, and like there's kids running around while she's telling these stories, and the whole time we're sitting on that like little bench thing, right? And Avi's right next to me, and she keeps like going, she keeps telling the story to Avi, right? And
She's
she's like,
basically like eye contact with Avi, just talking to
yeah.
him. He's the
They
only
were
one
having
in the world right now.
they were having a good conversation before she even started that story.
That's so funny.
So it was like funny. So I'm pretty sure they were married by the end of that whole
Oh,
boat ride.
Avi played along. He
Avi
did,
played
you know, because
along.
she had him like stand up and pose and do certain
Yeah.
things.
Yes, he was demonstrating some of her storyline for her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, she was referring to him as Roger.
Yes, and that's why we kept calling him Raj.
Kept calling him Raj. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So that was a lot of fun. That was the last story of the boat. You had to chug your gin and tonic, and then we left the boat. And then
We
where
hit
did we
up
go
the wax figure witch museum.
Yeah, we went back to the Wax Witch Museum on Derby.
We were
Uh,
all a little tipsy,
we
which
were
made it kind of funny because that's when the whole wax figure face picture close up started happening.
That's
But by the
right.
end, it was like, who can take the craziest photo of, you know, one of the wax faces that they just look like they've melted or something. But we were all in tears after these pictures. It's so fucking funny.
I don't know who molds those wax figures, but I don't know,
They need a
man.
little help.
They need help.
They need a touch up.
They need to touch them up. So Christina's like taking pictures of the wax figures, and then like every time she would go a little closer and a little closer, and then by the last photo, it would just be like this really close up of their face, and it just like looked like this horror film face, and I'm like, oh my God, it's so freaking scary.
They were the best. They were really cool.
They were really funny.
cool.
We gotta make an album. Did we make the album of all those? I gotta throw mine in the Google.
Yeah, just throw them in Faces of Salem coming to you next year.
Faces of Salem. Horrifying.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
Yep. And we were trying to kill time, like one, trying to kill time, but two, trying to stay awake. Because
Yes.
this was the night of Rocky Horror. So we were just like,
Midnight
okay,
show.
what else can we do here?
Yeah,
So
we had a
went
midnight
to-
showing of Rocky Horror to go to,
Mhm.
but we hadn't even eaten dinner at this point.
Mm-mm.
So we did the Wax Figure Museum, and then we walked all the way to Church Street to go back to go to the actual Die with Your Boots on store. So I finally bought my book, One Night in Salem, because I was still like, ooh, that looks like a really good book. I kind of want to buy it. I bought a what do they call it? A beanie?
Mhm.
Yeah, with a little poof on the top and
Mhm.
skeletons on it, and then I got my goddaughter a little birthday gift over there with hers had skulls on it. And then Avi got a cute little like bowling shirt, like with pumpkins on it and stuff. Really cute. Love this store. This is the store where I got my Victorian red boots last year.
Yes.
So if you're in on Church Street in Salem, check out Diary Boots On. I love them. And then after that, we headed back to Washington Street for dinner, and we decided to get sushi and just some Japanese food.
Oh, so good. Because
Oh,
we had
good.
had like a lot of burgers and a lot of fried food. And I was like, oh my God. Somebody said sushi, Asian food. I was like, yes. Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
We were burgered out by that
Yes.
point.
And they sat us right away. A table
Yeah.
of 9? They got
Yeah.
us in immediately.
Yeah, there's never usually a huge line to get in that place, which is what I love about that place.
Yeah. But
And
after that,
yeah.
it was filling up. It was filling up.
Yeah, well, they were doing goth night.
Goth night. Yeah.
Yeah, they were switching over from a restaurant into, I guess, a club at that point.
And there was a cover charge to get
Yeah.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So if you weren't there for dinner and you showed up a little later, yeah, you had to pay a cover charge to get in, and I guess they convert it over into like more of a club scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you walk into the back of the like the front half of the restaurant, it's like a bar and counter service and tables and stuff where you could eat. But then if you go to the back, there's like an empty dance floor with like a DJ booth set up.
It's
Did
a
you notice
wild
that?
card back there.
Yeah,
It's so
it's so freaking random.
weird.
So they were switching over to goth night after we ate, but that's the night that Mark got married to our waitress. It
Our waitress was on fire
was
with
amazing.
her comments that night.
Yeah.
She was amazing. She had to come back for everything. But
Uh-huh.
Mark was like his back was to most of the restaurant, so he was right in her line of activity. So
Yeah.
anytime she came to the table, she was saying that what do you need, husband? What do you
Yeah.
want?
He kept calling
And
him husband. And
calling him
meanwhile,
husband.
my cousin Gina is like sitting right next to him, and I'm like, Gina, she's trying to steal your man. Gina's like, she could have him. I don't care.
She started calling Gina sister.
Sister. Yeah. But before, like when we first sat down, before she even came over to take our order, she was doing sake bombs with the table next to us.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
She was ready to party.
I bet she didn't even work there.
I'm like, she didn't even work there. She was just there to party. Yeah.
The food was
Yeah.
really good. It was
Food
so
was
funny.
amazing.
So they got married and then
Oh
divorced.
yeah. Yeah, that's right. She was like, he signed the check. I was like, pretty sure you just signed the marriage license there, Mark. She wants to be your wife. Wasn't she trying to like get him to like tip her more money or something like that?
I'm sure.
It was funny. And then as I was walking back to the bathroom, my mom was like, "Tell him it's your cousin's birthdays because Gina and me and Samantha share a birthday. The prior week they both had a birthday, so we brought out. I had her bring out like I guess the fried dough ice cream or whatever it was.
That's what it was. Okay, that's awesome. We should have did that everywhere.
Yeah, free
God.
ice cream everywhere.
Yeah, missed opportunity.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah.
But the food there was so good,
Yes.
and it was
And
just
sushi
very
is always like enough, but not make you sleepy. You know?
right. So after Mark got married and we had dinner, he got married and divorced in about an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so freaking funny. Then we walked Salem Common, which is really cool because they got all the orange lights and the food trucks. And it's just like a free for all. It's kind of like a carnival kind of setting. A lot of vendors. During the day, they usually have all the vendors there. But it was kind of late at this point. So I think a lot of the vendors were packing up for the day. But my cousins wanted to see the Hocus Pocus, the Max Dennison school. So I kind of walked them back to see the school real quick. They took some pictures. And then we headed over across the street to Goodnight Fatty, where we got some awesome freaking doughy cookies. Nice little nightcap.
I just needed coffee because I was fading fast. Because my bedtime's like 8:30, 9 o'clock. And this was probably about 10:30.
Yep.
So we had time to kill. And I was like, just
Like an hour, 2
give me
hours.
a coffee, please. So got coffee.
We rolled up to Goodnight Fatty, I think around 10 o'clock, and we had like a good 2 hours to kill before Rocky Horror even started. So I think we killed 1 hour. We sat out there, ate our cookies, drank our coffee. Avi and my cousin Mia had a good little competitive game of they had the oversized Jenga.
The giant Jenga.
Giant Jenga.
So
they
filmed
played
that whole thing.
Yeah, me
It
too.
was a nail biter.
Yes,
Avi, I think, used his height to his advantage.
definitely. Because she couldn't reach by the end of that game. Like she was like
No.
stepping on her tippy toes.
No.
And then you guys crashed a wedding?
Well, I was peeking over the wall because over the, Goodnight Fatty has a little barrier wall. On the other side is the road, then the Commons, but across on the corner is the Hawthorne Hotel. And you could see that there was in the back, like the big windows, there was a wedding popping off over there. I was like, I want to kind of go check this out. I want to see if I can go in there. So I went in, but the lobby was like kind of full and there was like a bouncer at the door. Not a bouncer. It was like a concierge girl at the door. So I walked back outside, walked along Hawthorne to see if there was like a back door because it was on the back corner. And I was like, shit, there wasn't anything. And I turned around and Avi's walking toward me. And he was like, couldn't you get in? I was like, no. He's like, let's try again. So we tried to go back and he was like, if anything, we can get a drink at the bar. And say we had a drink at the Hawthorne Hotel. So we go into the bar and she was like, sorry guys, we just did last call. And we're like, God damn it. So then we walked back out.
Yeah.
But yeah, can you imagine how much a wedding at that hotel would cost?
It's expensive just to stay there.
I was just peeking in the windows because I was like, what are they doing in there?
Yeah. Me and Avi actually did do the Hawthorne Hotel. They often do like these haunted theater shows and kind of like murder mystery dinner theaters.
That's cool.
So we did like a Clue one and then we did a Ghostbusters one. I actually won tickets to a free show. So when we went back another year, we used our free tickets to go to the Clue show.
Nice.
The first one we went to was Ghostbusters.
Nice.
But that was in like the basement. And I don't know if it's like a library or something down there, but it's
we wanted to go down there.
Super creepy down there.
I wish I'd gone down there.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't roped off or anything.
Yeah, I think anybody can just go down there just to check it out. I don't know if they had, tables and like set up like a banquet hall when we went down there for the dinner theater, but other than that, I don't know if they use that space for anything else.
I'm so nosy. I'm like, I'm just going to go peek. I'm like a cat. I'm like, I'm kind of curious.
Yeah.
Until you say you don't belong here or we're calling the cops, I'm going to go check it out.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so while you guys were doing that, we were finishing up our coffee and cookies and then you guys came back waltzing over back, and then we had another hour to kill because Goodnight Fatty closes at 11. So when they were closing up shop, we're like trying to figure out what to do because we still had another whole hour to kill before Rocky Horror.
Yeah. And Avi wanted to move the car, have the car a little closer to the theater at the end of the night.
Yeah, so he went back to the regatta because I think Gina walked back there to go pee again, and the girls went with her. So they went over to get the car and to go to the bathroom and stuff. And then me, you, Mark, and I think my parents, right? My parents were with us. We walked to the Gula Gula Cafe, which is open until like 2 a.m. because they have a liquor license. They sell beer and stuff. So they're open like bar hours. They also sell coffee and stuff too. It's like a cafe, but it's also set up like a brewery kind of. Mm-hmm. We pounded like one more drink. We hung out there until we had to walk. We had like a 10-minute walk to get back to the Rocky at the Cinema Salem. So they didn't even check my tickets there.
No, they did not. They did ask your name, didn't they?
No.
Oh, what the fuck?
That was the Alice
weird. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, goddamn.
We just waltzed right in and they were like, everybody for Rocky Horror, just come down this way.
Wow.
And I was like, okay. And like I saw the merch table. I was like, do we have to sign in or anything? He's like, nope, just go right in. And I'm like, well, I didn't even find tickets. Yeah.
I was so excited. Oh my gosh. I was so excited.
Yeah.
And they gave us like a little paper bag with all the stuff in it you're supposed to throw and do and interact with.
Yeah.
We go and get all cozy. And we had a whole row to ourselves. Like we took up a whole row right in the middle.
Yeah.
It's perfect seating. Well, almost. Of course, I picked the row where at the very end is Meatloaf sitting there dressed up as Eddie. There was a young woman who I didn't know. I thought she came in costume. I thought she was like a fan, but dressed up as Eddie from Rocky Horror.
I didn't know she was part of the show.
I was like, do you mind if we all sit together? She was like, no, it's fine. I'll just scoot back one row. So she did. Come to find, she was part of the show. I was like, God damn it. I wish I had taken a picture with her and I was looking for her afterward.
Yeah.
But didn't get a chance. Didn't get a chance.
The beginning of that show was very interesting. Well, first of all, I had never been to a shadow casted show, which is like the actors in front of the movie screen and having the movie screen play in the background. Every time I've seen Rocky Horror, which is about like 2 or 3 times at this point, it's all just been straight up theater performance, live theater performance.
Wow.
I've never been to a screen shadow casted show.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I think this is probably more fun because it's so campy and so cheesy.
They did such a good job of like using simple things to represent like the headlights or the coloring, and like it was just done really cool. But before that even started, I can't remember in what order this went down in. There was a comedian. There was something else besides the surprise.
The striptease?
Oh, okay. So that was one of the first things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't know how to begin.
Okay, so mind you, my little cousins, well, they're not little. They're like what, 18 and 20 at this point. They're young adults, but they are still at that age where it's like embarrassing to see that kind of stuff in front of your parents.
Embarrassing for the parents to see that in front of the
Embarrassing.
kids.
Exactly.
So yeah,
Exactly.
there was a burlesque style striptease.
Striptease, exactly. So this chick is just like stripping off the stuff, and I look to my right
Freak
because
like me.
yeah, I look at my dad, and he looks at the girl, and he looks at me, and the look on his face is priceless.
So funny. And you did the whole Zoom thing right on his face.
Yeah.
We didn't know what to expect. I guess we're just gonna live through this together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think Mark ever saw a shadow cast show before, and I probably the girls haven't either. Mia, the 18-year-old one, the younger one, she's very into theater. She
Mhm.
loves theater. Me and Avi actually just took her to see Tick Tick Boom in
Hmm.
at the Bucks County Playhouse in New Hope, Pennsylvania. She also wants to see Beetlejuice. No, I
Nice.
think she already saw Beetlejuice, but she wants to see some other plays with us. So she's super into theater, super into the whole thing. I think she had the most fun out of everybody the entire trip, honestly. But you could tell, like, I know my dad was like, "What the fuck is going on?" And
Right.
Mark was probably like, "What the fuck is going on?" I
Yeah.
didn't know how Mark was gonna interpret the whole thing, but after Avi actually told me that Mark said to Avi, he looked over at one point and Mark was like dancing. He was like doing the time warp and stuff.
Oh my God.
And Mark said to Avi, he's like, I don't know what happened there, but I feel like I just got baptized into your guys' religion.
Baptized. Yeah. Oh my gosh, their reactions were priceless. I kept recording, and like at one point, like Mark looks over because he was at the far end and I was at one far end. I'm still recording their reaction to the striptease, and Mark looks around the corner at everybody and just is cracking up, and he's clapping and having a great time at this.
That's hysterical. But then, like the movie's like, it's a movie, like 2 hour long, something like that,
Hmm.
maybe hour and a half.
Hmm.
This started at midnight, right?
There's
And
probably
now
like a half hour of pre-show show.
pre-show.
Yeah,
Right. So this shit didn't even start till like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock.
right.
So by the time the show started, it was pretty late. And by the time the show ended, it was like what, 2, 3 in the morning?
Yeah, it was
It was
late.
late.
It was late.
Yeah.
But at one point, I look over and everybody, Avi's sleeping, your dad's sleeping, your
Everybody's
mom's
sleeping.
leaning on your dad sleeping.
Yeah. And meanwhile, there's toilet paper flying through the air. There's bubbles. This guy spraying everybody down with water
Oh,
like the rain. And like me and
oh
you
my
are just having a blast singing all the songs.
God.
And
Yes.
everybody in the rows just fucking passed the fuck out.
Yeah. It was so cool because they were like, the cast would like run through the aisles, and they were like climbing over the audience at one point at the very end.
Yeah.
And the woman who did the striptease at the beginning played Frankenfurter through the show.
Yeah.
And at the last, not the last song they did, but what's the line, the cards line? Cards for sorrow,
Uh-huh.
cards for pain.
Yeah.
That she was sitting right. She walked up to my aisle. She's sitting on my bag of stuff, like my little trinkets that I'm supposed to be
Oh yeah,
throwing.
she's like, throw
And
your cards, throw your
yeah,
cards.
she's like shaking the back, shake it, throw your cards. I was not taking the time to look through a dark bag in a dark theater, so I threw everything at her. And then I threw the bag in the aisle.
Oh
Oh
my God.
my God. It was so funny. But I was
Yeah.
like, I was like in awe of her. I was like, just
Yeah.
looking up at her. I was like, wow, your ass is right here.
Her ass was out. Everybody's ass was out.
And yeah, you and I were singing
Oh
the
yeah.
whole time. It was great.
It was so much fun. And then
Yeah.
at the end, there's like they have to clean the shit up probably before they even like lock up the theater probably.
Right.
There's toilet paper everywhere. There's
Yep.
like cards everywhere,
Yep.
newspaper. All the props from these bags are just everywhere.
Yeah.
I feel so sorry for anybody who has to clean that up. Yeah, my dad's like chucking the toilet paper rolls at me from the other
Yeah.
side of the theater. He like hit me
On
in
the
the head.
walk out, not even during the show. We were just pelting the toilet paper at each other on the way out.
Yeah, yeah.
The thing I could have done without was the not heckler guy, but there was somebody, anytime that there was a silence, he would like fill in. Couple people would fill in, I guess, different lines, monologues. And I was just like, I could do nothing done without that.
But I think that's typical of the shadow casting.
Yeah.
There's like heckles designed or like specific heckles that you're supposed to say during those points
Right.
in the film. So
Yeah.
I don't know if he was filling space on his own or if those like what usually is supposed to go there. I
It's
don't know.
yeah, probably what's supposed to go there. I was just like,
Yeah.
eh, eh.
He's just
I liked
pissing
everything else.
Yeah. I wish
Yeah.
I knew more of those heckles. I would have shouted more of them out. The only ones that I was jumping on was like every time they said the name Janet, everybody would be like, slut! Or every time Brad would talk, it's like, asshole!
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh
Those were the ones
man.
that I kept shouting. Like I said, the last couple times me and Avi went, we were looking for stuff to do past midnight that wasn't just sitting in a bar, closing a bar out. So it was cool to find something, a midnight showing of something to do other than just sitting in a bar,
Mhm.
seeing a
Yes.
show.
Yes.
Is awesome. So
But I'm
that
so
was
tired. We're so
so
tired.
tired. Yeah.
So home by 3:30, again up at 8 the next day.
Oh my God. I was dead by the time we got home on
Yeah.
Sunday evening.
Yeah.
I don't know how you did a whole other leg of this trip because we're not even done yet. We still have Sunday to talk about.
Nope. The only other thing about Rocky Horror that night was I had to pee so much.
Yeah.
I could have excused myself 3 times. I went twice.
It must have been all that coffee and beer we pounded right before
Yeah, all the liquor.
all the liquor and
Oh.
coffee just to make us stay awake.
I was
through
pounding water too. I was like, if I'm gonna be up this late and drinking, I need to hydrate. Yeah, the next day, so that night we said bye to your parents. We said bye to Mark
It's
and Gina and the
right.
girls,
Yeah, that was
because
sad.
they're going back home.
It was sad. It's sad. I was always saying it's always sad to say bye at the end of a trip when you gotta go your separate ways.
We met up. No, we got a hotel, checked out, made
Mhm.
sure everybody had a bowel movement, and then you guys drove me to Peabody to pick up my car. Firstly, this budget Avis car rental place is not marked anywhere on this. And when I
Yeah.
was researching this, I was like, oh, okay, it's attached to some kind of Holiday Inn. At least I can hang out there if we go early. You can drop me off. I can
Yeah.
be safe at a hotel. I'm not sitting on the street and you guys can go into town. We stop in front of the hotel. I go in. I'm like, can you tell me where the rental car place is? She's like, it's basically around the back of the building. So we go. Avi drops me off. He was like, do you want me to hang out? I was like, I don't know how long this is going to take.
Yeah.
So I'll meet you there. Right.
Yeah.
So I wait. There's like 3 other people in line. This dude at the counter keeps trying to give all of us the minivan. Nobody wants a goddamn minivan because there's only a single person driving.
Right.
So I got some kind of Highlander. I was like, is it the same price? Because I wanted like the little Corolla. It's just me. He's like, same price. I was like, I'll take it. So then I drove over there, got a parking space, easy peasy at Pickering Wharf, and you guys were right there.
Yeah,
You had
well,
gotten coffee.
we had gone to Starbucks before we met up with you, and yeah, we decided to go to Pickering Wharf. We were gonna park at the Starbucks again, but there was like only half-hour parking left on the other side. So we're like, we should probably move. We're gonna get another ticket.
Yeah.
So we could have gotten a ticket at Pickering Wharf too. Luckily, like, because that was only a 2-3 hour parking over there.
We were there for a while.
We were there all day.
Yeah. Yeah. At least 6 hours.
Yeah. So so you met up with us. You parked like 2 spots away. We got out the car. We headed to Coven, the boutique shop right behind us, and I got a little handbag.
I got a room spray that smells like the forest, and
I wanted to go back to there and get that, and I forgot. And they don't sell it on their website. I looked.
Oh no.
Yeah. It reminded me, like I was telling you, it reminded me of the Witch's Hut in Sleep No More. That show we go to.
Balsam, like
yes.
Christmas cedar. It smells so fresh.
Woods Witch.
Oh,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we bought some stuff at Coven, and then we walked down the strip past the Hawthorne Hotel and went into some of those smaller little shops. So right along the Hawthorne Hotel, there's some like tinier little shops and boutiques there.
I don't think I got anything.
We popped in and out of those shops, and then we headed to Salem Commons, which was cool because we actually ran into Matthew Murray from the Black Veil Tattoo Shop. He was running his tent there, right?
I was like, would you look at that?
Yeah.
Let me get my Gemini on real quick.
Yeah. Kristina got out did you get out a business card or something?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was like, and it was surprising that it's like I think in my mind, they're like bigger small town celebrities than maybe they are. But like to see him running his own booth was really cool. And they're twins, Matthew and Ryan. And I was like, all right, it's a 50-50 shot. And I was like, Matthew? And he was like, yeah. I was like, yes. Yeah. I was like, hey, I wanted to thank you. I'm Kristina. This is Justina. We're Magnolia Street Podcast. And we took some promotional photos at your shop.
He's
last
like, oh
month.
yeah, that's right. I saw those, right?
Right. And he was like, they turned out great, like awesome. I was like, we just wanted to say hi, gave him our card, like just
Yeah.
gushed about his beautiful shop.
Yeah.
And then Avi bought a t-shirt
Yeah.
and yeah, just chatted with him for a hot minute and then kind of scooted on our way, kept shopping. It was souvenir day. And then at
Yeah.
some point you were like, we should have got a picture with him. And
Yeah. I just wanted a picture with him.
let's go. Let's go do
Yeah.
that.
You were like, it's your turn to be a Gemini. So
Yeah.
I
And you
walked up.
did. And he was
Yeah.
all about it. He was so
You
nice.
know, you know what my thing is? Like, I don't like establishing that first line of contact, but once it's already open, I don't mind being like, hey, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. I could do the follow-up. I'm not
Oh,
so good
good.
at the initial,
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So I had no problem asking him for a picture, and he was really awesome about it. He took a picture with us
And Avi. He
and
took a picture
Avi,
with Avi too.
right?
Super sweet.
Yeah. You know what? One thing I forgot to even mention on here, we had gone back to House Witch at some point
Yes.
because me and Avi did our aura reading.
But we never talked about our aura reading.
We did it?
No, but this is a good time to talk about ours because we
Okay.
couldn't remember what day we did it. So at House Witch, Haus Witch, they have a camera that senses your aura and you can do individual pictures or you can do like a couple. So
Yeah.
Justina and I each sat in there and she put her left hand on one of the sensors and I sat on her other side. So I put my right hand on the other sensor and she and I held hands. And you could put like do a pose, do a face, whatever. But I was like, let's just close our eyes and sit with this moment. And
Sit
they
with this moment.
sit with the moment and they clicked the picture. And then I think it needs time to develop. So she was talking about like that it goes back to the 70s and like the technology and how the range of different aura pictures that come up
Yeah.
even between couples, over a year, or day to
Yeah.
day.
She
And
was showing us some of the ones that she did with her partner and also some of the other ones I guess just that they do in the store in general. Like there was like they had a whole bunch of them like out on the counter and all of them were just like different like rainbow colors, some of them just blue, some of them just the warmer
Mhm.
colors, and it's just really really cool to see how different every single person's aura is, even the same person from like different points in time.
Sure.
Like can come out differently. It's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And the couples ones, like sometimes there was like reds with big splotches of green or like the blues, and they were all so different. So she was sitting there explaining, and part of me was like kind of nervous. I was like, I feel like I'm not going to have anything. I'm like, because your personality is really strong. I was like, I feel like Justina's going to take over my personality a little bit, but that was not the case at all.
No. Ours was like, well, first of all, there were no warm colors in our photo at all. It was all very cool, very blue and purple indigo kind of tones. And she said that we sit mostly in our crown chakra. We work from mostly from our crown chakra,
Mhm.
which is really cool.
But it was like a perfect arched
a
rainbow
halo.
of light
Yeah.
into purple, into blue, into dark blue. And
Yes.
the whole thing was so cohesive, so uniform and like
Yeah.
identical. It was
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. So I guess we're connected through the cosmos in some kind of like psychic kind of creative way.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like we are connected on that level.
Yeah.
Which is
It
really
was
cool.
really cool.
And
Really
I guess
cool.
that's important to have a creative relationship to be connected in that way, you know?
And but we talked about before, I think on like the year recap or last episode or something, just being able to sense how we are feeling if we're having a bad day, or even if like knowing when we should apologize.
Yeah.
Where we've worked with each other long enough that I think we're very in sync.
Yeah, for sure. And she said when me and Avi did ours, she said ours was very different from mine and yours. So when she flipped it, I was expecting to see more warm colors.
Yeah.
But like they were kind of like the same colors that me and you had, only there was more of an aura on Avi's, like a white aura kind of on Avi's side, and then there were like four auras or like four little orbs above our heads. So I'm guessing she said the one down the side could be somebody that's passed on recently that's like kind of guiding him, and like I'm like that's really weird because his father recently passed away.
listening to it from behind you guys, and I was like tearing up. I was like, I'm not crying.
Yeah, and then
It
the
was so
four
moving.
above,
Yeah.
I'm like, that's got to be my grandparents because there's four up there, and
Yeah.
like I have my grandfather on my mom's side, my grandfather on my dad's side, my grandma Joan on my
Hmm.
mom's side, and then my great grandma, Dorothy, my mom's grandmother. I knew her since till until she passed away when I was like 22. So she was, around for a really long time as well, even though she was like a great grandparent. I guess like people back then had kids so young.
Yeah.
You kind of like are able to live at the same time as your great grandkids. That's
Right,
crazy.
right, right.
So
Yeah.
like I knew my great grandmother, so she was a presence in my life for a long time too. So like all four of them to have over us and then obvious father on the side was just
Hmm.
really kind of creepy. Like kind of not it was beautiful, but like in a weird way, like, oh my God, they're all right there. They're surrounding us.
Yeah, to have like some kind of quote unquote proof that they're
Yes.
there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh
So
man.
Melissa, shout out to Melissa who does the whole aura photography. She was awesome. Her readings were awesome. Definitely gave some kind of like chill kind of feeling to have that validation
Yeah.
come in the proof of a photo.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. And her camera, I think it's called a Chromatica.
Okay.
She said it was designed by an electric engineer. I don't remember if it was like in the 50s or 60s, but really cool apparatus, really cool piece of equipment, and definitely had Avi's attention because my husband is an electrical engineer
Right, right.
and a photographer. So it was right up his alley, and I think he was just kind of blown away by the whole technology of it.
It was really cool. If we go
Yeah.
back next year, do it again.
Yes.
See how we
Follow up.
align.
Exactly.
And then the whole rest
Yeah.
of the time it was like, it's because of our energies. It's because of
Yeah.
our auras.
And that's why all the magic stuff happens when we go to
Yep.
Salem
Yep.
together, because there you go. It's
It's the
proof. Proof.
energies.
Proof is in the picture.
Yeah, then we scooted on to Hive and Forge, which probably one of my favorite. There was another place we went into when we went with your parents to Pickering Wharf. I can't remember the name of it, and it comes up as like Cauldron Black, but that wasn't the name
The
of it when
place
we went.
we were there for a while when you were buying your mom's socks and like all the other stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, because there was a new person behind the counter, but
Yeah.
Cauldron Black is not what it was called.
It wasn't?
I thought she was saying something else when she was like, welcome in to blip 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 blip.
Oh.
Hurt
Yeah,
the Gerber.
I don't remember the name of that store, but there was also kind of like a not a temple, but did you read the sign outside of that store? It said something like this store is also a working temple. We
I
would
didn't
really
see that.
appreciate a donation or something like that.
Hmm.
And then they had like a glass case with like some kind of like goddess statue or something in there with
Hmm.
like glasses of wine and like money and like
I didn't
offerings.
see that.
You didn't see all that?
No, no.
I think that's the story you're talking about though, right?
Probably. Yeah. And there was like somebody at the door greeting us, like when we walked
Yes.
in.
Yeah.
That store and Hive and Forge were my favorite. So,
Awesome.
so cool. So
Yeah.
cool.
What did you buy in that one?
And Hive and Forge,
No, the other one, the Cauldron Black or whatever it was
I
called.
bought my mom some socks. No,
Yeah.
yeah, socks. I got Caitlin like a pin, and this was the only place I saw that they had like devotional saint like
Mm.
little things. So I bought her a
Uh-huh.
little saint for
Okay.
nurses
Yeah.
and something else. There's something else in there, but stickers, a patch.
But you didn't just buy your mom any old pair of socks. Like they were Belladonna socks.
Belladonna socks. She
Fucking
loves them. She was like, they're
sick.
so pretty.
That is so cool.
I got this pin or this patch. I got a little Satan patch.
Cute.
She's cute.
Yeah,
And
I love the mandrake. They had little mandrake root patches there. I was gonna get one. I never
yeah.
got it. I never got it.
Yeah. I ordered, do you know what a boiler suit is?
No. What is that?
It's like a one piece like workman's outfit kind of thing. I want to put
Okay.
all my patches on there and walk
That's
around. I
awesome.
did a little devil patch. But
I love that.
oh, and I think I'm not sure where this one came from, but I got the entering
Cute.
Salem patch.
Love it.
So
You got some good
that's
stuff.
what I got there, but it was taking a while.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Oh yeah, because didn't you say that like she was like ringing up everything? Like she was punching all the like serial numbers in for
I was
every
like,
item?
just scan it. Maybe that's not how it works, but I can't remember. Oh, going back to Hive and Forge, found a daguerreotype
That's
picture.
right. Yeah.
And so I did take a picture of that. I can share that.
It was
Uh,
like this small, right? And
yeah,
it was like
they were small, but
it was
remember
like
like
$65.
yeah, that's a lot.
So expensive.
Um,
I bought Molly's crystal mermaid bag
uh-huh.
and I bought Eric a t-shirt. I
Okay.
didn't buy anything for myself there, but that's where I got your black soap last year.
Oh, I love it. I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah. Did you see the whole soap wall of all the
Yeah.
soaps?
I need to
So
make more
amazing.
money.
I know, me too.
And,
Yeah.
oh, this is when we went back to the wine store. We also went back to the tea place
Yes.
and picked
Yes.
up our tea, our candle, and
Yep.
our wax melts and our teas.
Yep. Avi got that bohemian candle that he
Hmm.
wanted. We also went to Pamplemousse. I got 2 bottles of wine.
That's right.
Got 2 bottles of wine. The kitty cat wine. It's like a Riesling wine in a kitty cat bottle. Really cute. So I got a couple bottles of those as souvenirs for Sabrina, the one who watched my cats, and then my
Hmm.
boss.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's where I picked up the hot sauce. I wanted to get one of those cat things, but I was like, I don't know anybody who drinks Riesling, but it's so
yeah.
cool just for the bottle.
Yeah, the bottles are awesome.
Yeah.
We actually have 2 more bottles of that because every year we go, we get one.
Oh
And
my
so we just
gosh.
have bottles of those.
All the different colors.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, we went to Hive and Forge. And I love Hive and Forge because they have all like that cool taxidermy stuff.
Yes.
And like they have old like hornet nests and
Yeah.
like stuffed animals and weird
In
things.
the
And
way back corner, did you see the old desk back there? It was just like a corner with a desk and a
no,
mirror. It was
no, I
weird. I
didn't
took
see
a
that.
picture of it. Very
Yeah.
cool stuff.
Yeah. So like that Hive and Forge is kind of like the whole like direction I want to go with the decor in our living room.
Yeah. That's
Like
awesome.
that's why I'm like that's why I collect hornets nests and like dead moths because I want to frame
Hmm.
them and like put them up and like just be all
Hmm.
creepy about it. So that's my
Yep.
goal. That store is goals for me. So then after that, after we finished up the rest of our souvenir shopping, we hit up the Witch Dungeon Museum over on, I think that's on Lynn Street. That's right across the street from the Gallows Hill Museum and Theater that we went to the previous night. This one is a little more of a sullen kind of
Yeah,
museum
I was
tour,
not
right?
anticipating ending on
Yeah,
this note, but
right. A little
it
sullen.
really kind of pulls it back. Like it's probably good that we ended with that because if
Yeah,
to do that at the beginning might put a little bit of damper on like your
yeah.
festivities, I think. A
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, so this one, it's an actual like a mini stage performance. So you go in and it's kind of like a cathedral. It looks like an old like Tudor style, I guess, I don't know, church or theater or something.
Hmm.
There's wax figures on the stage, but then there's actual actors that come out and do like a
Bridget Bishop
short
thing.
reenactment of like, was it Bridget Bishop? Oh, no, it was Proctor. I think it was Goody Proctor.
Oh yeah, because she was
And I
pregnant.
forget, yeah, and then I forget who the girl was who was accusing her.
Yeah, I
It
don't
was
remember.
between those two. So then after that whole scene ends, then they usher everybody into the basement, into the quote dungeon where that whole dungeon was like to scale. Like all of those cells were to scale
I
of
don't like that. Being there were so many people. Okay, so the jail is no longer there, but before it was destroyed, dismantled, whatever, somebody
yeah,
had taken exact measurements. So they
yeah,
recreated the space in this basement. And they took all the people, including us, that were on the tour and put us in this very narrow. I did not like that. I did not like that. There was too many people in that enclosed space. But she told us that there were probably 2 times more
yeah,
individuals who were imprisoned. And it was just so um, overpopulated that were standing or laying or dying exactly,
yeah.
in the space that we were. There were way more people.
Except back in those times there was flooding and
Hmm.
fecal matter
Hmm.
and rats
Hmm.
infestation and like everything that's these people just like trying to coexist in like these really disgusting conditions and inhumane living spaces.
How do you not just lose your mind?
I would just off myself there.
Oh my God. Yeah. And there were
Horrible, horrible.
the small, she was saying like the hierarchy of cells and their size, and depending on like how much money you could give to the right person,
Yeah,
maybe that got you a blanket, maybe that got you a bedpan,
yeah,
or what are they called, like a bucket
yeah.
to poop in.
Maybe that got you larger, a larger cell or like a
Hmm.
private cell so that you
Hmm.
didn't have to like I guess be in the same room as all the other people. And then also she showed us the single person cells, which the shackles were like up on the wall and the person would be held up by their shackles. They're not able to sit down at any point. So they're just
Yeah,
in there like a shower stall size
it's like a
cell.
2 foot by 2 foot,
Yeah, crazy.
yeah, space. Just you could not probably even sit down in it if you were unshackled. You would There's only standing room. It's unreal. So it was very sad. They did managed to save the actual mantelpiece, the beam from the mantle. So that was down there. I didn't enjoy that
it
part.
did end on kind of
Not
a
at all.
sad note. And like we've done that tour before, me and Avi, like I think probably the first year that we ever went back in 2012. So I didn't remember like the weight of it. I just remember there being a stage show and then going in the basement and like, seeing wax figures, but I don't remember like the information part of all of it. So I'm glad we went again just to brush up on like, the history kind of stuff.
The woman she was very good. She knew her line. She was very informed. And she was saying that this was not about witches. This was not about young girls pointing fingers of blame. This was about grown men, property lines, and greed, and manipulating
all about
everybody
the
around them
and wanting to own land. And like some of these women who became widows because their husbands passed away, they had, now the land belongs to them, but a woman with land had power, and the men didn't like that.
Yep. Bye-bye. And then we kind of shuffled our way out, but in the very last cell, it looks like a mannequin. I walked by the first time.
She got me.
There's a woman like against the wall, and I thought it was a mannequin, but she whipped her head around so fast. I was like,
but you just walked past her. Avi was like, "Did you see that woman?" You were like, "No," and you went back to go see her. I didn't. You scared the fuck out of me.
But she was like, "Oh my gosh, she's so perfect."
And it's so creepy and dark down there.
So yeah. Oh, and then I think we had planned to go to the Satanic Temple, but didn't get there, that was fine. And Proctor's Ledge.
Did you end up going on
which
your way
I had
out?
driven by a couple times. No, I didn't go on my way. I drove by it a couple times. I didn't stop in. I feel like you and I should do it together.
Do it next time.
And I needed to get going because I still had a 2-hour drive, and you guys had to get home. But we ended it with some hot dogs, which I could have eaten 3 more of those hot dogs. They're so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also got a side of the mac and cheese. That was really good on the road lunch that we had.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, we walked back to our cars and we said our goodbyes. And you guys got in your car. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was the hot dog. I don't know if it was maybe something in the air or what. But as soon as I got in my car, I broke out in hives really bad. Like the whole side of my face, my neck. I had an antihistamine on me, thank God. But usually it takes an antihistamine and a shower to get rid of these. But it was like, ooh, I don't know what happened. So yikes. But then I drove my butt to Western Mass to see my family. Yeah. Stuck in traffic, Mass Pike traffic through Auburn. It's just a shit show. But I was in not my car, not my piece of shit car. So it was fine. I was having fun looking at the GPS and telling Google to do things. And I was checking in. I was like, what you doing? And checked in on you.
I think I had definitely dozed off at some point. And I was like, oh, I think I just woke up from a nap. I don't know.
Nice.
Yeah, I was in a hot dog mac and cheese coma after that. So I fell asleep for a little bit. Poor Avi. We're all running on like 3 hours of sleep. He's like got toothpicks in his eyes. We had to stop at a gas station so he could get an energy drink just to like pep him up a little bit. I looked over at him at one point and his eyes were like doing the whole doze thing. And I'm like, oh, you better wake the fuck up right now. You're driving us.
Do you not like driving? You guys don't switch off?
He likes to drive, and I'm fine with that. I'd rather.
Okay.
I'm fine when I like know where I am, but if I don't know where I am, it gets a little anxiety inducing.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with him not wanting me to drive. If he ever like really honestly really needed me to, I would drive. But he's like, I'm fine.
But he was probably not going to ask you to.
But once he had that energy drink, he was like good to go. So, and he just powered through the rest of the drive. Ended up getting home at like, I don't know, 9-10 o'clock at night.
Dang. Yeah, it's a
very long day. And then luckily I took off on Monday. He didn't even take off. He went to work the next day. I was like, what are you, nuts? Because I was toast. I couldn't even get off the couch. I was feeling it hard. Like more so than your typical hangover. Like my body felt beat to shit. And I was like, I needed that one day to just like not move. We walked a lot.
We did walk a lot. I think I got into my uncle's around 6:30 because I was trying to get there for 5:30. That did not happen. But as I was driving through their like town, it was like twilight out and the leaves were falling and I was just like in my happy place. Like I would be a New Englander if I could, but I'm not that strong, you know?
Yeah.
This was my first trip back to see them
Yeah.
since my grandma's passing a couple
Oh,
years ago. I haven't been back to see them in about 5 years.
yeah.
So went to their place and my aunt was making some kind of like pot roast with German noodles. And I was like, you do
Ooh.
not know how amazing this tastes right now. Like we had so much good food,
Yeah.
such filling food, such heavy food all week. I was like, I needed this home cooked meal like you would not believe.
That sounds so cozy.
It was delicious. It had some wine.
Ooh. Wait, talk
And
to me more. Tell me more. What other food did you eat there? I'm so hungry right now.
it was so good. Yeah, I'm hungry too.
Yeah.
Um,
Now I want to make a pot pie. Let me
I
make
want to
some
make a pot pie. I want to make some stew.
Ooh.
I made bread today.
Oh my
Actually, I have to go do
God.
that. It's still rising.
Okay. I have to make some.
Yeah, just to
Wow.
sum up my little side quest though, I went to bed probably 9:30. Next day, my mom and I planned to go to Stockbridge, which is where Norman Rockwell worked out of for most of his life.
Hmm.
There's a Norman Rockwell museum.
Right.
One of his famous paintings is Main Street, and that's like the 5 or 6 houses.
Yeah.
So my mom and I drive out there. I was like, I want to drive. I paid to rent this car. I will drive us out there.
Right.
Drove us out there. Beautiful fall day. Walked along Main Street, had breakfast in one of the main houses. And we wanted to see this place because growing up, my grandmother had, I think I told you this already, but just for the show, my grandmother had a print of the Norman Rockwell Main Street hanging in her house my whole life. And underneath that, she had a little shelf with miniatures, maybe like 6 to 8 inches tall of all the main buildings.
Oh, wow.
And when she passed away, she gave it to me. So it goes up
Aw.
at Christmas time. So it's very special to me
Aw.
because of her. And
That's cute.
yeah, it was really nice. So we had brunch
Yeah.
there. We walked around the Red Lion Inn, which is where I sent you the video of the super
Elevator?
beautiful wrought iron old school elevator.
Did that work? Does that thing
I
work?
think it does work. There was a little sign there that was like, it is illegal to operate if you are not an authorized personnel or something.
Okay.
I was like, I want to
Okay.
touch the buttons.
So nobody was like working that thing, moving it up and down at all?
No, but you
It was
could
just
see like straight up to the other floors, which was really cool.
that's so
It was really
cool.
beautiful, beautiful inn.
Yeah.
And then we drove out to the museum, Norman Rockwell Art Museum. I saw all his stuff and I was just blown away. Like seeing stuff, somebody you admire artistically for so long. I was like, I want to paint, I want to draw, he did so much in his lifetime. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
I didn't realize he did an Ichabod Crane painting, which you sent me yesterday because I went to Sleepy Hollow.
Right.
And I was like, no, I didn't see that one. That's so cool.
Isn't
I
it
didn't know he did
cool?
an Ichabod painting. Yeah.
Yeah. And that thing is like 5 feet tall.
But life size?
Not life size.
No?
No. I don't think he's only 5 feet tall.
Okay.
He's
Oh,
taller than that.
Ichabod?
He was a fictional character.
Was he? I thought he was like a school teacher. I thought he was based on like an actual school teacher. Wasn't Ichabod a school teacher? I know the Van Tassels are all real because they all have headstones in the Sleepy Hollow Cemetery. So I don't know if Ichabod was based on a real character. I bought a book yesterday about all the Sleepy Hollow like stories from Sleepy Hollow
Ooh.
by a real Sleepy Hollow historian. So I'm
Ooh.
so excited to freaking curl up and read that today.
I want to. Can I borrow that when you're done?
After my mom, she claimed it
Okay,
next.
okay.
Yeah.
And we walked to one of his studios that was there, and then drove back home. What did we do after that? I think one of our family friends, Mr. Greg Farmer, who has contributed to this show before, our Victorian architecture episode.
Oh, right.
Also, the gentleman we talked about plays the hammered dulcimer. He plays a concertina, which is a button box instrument.
Mm-hmm.
He came over. We all had dinner. My cousin brought over Turkish food. So good. And then we jammed. My mom played her mandolin. I played the guitar. He played the concertina. And we were just playing like country jigs and reels and stuff, which was really cool. And then the next day, she wanted to go to the Emily Dickinson house. And I was like, Ma, I just need a day to not do anything. We did some errands in the morning. I shipped home my souvenirs because I couldn't bring them on the plane. And then my uncle came home and he and I went out for a joyride in his Lotus Elise. And he let me drive it for a little bit. And now I want a manual car. It's so fucking fun. But it started raining. So we came back home and had a little dinner, had a little dessert.
What'd you eat?
And called it a night.
What'd you eat that night?
What did we eat that night? Oh, my mom and I made stir fry and pot stickers.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then the next day I had to drive my ass back to Boston. So I got up around 5, left at 5:40.
Oh my goodness.
Didn't get into Boston until about 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Dropped the car off, got on the plane, got home. And my mom beat me. She left at the same time. She drove back to Pennsylvania and beat me home. 6 hours
Oh my God.
on the road. So I finally got home. I was so tired. I can't remember what else I did. I just passed out. I had off the next day, which is great.
Good.
Then worked on Friday.
I'm glad you had a day to because
Calibrate.
I was toast just from the Salem trip, and then you had a whole other leg of your trip. I'm like, I don't know how you kept going for as long as you did.
At least you know your girl can hang,
I'm
right?
like, I'm watching all your your stories and your stuff on like popping up on Instagram and your Marcos and stuff, and I'm like, how is she still going? Meanwhile, I'm like watching all your videos from my bed, just like I hadn't moved in like 2-3 days. I told
You're
you
like, she's still going.
all week I was on the couch. I was toast. I don't know how
I
you
was
did
really
it,
tired.
but you can hang. Yeah, when you travel, I guess your body just like the adrenaline of like all the new sights and the sounds and like all the new experiences, like your body just is like, all right, go, 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 go. But then
Yeah.
once you have that time and you're like safe space back in your house,
Yeah.
it like all just catches up with you and you're like, oh my God, I really
Yes.
did a lot this week.
Yes. I
Yeah.
just had to keep going with the momentum because I
Right.
did take a nap on like Monday and one on Tuesday, and it felt great.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't nap ever,
Yeah.
but it was fantastic. But I knew if I fully stopped, I was not getting back up. And that's what kind of happened on Tuesday
Yeah.
afternoon.
Yeah.
Done so.
Well, we're back at home base now. I'm sad that it's all over, but I'm glad that the stress of like, whole planning a trip and like getting ready for a trip and all the
Yeah, girl.
anticipation, I'm glad all that's kind of just like
But
now,
along with our campaign.
yeah, now we got to finish out our campaign, which we're very close. We're very
Yeah, and when this comes out, we'll have finished.
Mhm.
So, actually, this will be the day after it finishes.
All right, so I guess
Oh
we'll
my God.
we'll tell you guys the outcome when we find out because we are recording this on October 22nd. So our campaign is still
Yes.
actually active at the time of recording this. But hopefully we
Oh,
made it.
oh my God. I think we'll make it. We'll be back in Boston.
All right.
But I think hopefully this settles down a little bit. But you still have a Halloween party to get
I
through.
still have a Halloween party to get through.
You did a Sleepy Hollow extravaganza
Yeah.
yesterday, and
Yep.
we just gotta keep going. This is our time to shine, and Samhain is right around the corner.
Dude, October is always fucking nuts for me.
I
Always.
love it.
It's always a nut case. And every time October is over, I'm like, I love it, but I'm glad it's over. It's
Yeah.
crazier for me than Christmas time and like the holiday
Mhm.
season
Yeah.
because I get to just go to my family's house and show up and eat and whatever and
Yes.
fuck off. But Halloween, it's like balls to the wall. September, October, it's like 2 months of just just constant go, 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 go. I'm
Yep.
glad when it's finally just like, all right, it's November now. I can chill. I have a whole year to the next time around. So,
Yep.
and now I get to go cozy up and I'm going to read my books.
Go read your
Oh,
books.
also, I wanted to show you this book. There was a book sale in front of Sleepy Hollow Library yesterday. They had like
Mhm.
a little tent set up. My mom got a couple books, and then I just got this one book. These hardcover like old books were like $4 a pop.
Ooh, I love that.
Is Shakespeare of London. Look at the little. Can you see the etching of Shakespeare in the book?
Oh, it's like a little embossed thing. That's
Yeah, he's
cool.
embossed. This book wasn't written by him. It's actually kind of like I guess a fictional book about his life or whatever.
Okay.
But I thought this map in the front was so freaking cool.
Ooh, is that London?
Shakespeare's London. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, so I just thought the map was really cool, and the pages, like the edges, they're very like that soft kind of ripped paper, and I
Oh,
love it. So
that's fun to touch.
yes, so me and Avi got to get our shit together, get our bookcases going in our living room, so I have all my old dark academia books to put on my shelves.
They're gonna
And
be so awesome.
we're supposed to paint this week. We'll see if that happens.
Yay! Oh, can't wait to see it.
That is all we have for you guys today. Just a reminder, you can check out all of the sources pertaining to today's episode via our hero page. The link is in our show notes. And thanks again to our patron and Palmiers for creating this app and keeping creators like us organized. If you guys do want to support the podcast on Patreon, you can support us for as little as $1 a month. That's our seedling tier, and that gets you access to our patron-only polls where you get to weigh in on what topics you would like us to talk about next. It also gets you our monthly calendar so you can see what topics we have coming up for the month, and it also gets you a welcome shout out on the show. Our $3 Lavender Bud tier get you our show notes for each episode in an aesthetically pleasing PDF, our after hours posts, if there's any extra tidbits or behind the scenes info pertaining to any of our episodes, we'll post those along with a blog post or extra photos, and access to our specially curated Spotify playlists. We have created playlists for our WMSR episodes as well as Production Dream playlists for each song episode, and more. Our $5 Lilac tier gets you access to our private Facebook community where we host a monthly live stream. Plus, you'll get access to our Discord server where we host our monthly watch parties. And also on the Discord, you can join in on the discussion with other Magnolia Street neighbors via the various interesting channels and threads. And then here's the $8 Rose tier. This gets you access to extra audio-visual content such as a once-a-month full-length video episode, unlimited bonus videos, uncut footage, cutting room floor footage, bloopers, outtakes, meditations, exclusive interviews, and old home videos from the vault, or spell or ritual videos, and more. It also gets you bonus content to coincide with our song-episodes, such as full-length demo streams of our original Practical Magic inspired music, plus lyric sheets, guitar chords, and original scratch demos, or bonus video performances of our songs and more. Lastly, we have our $15 Wisteria Vine tier. Just like a twisting Wisteria Vine, there's a way for you to stay connected with us, the Stinas. In this tier, we invite you to join our private Marco Polo video messaging app. The app is totally free for both Android and iOS. Sign up with your phone number or email, and we will help you do the rest. This is a great way to chat with each other in a more intimate group setting, face-to-face via video recording. We love to show each other our pets, our gardens, or anything else you'd like to share. And just a reminder that the higher the tier you sign up under, the more rewards you get, because you get all of the rewards of the tiers below it. You can upgrade or downgrade or even cancel at any time. So to support the podcast, head to patreon.com/Magnolia Street Podcast.
Yeah, and there are additional ways to support us and our podcast that don't cost you any money. If you do listen on Spotify, please give us a star rating. If you listen to us on Apple Podcasts, please give us a written review. We love sharing those on our Instagram. And if you're on Instagram, we would really appreciate any reposts or blurbs about our podcast. And make sure to tag us at Magnolia Street Podcast in your feed, posts, stories, and share us with your Practical Magic loving friends. Is there anything else? I again, thank you for inviting me to Salem. I would love to do it again. I just need to make more money. I want all the things.
Same.
And maybe next year our event will be even bigger and better. And we'll see Joyce and Kylie and all the other Magnolia Street neighbors over there.
Yes.
But this was amazing.
It was amazing. I'm so glad you came, and I'm so glad you had a great first experience. And
yeah,
it was just
both times, September and October. Great experience.
That's right. And yeah, we got to go back because we got to see Rob again and then have him make us more midnight margaritas. Make me next year. We'll do something different.
Yeah, let's do something different.
Yeah.
Go to our Teespring, check out our merch. We have limited series stuff over there for season 1, as well as all our other designs on whatever you can think of. And we are still going to be hosting a giveaway just as like a hello season 2. We're going to be giving away a poster and a t-shirt. So we will figure out those details, but we'll let you know.
Yep. All right. I think that's all we have for today. I'm Justina.
I'm Kristina. And we'll see you next time.
At the house on Magnolia Street, would you